Chapter 14:13. That cultivator's eyes swiveled, and he slightly tilted his body to take a look. With a flick of his big sleeve, he put away the spirit stone without leaving a trace and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. If you said this earlier, I would have already sent a message. Why wait until now?" Xiao Hua glanced at Wuxia and was truly speechless. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist," Wuxia said with a smile. "Do you have any proof?" That cultivator nodded and asked. "Here." Xiao Hua understood and handed Zhuo Qingyuan's summoning talisman over. "Yes, it's indeed Senior Martial Brother Zhuo's summoning talisman. Wait a moment." That cultivator took the summoning talisman and looked at it for a moment before handing it back to Xiao Hua and instructing Xiao Hua to wait a moment. He then directly returned to the guest pavilion. When that disciple entered the guest pavilion, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, since the spirit stone was useful, why didn't you take it out a few days ago?" Wuxia curled her lips and also replied in a low voice, "I did want to take it, but who would I give it to? If this disciple didn't come out and ask, even if you wanted to hand it over, I don't know if he'd be willing to accept it. If one didn't meet his expectations, we wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Since this disciple came out and asked, that means he could give it to me. That's why I dared to hand over the spirit stone. Sigh, it seems like we should have tested Mingcheng and Mingfeng a few days ago when we met them. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this disciple is Mingcheng and Mingfeng." Just as Wuxia was speaking, that disciple walked out from the guest pavilion and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Senior Martial Brother Zhuo just happened to have something to do and will be here soon." Wuxia and Xiao Hua were both delighted and cupped their hands, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." At this time, the two didn't care about the matter of the spirit stone. Sure enough, after a cup of tea's time, Zhuo Qingyuan came out from the guest pavilion. Seeing Xiao Hua, he was very shocked and frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. He cupped his hands, saying, "I was wondering which sex fellow Taoist, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what business do you have?" "I still have some official business within the sect, fellow Taoist, please make it short." When Xiao Hua heard this, he rolled his eyes. Listening to the meaning of these words, it was as if he was the one who was begging for money, making the other party feel annoyed. But Xiao Hua still restrained his temper, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I have something good to discuss with fellow Taoist." "Good news?" Zhuo Qingyuan was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, "Tell me about it, fellow Taoist." "This is Liuyang's Kai family's Wuxia, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiao Hua pointed at Wuxia and introduced her. "Oh, fellow Taoist Kai, I greet you." Zhuo Qingyuan cupped his hands in greeting, but soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Wuxia. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you look very familiar," then he thought for a while and said, "I remember. 1 year ago, I seem to have seen fellow cultivator Kai in the Jinghua city. At that time, fellow cultivator Kai seemed to be with fellow cultivator Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction." Wuxia had a strange expression on her face as she nodded slightly. "He, fellow Taoist Kai, where is fellow Taoist Li? I have admired fellow Taoist Li for a long time, but that day, I was leading the disciples of the faction to gain experience and had no time to meet fellow Taoist Li." Zhuo Qingyuan's face was immediately filled with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Li only stayed in my country of Shi for a few days. Because of some matters in the faction, he rushed back to the Utopia faction." Wuxia slightly gritted her teeth and replied. It's really a pity. Fellow Taoist Li is at the peak of the Qi refining stage. I still wanted to meet fellow Taoist Li and ask for advice on cultivation." Zhuo Qingyuan couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I'll let you know." Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, "Before fellow Taoist Li returned to the Utopia faction, he had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and became a senior at the foundation establishment stage. Ah! Li Zongbao, finally, broke through. Zhuo Qingyuan's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, Senior. Senior Li, is really a weirdo. Zhuo Qingyuan followed this with a sigh. Senior Li has advanced to the foundation establishment stage. I don't know, when will I be able to catch up to Senior Li's cultivation? Kai Zhuxia glared at Xiao Hua, somewhat dissatisfied that Xiao Hua revealed Li Zongbao's cultivation. But after listening to Xiao Hua's words, she immediately understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. Xiao Hua said, Actually, I came here today precisely because of this matter. Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you explain this? Zhuo Qingyuan said with envy and amazement. It's like this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai obtained an item in Jinghua City Z City. On it, there's news of the mother-child spirit fruit. Mother-child spirit fruit? Zhuo Qingyuan's face lit up when he heard this, and he said urgently, Where can I find this mother-child spirit fruit? Fellow Taoist Li, don't be anxious. I came here with fellow Taoist Kai precisely because of this matter. Xiao Hua said unhurriedly, after obtaining the news of the mother-child spirit fruit, Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai searched for that clue to find the mother-child spirit fruit. However, fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is limited. Senior Li was worried that fellow Taoist Kai would encounter danger, so he had fellow Taoist Kai wait in a safe place. As a result, when fellow Taoist Kai saw Senior Li again, Senior Li was already a foundation establishment stage senior. Then, what about the mother-child spirit fruit? Zhuo Qingyuan asked urgently, is Senior Li's advancement related to the mother-child spirit fruit? Kai Zhuxia also understood and said with a smile, I don't know about this. I can't ask too much about this sort of thing. Oh, so it's like that. Zhuo Qingyuan was somewhat disappointed. Although I don't know whether Senior Li's advancement is related to the mother-child spirit fruit or not, Senior Li left the mother-child spirit fruit to I. Kai Zhuxia continued. Ah. The mother-child spirit fruit is with fellow Taoist Kai. Zhuo Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised again. Yes, it's with I. Kai Zhuxia nodded. I don't know where Senior Li went, but when he brought the mother-child spirit fruit back, he told I that the Utmost Happiness faction had an urgent matter that required him to return to. Moreover, he had just stepped into the foundation establishment stage and needed to return to the Utmost Happiness faction to meet with his teacher. Because of some reason, he left one of the mother-child spirit fruit for I. And I, also couldn't find an alchemist who could refine the embryonic breathing pill, so when I met fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao knew fellow Taoist Zhuo, so I asked fellow Taoist Xiao to bring I to see fellow Taoist Zhuo. Oh. Zhuo Qingyuan understood and said with a nod, so that's how it is. I felt that this embryonic breathing pill must be useful to fellow Taoist Zhuo, so I rashly came to visit fellow Taoist Zhuo. I hope I didn't disturb fellow Taoist Zhuo. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sigh, it can't be considered a disturbance. It's rare that fellow Taoist Kai still thinks of I. Zhuo Qingyuan was a bit ashamed. He thought for a moment and asked, I understand the two fellow Taoists' intentions. However, if you ask the alchemist in my Xuanyan school to refine the pill, even if I step forward and say that I want to use it myself, the alchemist will still have to keep 30% of the medicinal pills for himself. As for I, to tell the truth, this mother-child spirit fruit is hard to find. I also want to keep 10%, so I can only return the remaining 60% to the two fellow Taoists. I wonder. When Kai Zhuxia heard this, her face was overjoyed and she promptly said, Fellow Taoist Zhuo is so righteous, how can you only keep 10%? It's better to take 20%. Zhuo Qingyuan shook his head and said, I accept fellow Taoist Kai's kindness. I only need to take 2 of these embryonic breathing pills. The alchemist I know can refine 24 or 30 embryonic breathing pills in one cauldron. This 10% is enough. Then many thanks, fellow Taoist Zhuo. Wuxia cupped her hands in thanks and then gave Xiaohua a look. You're welcome, you're welcome. I also benefited from the two fellow Taoists. Zhuo Qingyuan returned the greeting. Following this, Xiaohua handed over the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhuo Qingyuan looked at it and very cautiously put it away in his storage pouch. But immediately, Zhuo Qingyuan suddenly thought of something and said somewhat hesitantly, but I have to go out on official business in the sect and can only return after a month. At that time, I can handle the matter of the embryonic breathing pills. I wonder if the two fellow Taoists say so earlier. Xiaohua unhappily rolled his eyes. At this time, the mother-child spirit fruit had already fallen into someone else's storage pouch. It would be somewhat difficult to get it back. Sure enough, Wuxia's expression also slightly changed and she forced a smile and said, "We'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhuo's arrangements. We'll only take the embryonic breathing pills. Everything will depend on fellow Taoist Zhuo. But the two of you please rest assured. The matter of refining the pills should be completed within half a year. The two of you can just come over at that time." Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile. "Okay, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zhuo." Xiaohua could only say, "I will come to find fellow Taoist Zhuo again after half a year. And then I won't send you off. I still have to make a trip back and properly put away this mother-child spirit fruit." Zhuo Qingyuan cupped his hands in farewell and was just about to leave when Xiaohua thought of another matter and said, "Oh right, fellow Taoist Zhuo, is fellow Taoist Xiao Mao in the sect?" "Xiao Mao?" "Yes, but because of the matter in Jinghua City, he's currently facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. I'm afraid he won't be able to see fellow Taoist Xiao." Zhuo Qingyuan looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile. "Oh, I don't want to see fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua smiled and took out that jade pendant from the space and handed it over, saying, "This jade pendant is something that I obtained by chance in Yi City. It should be an old item that fellow Taoist Xiao is concerned about. I have no use for it. Please pass it to Xiao Mao, fellow Taoist Zhuo." "Jade pendant?" Zhuo Qingyuan was stunned and received it very astonishingly. He looked carefully and nodded, saying, "It's precisely this jade pendant. This is something that Xiao Mao's mother left behind. It has a special meaning to Xiao Mao, which is why he lost his composure in Yi City. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly considerate. It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Farewell." Xiaohua and Wuxia cupped their hands and bid farewell to Zhuo Qingyuan. They prepared to turn around and fly away, but they saw Zhuo Qingyuan raise his hand and call out to the two of them again, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment." "Is there something else, fellow Taoist Zhuo?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Fellow Taoist Xiao is so warm-hearted, making I feel very moved. Since fellow Taoist Xiao treats my Xuanyan school's disciples like this, then I should also take out a little something." Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile, "I also have a message for the two of you." Xiaohua was puzzled, but Wuxia said with a smile, "Please guide us, fellow Taoist Zhuo. This humble Taoist has descended the mountain this time precisely to send a message to a few cultivation aristocratic families. My Xuanyan school is in urgent need of some fire essence flame crystals. If anyone can find sufficient fire essence flame crystals, my Xuanyan school will repay them with an equivalent amount." Chapter 14:14. In the air, Xiaohua and Wuxia's figures streaked across the horizon at an extremely fast speed, causing the continuous sea of clouds to tremble. Within the pure white clouds, an azure passageway instantly appeared. When the figures were far away, the wind and clouds surged, and the gap that was created was slowly covered up. As the figures flew extremely far away, they heard Wuxia say with a smile, thanks to fellow Daoist Zhua's dual flying talisman. Otherwise, with eyes flying speed, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to cover half the distance. We definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the rinsing flower sect selection tomorrow. Xiaohua said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Kai, don't be too loud. There seems to be a cultivator with profound magic power ahead. We'll have to slow down. Alas, fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation is indeed more profound than I's. I still haven't sensed it. I also have a feeling, so I can't take it seriously. However, for safety's sake, we'd better slow down a bit. In any case, this place is already very close to the rinsing flower sect. We'll definitely arrive before noon tomorrow, right? That's right. Wuxia said, you and I should fly separately. As they spoke, the two of them separated, and their flying speed was clearly much slower. Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a faint white brilliance appeared on the left in front of the two of them. It rapidly flew over their heads. It was an old man wearing white clothes, with a slightly green face and a brandy nose. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The old man's faint divine sense swept over the two of them. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in salute, respectfully standing in midair. The old man seemed to not have seen the two of them at all. His figure didn't stop, and he flew over their heads. In the blink of an eye, he became a black dot, no longer visible. Only after the old man flew far away did Wuxia straighten up. She looked in the direction the old man flew and said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Xiao, your flying speed seems to be not much slower than a Foundation Establishment senior. Xiaohua's expression slightly changed, and he waved his hand, saying, fellow Daoist Kai is too kind. With I's cultivation, how could I dare to compare with a Foundation Establishment senior? It's really the difference between cloud and mud. Then, he smiled and said, by the way, the fire marrow flame crystal that fellow Zhua mentioned earlier. What exactly is it and where can I get it? Pfft, Wuxia covered her mouth and laughed. I thought fellow Daoist Xiao already knew, so I didn't ask him about it the whole way. Now that we're about to reach Washing Flower Sect, you finally asked. Xiaohua didn't hold back and curled his lips, I have always been the first to ask. However, wasn't there someone who was in a hurry to participate in some selection and wanted to see his sister? That's why he was in a hurry and didn't have a chance to ask. Wuxia smiled and said, thank you for your hard work, Daoist Xiao. Then, he sighed, alas, actually. I know that my chances are very small, but I still want to try. Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao did not see it? Xuanyan school only had 2 boys, yet they were already so arrogant. They were only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Then look at fellow Daoist Zhua Qingyuan. He's not much older than I, but he's already at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's going to send a message to a cultivator aristocratic family, one that's even more powerful than my Kai clan. If this poor Daoist can enter the Rinsing Flower sect and become a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, then, not only will this poor Daoist's cultivation level increase, even my Kai family's status will increase. We won't have to live under the Qin Yang Kai family's nose and mouth anymore. Then, he looked at Xiaohua again and persuaded, actually. Fellow Daoist Xiao probably understands even more than I that there is a great disparity between a sect and a wandering cultivator. If possible, fellow Daoist Xiao might as well participate in Washing Flower sect selection this time. I think that with fellow Daoist Xiao's methods, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 3. Xiaohua's heart stirred when he heard this. Shang Huaming's life and the life of a wandering cultivator for over a year were truly completely different. Right now, although he had the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, and other cultivation methods to cultivate, he was still lacking in the most important foundational cultivation methods and medicinal pills. If he couldn't solve these 2 problems, he could only hover around the 5th layer of qi refining. It was impossible for him to reach foundation establishment. But within a cultivation sect, these two problems weren't a problem. As long as he took medicine like usual and cultivated like usual, his cultivation would steadily increase. More importantly, whether it was the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, or even the heaven ascension realm, not only did they not have any conflict with foundational cultivation methods, they even had supplementary effects. If he could enter a cultivation sect, he would definitely have a smooth journey and become outstanding. How is it? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what I said wasn't wrong, right? Seeing that Xiao Hua was muttering to himself in silence, Wuxia smiled and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a brilliant disciple of Rinsing Flowers sect in the future and becomes a foundation establishment senior, don't forget my reminder today. Fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is also profound. Tomorrow, your wish will definitely be fulfilled. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Sigh, where did I get my hope from? I only went to Washing Flowers sect to cheer for my younger sister. As long as my younger sister can enter Washing Flowers sect, as her elder sister, I can be at ease. Wuxia smiled bitterly. Wuxia repeatedly mentioned Fairy Hongxia, causing Xiao Hua to be filled with curiosity towards this person whom he had never met before and whose name resounded like thunder in his ears. That's right, fellow Taoist Kai, after talking for so long, I still haven't said anything about this fire essence flame crystal. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you also don't know? Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and asked. Wuxia smiled and covered her mouth, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. I really don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, I also didn't think that you would know. If fellow Taoist Kai knew where it was, how could Xuanyan school not know? How could the cultivation families in country of Xi not know? Why would they need Zhuo Qingyuan to offer a reward? I just want to know what this fire essence flame crystal is and what it's used for. Wuxia seemed to have already known Xiao Hua's reaction and didn't care at all. She smiled and said, I also only know that this fire essence flame crystal is an extremely rare fire attribute spirit stone. It's an extremely bewitching red color and is about the size of a thumb. As for what it's used for, I don't know. However, although I don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is, I've seen it in the ancient records of my Kai family. This fire essence flame crystal is a type of crystal that is even more precious than a top-grade fire crystal. In the past, there was once a cultivator who occasionally obtained a small piece from the magma of Melting Fire Valley. Top-grade fire crystal. Bewitching red color. The size of a thumb. When Xiao Hua heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. His eyes turned slightly and just as he was about to speak, he saw that Wuxia's face was also filled with joy. She pointed her finger and said, quickly look, fellow Taoist Xiao. The mountain range with beautiful flowers over there is where Washing Flowers sect is located. Is that so? Xiao Hua also raised his head. Sure enough, far in front of them, there was a continuous mountain range with many gorgeous colors. This color was different from the brilliance of Xuanyan school. It was the color of real flowers. Looking at it from afar, that mountain range looked like a large cluster of bright flowers. Washing Flowers sect really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Hua praised and unconsciously increased his speed. The two of them walked for another half a day. The Washing Flower mountain range was already in sight. They saw a large river flowing down from the top of the mountain range. Countless flowers spiraled in the river and flowed down with the river. There was an indescribable poignant beauty to it. Wuxia said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where Washing Flower and Sword is done. Let's land. Washing Flower and Sword. Could it be that this is also a place where Washing Flower sect can't fly? Xiao Hua said with a smile. That's right. Although Wuxia was a cultivator, her current state of mind was very easily affected by the scene before her eyes. It was very abnormal and she could only speak in a somewhat mournful voice. Fellow Taoist Kai, is there something wrong? Xiao Hua heard the uneasiness in Kai Zhuxia's tone and asked in a low voice. No, there's nothing wrong. Kai Zhuxia forced a smile and used her hand to point at the flowers in the river and said, the beautiful flowers only exist on the branches, but they don't last long. The falling petals move with the waves, but perhaps they will remain for a moment. Today, the branches are home, but in the future, I don't know where the grave of flowers is. Everyone says that the falling petals are willing, but the flowing water is heartless. However, they don't know that the flowing water is powerless like the branches of flowers to retain the brilliance of the falling petals. It can only do its best to take the falling petals far away, breaking away from the eyes of the secular world and sending the falling petals on their final journey. Kai Zhuxia's words were inexplicable and incoherent. Xiao Hua opened his eyes wide and looked at the flowing water, then at Kai Zhuxia. He really didn't understand what she was saying. Just when Xiao Hua wanted to ask Kai Zhuxia a question, Kai Zhuxia patted her storage pouch and blinked her already moist eyes. She forced a smile and said, I want to see if my younger sister is here. As she spoke, she used her magic power and the fiery red messaging talisman flew into the air. However, the messaging talisman's brilliance slightly circled in the air and directly fell down, not flying far away. Oh! Could it be that my younger sister didn't come? Kai Zhuxia was surprised and exclaimed in a low voice. Or, is she somewhere the messaging talisman can't reach? Xiao Hua whispered. Maybe. Kai Zhuxia slightly shook her head. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Xiao Hua smiled and said, how about we talk after crossing the river? Presumably, the Huanhua sect also has people to receive her. When we get there, we can just ask. Kai Zhuxia turned her head to look. On the other side of the river, among the clouds of flowers, a corner of a four-cornered pavilion could be seen. Forget it. If my younger sister comes, then she comes. If she doesn't, then I can't do anything even if I'm anxious. I can't bear to see the self-righteous faces of those cultivation families. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Kai Zhuxia shook her head and said, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations. This, of course. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile. Immediately, the two of them found a place to cultivate nearby and adjusted their breathing. On the morning of the second day, Kai Zhuxia and Xiao Hua arrived at the location of the four-cornered pavilion. Sure enough, from far away, they saw several male and female children wearing plain white robes respectfully guarding there. When they saw Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia, one of the female children with picturesque features took a few steps forward and cupped her hands in salute, saying, two fellow Taoists, have you come to participate in my Huanhua sect selection? Good, she's really a beauty. She's so young and already looks so much more charming than this Kai Zhuxia. When she grows up, what will happen? Xiao Hua looked at the female child who was only 12 or 13 years old but had a cultivation level of the fourth layer of qi refining. Unexpectedly, she was about the same as him. Chapter 14-15. Kai Zhuxia seemed to be used to this. She cupped her hands in return and said, I am Luyang's Kai family's Kai Zhuxia. I came to participate in the selection. Is there anyone else from my Kai family? Luyang's Kai family? The girl slightly frowned and thought for a moment before saying, as far as I know, there are only two people from Qingyang's Kai family. I've never heard of any Kai family from Luyang. So it's like that. Kai Zhuxia nodded with a face full of disappointment. This fellow Taoist? Is he also from Luyang's Kai family? Did he also come to participate in the selection? The girl ignored Kai Zhuxia's disappointment and glanced at Xiao Hua. Oh, I am Xiao Hua. I'm a loose cultivator. I also came to participate in the selection. Xiao Hua hurriedly cupped his hands and answered. Loose cultivator. Participate in the selection. The girl stared blankly and said with some surprise. What? Loose cultivators, can't participate? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat and he hastily asked. The girl seemed to have realized her own inappropriateness. Her face was a bit red and she repeatedly waved her hands, saying, No, this selection didn't say that loose cultivators were not allowed to participate. It's just that in the previous selections, there were loose cultivators every time. But this time, because the requirement is the 4th layer of qi refining and above, I really didn't see any loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao is the first one. I was just a bit surprised. Xiao Hua was stunned at first, but he soon understood. Previously, there was no requirement for cultivation. 1st and 2nd layer qi refining could participate. Loose cultivators generally had low cultivation. The other cultivators who came to participate in the selection certainly didn't have high cultivation. Loose cultivators might have a chance. But this time, the requirement was only the 4th layer of qi refining and above. The disciples from cultivation families were all in the 7th or 8th layer. Moreover, there were disciples like Yun family's Yun Jichong who were in the 9th layer of qi refining. Under these circumstances, the chances of a loose cultivator were absolutely slim. Why would a loose cultivator come? I'm afraid I'm going to be rebuffed. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and thought to himself. He said, then. I seem to be overestimating myself. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Whether you participate or not is up to you, I have no right to interfere. However, fellow Taoist Xiao isn't the first to participate. Even if you participate, what's the matter? There are other 4th layer qi refining cultivators participating as well. Xiao Hua was stunned. That's right. The little girl smiled. All right then, I will also participate. Xiao Hua nodded. The little girl raised her hand and said, Fellow Taoists, please follow I. This way please. As soon as the girl's voice fell, a medium-height cultivator with a somewhat sallow face quickly walked over from behind Xiao Hua and the others. A handsome boy beside the girl quickly went up to greet him. Xiao Hua only glanced at the cultivator, then followed Kaixuxia behind the little girl and walked towards the pavilion in the 4 corners. Just as he took 2 steps, he heard the cultivator behind him say, I am Lu Chongqi, a loose cultivator. I have come to participate in the washing flower sex selection. Rogue cultivator. Xiao Hua was delighted in his heart. The little girl in front of him was also stunned. Just like Xiao Hua, she turned her head to look at this 5th level qi refining loose cultivator. On the contrary, Lu Chongqi was calm and collected. When he saw Xiao Hua and the little girl turn their heads to look at him, he only smiled and nodded in response. Xiao Hua also nodded at him, then turned his head and followed the little girl into the pavilion in the 4 corners. The pavilion in the 4 corners looked very small, but as soon as he stepped into the pavilion, Xiao Hua was stunned to discover that there were already several tens of male and female cultivators inside. Some of these people were standing and whispering, some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in cultivation. However, it didn't seem crowded at all. Spatial magic. Xiao Hua looked around and secretly praised in his heart, as expected of the washing flower sect. It's just a pavilion in the 4 corners used to welcome guests, yet they need to use spatial magic. This grandeur isn't much inferior to Xuanyan school. Just as Xiao Hua was sizing up his surroundings, 2 beautiful women with disdain on their faces quickly walked over. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He looked them up and down in puzzlement. These 2 don't seem to know each other. Could it be that they were subdued by this young master's temperament? Do they want to come up and make friends? Then I have to hold back a little. I don't want to lose the bearing of a loose cultivator. Kaixuxiao. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The female cultivator in front had a mocking smile on her face as she shrieked from afar. Ah! So it's Kai Zhuxia's old acquaintance. Xiao Hua's haughty attitude immediately collapsed and he resumed his lazy expression. Isn't that so? In a small place like Luoyang, little sister Zhuxia's face is still lacking in both qi and blood these past few years, looking like a village girl. How can people still look at her? I remember that when little sister was young, she wasn't like this either. How come after she grew up, she became more and more unbearable? In the future, how can she find a dual cultivation partner? The other woman also laughed and said, if little sister Zhuxia's matter isn't resolved, how can our Kai family's little sister Hongxia, who is known as Fairy Hongxia, find a marriage alliance? If we don't have a marriage alliance, wouldn't Luoyang's Kai family forever be a burden to the village? This woman's words were very harsh, causing Xiao Hua to frown. Kai Zhuxia's face had already turned green, but she still cupped her hands in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Zhuxia greets elder sister Yingxia and elder sister Yuxia. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. This is the rinsing flower sect, there's no need for the formalities of my Kai family. Kai Yingxia waved her hand and said very casually. Kai Yuxia's beautiful eyes rippled as she glanced at Xiao Hua and said, little sister Zhuxia, this little loose cultivator, why don't you introduce him to elder sister? I'm afraid, his cultivation is too shallow, and he doesn't dare to meet people. Little loose cultivator. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. Since they exposed Xiao Hua as a loose cultivator, then these two people must have heard Yun Jicheng's words. Since they heard Yun Jicheng's words, they must know his name as well. This kind of ridicule was somewhat bullying. How could Kai Zhuxia not know? She helplessly glanced at Xiao Hua and said, this is fellow Taoist Xiao Hua. I met him in Jinghua City. Because of some matters, we traveled together, little sister Zhuxia, aren't you going to be secretive? You're already so old, this kind of thing, what's there to be embarrassed about? He's only a loose cultivator. It's nothing. If he comes to our door, the cultivation method of your Luoyang Kai family, can also guarantee him a 7th level qi refining cultivator. Shut up. Xiao Hua's face was covered in frost. He took a step forward and coldly berated them. Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia were only at the 7th level of qi refining. Xiao Hua dared to kill them, so how could he be afraid of these two female cultivators? Rebel, rebel. Seeing this, Kai Yingxia's almond-shaped eyes turned vertical. She also berated loudly, you're only from a branch family of my Luoyang Kai family. What qualifications do you have to speak so loudly in front of me? Moreover, you haven't entered my Kai family yet. I only need to use my little finger to take your life. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing this, Kai Zhuxia immediately pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and said in a low voice, for I's sake, don't take these words to heart, humph. Xiao Hua's gaze was like a knife. It coldly swept across Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia's faces. The two of them were also startled. They never thought that a little loose cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining would have such a frightening gaze. Kai Yuxia also took a step forward and shouted, what are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs right now? Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. I want to see what tricks you have. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuxia implored, placing her body between the two of them. Who's making such a racket? With a loud shout, a 10th level qi refining cultivator stepped into the four-cornered pavilion. That cultivator was followed by the loose cultivator called Lu Chongqi from earlier. I'll let fellow Taoist know. This is my Kai family's family matter. Seeing this, Kai Yingxia immediately said with a smile. That cultivator coldly said, I don't care if you're from the Kai family, the Chao family, or the Hua family. This is my Luanhua sect. You're making a racket here. You're losing face for my Luanhua sect. If you say another word, I'll kick you out of the pavilion. Fellow Taoist Mo, they're sisters from the Kai family. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so they've talked a lot. Don't blame them, don't blame them. Yun Zhaochong appeared out of nowhere and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. Oh, fellow Taoist Yun. That disciple surnamed Mo saw Yun Zhaochong's expression soften. He said, fellow Taoist, look after them. They're all middle-level qi refining cultivators. Why are they acting like mortal women and causing trouble the moment they see each other? Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia's faces were slightly red, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. They looked like virtuous ladies. Kai Zhuxia also lowered her head and sighed slightly. Seeing Kai Zhuxia like this, Xiaohua unconsciously understood. He snorted through his nose and didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Lu, feel free to stay here. Wait for a while. When noon comes, we'll go to the selection area together with the other fellow Taoists. That disciple surnamed Mo waved his sleeve and said to the loose cultivator. Yes, I'll listen to Senior Mo's instructions. Lu Chongqi respectfully bowed and said. That disciple surnamed Mo raised his head and looked at everyone in the pavilion. Then, he quickly walked out of the pavilion through another passage. Fellow Taoist Kai, you've finally come. Yun Zhaochong had a warm smile on his face as he cupped his hands and said. My Luyang's Kai family, didn't send anyone. Kai Zhuxia forced a smile and cupped her hands in return. This. Yun Zhaochong glanced at Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia, but didn't answer. Kai Yingxia sneered and said, it's enough for us two sisters to represent our Kai family. What's the use of sending someone from your Luyang's Kai family? They're just there to serve as a foil. It's fine if they don't come. When Kai Zhuxia heard this, she knew that her younger sister hadn't received news that the Cleansing Flowers sect was recruiting disciples. She could only sigh in her heart and ignore the two of them. She walked to the side alone and sat down with her eyes closed. When Yun Zhaochong saw this, he cupped his hands in salute to Xiaohua. He also walked to a corner and sat down. Xiaohua also smiled. He coldly glanced at Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia, then walked to Kai Zhuxia's side. He stood with his hands by his side and looked around. Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia also glared at Xiaohua fiercely, then walked back to their seats. For a time, there were only a few dozen people whispering in the pavilion. After Xiaohua and Kai Zhuxia came in, many other cultivators came one after another. Looking at their appearance, they all came in groups of 2s and 3s. When it was almost noon, there were actually nearly 200 people gathered in the pavilion. Chapter 14-16. Seeing more and more people gathering in the pavilion, Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to himself, cultivator aristocratic families really aren't small. Seeing these people in 2s and 3s, they should be from the same aristocratic family or aristocratic families that are on good terms with each other. The most important thing is that these aristocratic family disciples all have cultivations above the 7th level of qi refining. Although this rinsing flower sex requirement is the 4th level of qi refining, disciples with slightly weaker cultivations didn't come. Compared to Tian Qi's group of loose cultivators, they really can't be mentioned in the same breath. Oh, I heard there's also a 4th level qi refining disciple like I who came to participate in the selection. I wonder who it is. Although the cultivators in the pavilion can use magic to check each other's cultivation level, there are still a lot of people. It is impossible for Xiaohua to find the 4th layer qi refining cultivator among them. On the contrary, the 5th layer qi refining loose cultivator, Lu Chongqi, is standing not far from Xiaohua. He is also looking at Xiaohua with interest, seemingly also aware of Xiaohua's identity as a loose cultivator. Seeing Xiaohua looking at him, Lu Chongqi took 2 steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, I'm Lu Chongqi. Greetings fellow Taoist Xiao. Oh, fellow Taoist Lu is too polite. Xiaohua promptly returned the greeting and said with a smile, does fellow Taoist have any instructions? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Lu Chongqi glanced at Kai Zhuxia and said in a low voice, today, those attending the Rinsing Flower sex selection are all disciples of cultivator aristocratic families. As for us loose cultivators, there's only the two of us. I think that the two of us should join hands. Although I'm a few years older and my cultivation is a bit higher, I am willing to advance and retreat together with fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled in his heart and said in a low voice, "Thank you for fellow Taoist Li's intentions, but I have a question for you." "Please speak, fellow Taoist Xiao." Lu Chongqi smiled and nodded, "I will tell you everything I know." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped and said, "If the two of us only have one chance, who does fellow Taoist Lu think it should go to?" "This." Lu Chongqi only smiled slightly and said, "There are 3 chances in this selection. If the two of us join hands, there won't be only one chance." "Of course. I can give up this one and only chance." After hearing these pompous words, Xiao Hua became more and more unconvinced. He smiled and shook his head. "I know my own cultivation level very well. I have no intention of passing any selection at all. This time, I only came to accompany a familiar fellow Taoist. I appreciate fellow Taoist Li's kindness." "All right. I wish fellow Taoist Xiao good luck." Lu Chongqi was a little disappointed, but he still cupped his hands with a smile. When Lu Chongqi looked around to find other people to help him, Wuxia opened her eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "Loose cultivators are so shameless. If you want to make use of others and make them work for you, just use your mouth." Halfway through, Wuxia suddenly realized something. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't blame me. I wasn't talking about you." Xiao Hua shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I know." Wuxia rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Before today, perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao was still a loose cultivator, but after today, I'm afraid that might not be the case. Others don't know fellow Taoist Xiao's magic power, but I know it clearly. There are almost 200 people in this pavilion. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao can enter the top 10. With a bit of luck, there shouldn't be a problem." Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't answer. He was now in the early stage of the 4th layer of the aura refining realm, and his magic power had greatly increased. If he really used his full strength in a life and death battle, Xiao Hua was confident he wouldn't necessarily lose to an 8th layer aura refining cultivator. As for 9th layer aura refining cultivators like Yun Jichong, how many of them were there? While they were talking, a male and a female rinsing flower sect disciples walked into the square pavilion. These two people both had cultivation levels around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. The male had bright eyes and white teeth, extremely handsome, and the female had peach cheeks and starry eyes. In addition to her fine eyebrows, she was truly charming. Everyone only took a glance and secretly praised them in their hearts. "Fellow Taoists." The male disciple cupped his hands and said, "Our sect selection of disciples will now begin. Please follow I." "Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist." Everyone returned the greeting. Immediately after, the male disciple didn't say his name and turned around very indifferently. As for the female disciple, she didn't say a single word and turned around to leave. However, her figure was quite graceful, attracting the gazes of many male cultivators. Xiao Hua and Wuxia walked at the back. Even the loose cultivator Lu Chongqi found a seemingly honest aristocratic family disciple to walk in front of them. Wuxia looked at Lu Chongqi's back and said in a low voice, "That 7th layer aura refining disciple is from Shao Nan's Qing clan. He looks mature, but he's actually full of evil tricks. As a fellow loose cultivator, I'm afraid you're in a bit of trouble." Xiao Hua snorted through his nose. Loose cultivators struggle in the shadows. What kind of world haven't they seen? If it weren't for the fact that cultivation level growth is a problem, loose cultivators wouldn't necessarily be any worse than cultivator aristocratic families. Wuxia shrugged and didn't continue speaking. After exiting the square pavilion, they saw a boat-shaped magic tool in front of them. It was emitting a faint multicolored brilliance. "Fellow Taoists, please go, I'll send you over." The male cultivator waved his hand. A multicolored brilliance flew out from the magic tool and landed in front of him. It was precisely a path of light formed by the brilliance. This scene was admittedly strange, causing Xiao Hua's eyes to brighten. However, the others were, after all, disciples of aristocratic families. They were all knowledgeable, so they weren't too surprised. One by one, they walked onto the path of light. That path of light slowly moved. Everyone didn't need to walk, the path of light sent everyone onto the flying boat. Once everyone boarded the flying boat, the male and female disciples flew onto it. They took out a yellow talisman from their bosoms and stuck it on their bodies. Soon after, they took out a palm-sized jade plate. Using their magic power, they pointed their fingers upwards. That boat-shaped magic tool slowly rose, circled around a bit, then flew towards a certain place in the Huanhua mountain range. The flying boat was very stable. Xiao Hua looked to his left and saw that there was no one nearby. He asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, can't this magic tool only be controlled by people with divine sense? Their cultivation level has to be at least at the peak stage of the aura refining realm. This Huanhua sect disciple is only in the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. I'm afraid he doesn't have divine sense, so how can he control it?" Kai Zhuxia smiled and said, "That's true, but there are far more cultivators below the peak stage of the aura refining realm than there are cultivators above it. There are many things that aren't certain. Moreover, they don't dare to trouble these seniors, so all the cultivation groups came up with their own methods. For example, those who control flying magic tools can refine special yellow talismans. Coupled with enough magic power, they'll be able to use it." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiao Hua understood. He had a magic tool from Huanling's sect in his space, but he had always been puzzled. He couldn't understand how those two disciples, who were clearly only in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm, could use it. Why couldn't he control it? It seemed like it was a secret technique of their cultivation group. Not long after, the flying boat descended and landed on a large mountain full of colorful flowers. Everyone disembarked from the flying boat and stood in the open space. The male cultivator swept his gaze over everyone again, then said in a clear voice, "This is the back mountain of my Huanhua sect. It's several hundred meters high and has a radius of more than 10 li. For the sake of this selection, I specially placed 3 robin birds in this mountain. Whoever can catch them will pass this selection." Boom! Everyone burst into an uproar and began to discuss in low voices. They'd thought of many methods, but they'd never imagined that they'd be using the method of catching birds. "Shut up!" The female cultivator coldly berated, "You're all disciples of aristocratic families. Why are you so unruly?" When everyone heard her, they immediately shut their mouths. The male cultivator clapped his hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from his storage pouch. He said, "This selection will end tomorrow at noon. During this time, it doesn't matter if you live or die. Whoever holds a robin bird in his hand at this time tomorrow will be the winner of this selection. Of course, all of you fellow Taoists are disciples of aristocratic families of cultivators and have a very long relationship with my Huanhua sect. My Huanhua sect also has to consider your safety. These are yellow talismans specially made by my Huanhua sect. Once activated with magic power, you'll be transported to a safe place in my Huanhua sect. Of course, activating these yellow talismans means that you've given up on this selection. Please be careful." As he spoke, the male cultivator waved his hand and the yellow talismans flew into the hands of Xiao Hua and the others, one for each person. Xiao Hua cautiously received them. These were life-saving items. I still have 2 points to mention. First, there are only 3 robin birds, and they must be alive. If one dies, there'll be one less chance. Second, the robin birds can't be transported through the transfer formation. Alright, fellow Taoists, take care. I'll be back here at this time tomorrow. The male cultivator cupped his hands and boarded the flying boat with the female cultivator. Activating magic power, they flew away and disappeared. After the Huanhua sect disciples left, everyone looked at each other and flew down the mountain in different directions according to their previous agreement. Yun Guichong wasn't far from Kaizhuxia. He glanced at Kaizhuxia and walked over with a smile. Fellow Taoist Kai, it's very dangerous here. Fellow Taoist Kai. Are you willing to travel with I? Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Yun. I'll look for it myself. Kaizhuxia refused just like before. Well, then fellow Taoist Kai, take care of yourself. Yun Guichong didn't seem surprised. He glanced at Xiao Hua and directly flew down the mountain with his disciples. Fellow Taoist Xiao. After Yun Guichong flew far away, Kaizhuxia turned her head and said, shall we, also act separately? Separate? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. If there's a robin bird in front of you and me, fellow Taoist Xiao. Do you think I'll have a chance? Kaizhuxia smiled. This is true. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Just like how he wasn't willing to cooperate with Lu Chongqi, Kaizhuxia was also the same. In front of absolute temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have any selfish motives. He wouldn't harm Kaizhuxia's life, but Kaizhuxia absolutely couldn't take the robin bird away in front of him. Well, fellow Taoist Kai is right. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, however, fellow Taoist Kai, please tell me what this robin bird looks like. He, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao might not have seen it before. Kaizhuxia smiled and said, this robin bird is a strange bird. It's only the size of a thumb and its entire body is emerald green. Although it can't be classified as a spiritual bird, its flying speed is extremely fast, comparable to the seventh layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, this isn't the most peculiar part. This robin bird is naturally timid and very sensitive to spiritual aura. As long as a cultivator is cautious, it will immediately run away. And if it can't escape in time, it will even change the color of its body according to the surrounding situation. Chapter 14-17. There's such a strange bird. After listening to Kaizhuxia's description of the robin, Xiao Hua's original ambition had already turned into a pool of cold water. First of all, this robin could change its color according to the surrounding environment. This was absolutely not something an aura-refining cultivator without divine sense could casually discover. Not to mention that the robin was only the size of a thumb, and its flight was very fast. Freely shuttling back and forth in this several dozen li mountain range, this kind of difficulty was not much lower than finding a needle in a haystack. After cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Kaizhuxia, Xiao Hua was too lazy to fly and slowly walked down on foot. While breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, he secretly calculated. Needless to say, it was really unrealistic for Xiao Hua to catch the robin himself. However, that Huanhua sect disciple had clearly said that there would be no casualties. Moreover, whoever could obtain the robin by noon tomorrow would be the winner of the selection. In other words, Huanhua sect didn't care how you obtained the robin. Xiao Hua didn't have the ability to catch the robin, but he had the ability to snatch it from the hands of others. Apart from those aristocratic family disciples at the 9th and 8th level of aura refining, he temporarily didn't have much certainty. As for the other cultivators at the 7th level of aura refining and below, as long as Xiao Hua was careful and caught them off guard, he had a 70 to 80% certainty. With a plan in mind, Xiao Hua also became even more unhurried. Being busy first wasn't being busy. Right now, he should give time to those cultivators who could catch the robin and let them do their best. Only then would it be time for Xiao Hua to display his skills. As for Kaizhuxia, after leaving Xiaohua, she activated her magic power and flew along a faintly discernible path in the forest for a while. Soon after, she suddenly flew up into the air and looked around. At this time, everyone had already disappeared and it was extremely quiet. Wuxia first looked at the peak where Xiaohua was and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm really sorry. This kind of opportunity is really something that I have been looking forward to for a long time. It's not that I don't want to share it with fellow Taoist, but the revival of my clan is all on my shoulders." While speaking, Wuxia clapped her hands and an old yellow talisman appeared in her hand. She activated her magic power and a small, faintly visible red-crowned crane was formed from the yellow talisman. That red-crowned crane lightly danced in the air, its two faintly discernible wings flapping from time to time. Wuxia's face emitted a happy radiance and she said to herself, "This spirit-seeking talisman, although it has been a long time, it can still be used. If I hadn't taken it out on a whim before leaving, wouldn't this trip to Huanhua sex trip to be a failure?" While speaking, Wuxia clapped her right palm on her chest. Immediately, a drop of blood from her heart flew out from her mouth and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. When the red-crowned crane received the blood from Wuxia's heart, a bit of cinnabar immediately appeared on its head. The red color of the cinnabar immediately spread to the red-crowned crane's body. Not long after, the entire red-crowned crane was filled with faint traces of blood, and Wuxia's face became even paler. Quick, Wuxia recited a spell and tapped the red-crowned crane's head with her hand. The red-crowned crane let out a soft "ga" sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very loud in Wuxia's ears. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew towards a direction halfway up the mountain. Wuxia's face was filled with joy. She performed another spell and followed closely behind. The disciples of aristocratic families were indeed the disciples of aristocratic families. Even a side branch of an aristocratic family like Wuxia had tricks that Xiaohua didn't know about, so there was no need to talk about other people in detail. Looking at Yun Guichong from the Yun family, 4 people from the Yun family had come, but for some reason, only 3 people had appeared. Yun Guichong only said a few words of courtesy to Wuxia before he took the 2 of them into the air. Seeing that many disciples of aristocratic families were flying in different directions, the female disciple curled her lips and said disdainfully, "What a bunch of idiots." "Yun Guichong scolded, "I let you come out this time to broaden your horizons. Why are you so talkative? Big brother." The male disciple also smiled and said, "Sister Lan is right. These disciples don't have the profound cultivation of Big Brother. Even if they catch the robin, won't they still be Big Brother's prey? Huh, Big Brother, even Yun Feng is speaking for me. Am I right?" Yun Guichong glanced at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. He said in a low voice, "You only know that our Yun family has tricks up our sleeves. How can we not have others? These cultivator aristocratic families may not have disciples with higher cultivation than your Big Brother, but they all have a foundation. Don't underestimate them. Having a high cultivation is the way of the king. Who's afraid of that?" Yun Lan smiled and said, "At worst, Big Brother can go on a killing spree and kill all 200 disciples of aristocratic families. I'd like to see if I can find the robin." "Nonsense. You're bringing disaster to our Yun family." Yun Guichong looked around and scolded her in a low voice. Hee, I'm just saying. This kind of thing. I know." Yun Lan pursed her lips and smiled. She looked very charming. "Big Brother, are we going to use our tricks?" Yun Feng asked. Hee, of course. Our Yun clan is in an advantageous position right now. We can seize a robin bird at lightning speed. Not only can we reduce the sin of killing, but we can also intimidate the other disciples. Maybe we can even get a second robin bird. Yun Jichong said without hesitation. "Thank you, Big Brother." Yun Lan said with a smile. Big brother, can't we get 3? Yun Feng was a little unhappy. How is that possible? This second one might not even be possible. Before Yun Guichong could say anything, Yun Lan began to lecture Yun Feng. I know, Sister Lan. Yun Feng stuck out his tongue. He was just a teenager. Yun Lan was very proud. She patted her storage bag and took out a yellow talisman. She handed it to Yun Feng and said with a smile, don't flatter me. If there's a second robin, I'll let you have it. Now, let's hurry up and help Big Brother get the first robin. Yes, Sister Lan. Yun Feng immediately became serious. He patted his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He calmly placed it in his hand. Seeing that Yun Lan and Yun Feng were ready, Yun Guichong patted his hand and took out a magic weapon that looked like a spinning top from his storage bag. With a poof, Yun Guichong spat a mouthful of life origin energy on the spinning top. The spinning top began to spin. Seeing that the spinning top was moving, Yun Lan and Yun Feng did not dare to be negligent. They activated their magic power and injected it into the yellow talisman. The yellow talisman immediately turned into a shiny thin piece. The two of them opened their mouths and swallowed the thin piece. As soon as the thin piece entered their mouths, their faces gradually turned red, as if they were going to bleed. Then, they looked at each other and bit the tip of their tongues at the same time. A mouthful of blood was spat out and landed on the spinning top. After the spinning top received the 2 mouthfuls of blood essence, it suddenly shone brightly. Then, it spun faster and faster. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. Seeing the spinning top's brilliance expand and contract, Yun Guichong sighed and said, my Yun family's spirit seeker has been useless for many years. Who would have thought that today, instead of searching for spirit beasts, it would only be used to search for robin. Yun Lan's face was pale and he looked a little dispirited. He also sighed and said, according to the family records, when my Yun family was at its peak, we used this spirit seeker to search for spirit beasts protecting the family. This magic weapon requires the blood essence of at least 2 members of the Yun family's direct bloodline. It consumes a lot of vitality. Today, after testing it, it really lives up to its name. 2 cultivators of the 5th level of Qi refining like us can't even activate the spirit seeker. Poof! Yun Guichong also spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The spinning brilliance made a sizzling sound like boiling oil being poured into boiling water. The brilliance scattered in all directions and turned into many tiny lights. These lights also spun. After a while, these tiny lights suddenly turned into tiny arrowheads. They suddenly gathered together and turned into a slightly larger arrowhead, pointing in one direction. Let's go. Seeing this, Yun Guichong's face lit up with joy. He pointed his finger and the arrowhead turned into a ray of brilliance and shot into the distance. Yun Guichong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng also became spirited. They activated their flying talismans and flew down the mountain. The Kai family of Luyang did so, the Yun family of Su Yan did so, and the other families also used their own methods and shot in different directions. Although the disciple of the Huanhua sect had clearly said that there were only 3 robin birds here, the direction they were heading in was more than 10. As for who was right and who was wrong, only they would know. Throughout the entire mountain, besides Xiao Hua, a 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, who was strolling leisurely, there was another 4th-level Qi refining cultivator on the other side of the mountain. He looked about 13 or 14 years old and was also sitting on a rock. He coldly looked at the people flying in the air and disappeared. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was as if this selection had nothing to do with him. As for Kaixuxia, after following the red-crowned crane for a few li, the red-crowned crane gradually slowed down. The flapping of its wings also weakened. When she looked at the red-crowned crane again, it was gradually becoming transparent and was about to disappear. Seeing this, Kaixuxia felt a little helpless. She clapped her hand again and another drop of blood from her heart flew out and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. The red-crowned crane seemed to have taken a blood-replenishing pill. Its wings flapped again and its head shook slightly. Then, it flew down the mountain and into a slightly dark place. Wuxia was secretly delighted. Looking at the situation in the shade, she slapped her storage pouch and took out a few yellow talismans. She was just about to fly down. But at this moment, a few sounds of something breaking through the air rang out not far away. When Wuxia turned her head, she saw the rogue cultivator Lu Chongqi and the disciple of the Qing family, Qing Ming, as well as a few other 7th-level qi refining cultivators. Oh no! Wuxia's heart turned cold when she saw these people. How could a lone wolf fight against these tigers and wolves? In a hurry, Wuxia was still a little reluctant. She clenched her teeth and fiercely flew into the forest, quickly chasing after the red-crowned crane. Sure enough, under the dark shade of a tree, a jade-like robin was flapping its small wings and hovering above a withered branch. On that withered branch, there was a jade-like spirit fruit. Wuxia was overjoyed. She didn't care about her figure. She fiercely urged her transcendence energy and flew like a flying sword towards the robin. As she flew, she slapped her storage pouch. Chapter 14:18. The robin's beak was extremely sharp and long. It was hovering in front of an emerald green spirit fruit, piercing its beak deeply into the spirit fruit as if it was sucking the juice inside. There were a few withered branches above the spirit fruit, and between the branches was a tattered spider web. Broken strands of spider silk fluttered in the wind. Just as Wuxia saw the robin and was about to slap her storage bag, she saw a fist-sized, black-haired spider suddenly appear from above the tattered spider web. The spider crawled rapidly along the spider web. When it reached the center of the spider web, which was right above the robin's head, a strand of black spider silk emerged from the spider's abdomen and silently pierced towards the robin. The spider's silk was silent and fast. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had already closed in on the robin's wing. However, at this moment, the robin's body suddenly moved horizontally and dodged the spider silk. Then, without a pause, it turned into a thin green line and flew in another direction. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Wuxia's hand had just slapped her storage bag. She gritted her teeth. That was Wuxia's only thought. She didn't stop and continued to fly past the spirit fruit. But at the same time, she took out a fireball talisman from her storage bag. With a wave of her hand, she hit the spider and the broken spider web. With a boom, the spider and the spider web were burned to ashes by the fireball. Then, Wuxia sighed and hurriedly flew away in a different direction from the robin. The requirements for her spirit-seeking talisman were very high. Not only did it require cultivation, but it also required blood essence. It could only be used 3 times a day, and Wuxia had to rest for a while before she could use it a second time. Wuxia temporarily retreated, and Lu Chongqi and Qing Ming followed her. When they saw the emerald green spirit fruit and the remaining burn marks on the withered branches, Qing Ming said angrily, "Could it be that someone beat us to it?" Lu Chongqi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Cheng, this emerald green spirit fruit is the emerald juice fruit that the emerald cicadas like to eat. I'm sure the emerald cicadas were here just now. If there was a fellow Taoist who got it first, he definitely wouldn't have used a fireball talisman. From the looks of it, some spirit beast must have disturbed that fellow Taoist who was trying to capture the emerald cicadas, causing the emerald cicadas to flee." Spirit beast. Qing Ming's expression didn't change as he whispered, "There aren't any powerful spirit beasts in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect, right?" "Huh, fellow Taoist Qing, don't worry. How could there be a powerful spirit beast in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect? The robin only flies fast, it still has a lot of nemesis." Lu Chongqi had a smile on his face, but a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. Oh, that's good, that's good. Qingming repeatedly applauded. I don't want to run into any spirit beasts instead of catching the robin. Fellow Taoist Cheng, the robin has already flown away. Presumably, there are already fellow Taoists chasing after it. Should we hurry up and use our secret skills? Otherwise, there are only 3 robin in this mountain. If one is caught, we'll have one less chance. Okay, fellow Taoist Lu, please wait a moment. Qingming said and patted his hand to take out a yellow jade slip from his storage bag. He handed it to the disciple behind him and ordered, "You guys, spit out a little of your natal true essence." The Qing family disciple behind Qingming took the jade slip and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The jade slip gradually emitted a yellow brilliance. The brilliance rotated slightly on the jade slip and flickered a few times in the direction the robin had flown before it was annihilated. Good, it's in that direction. Qingming was overjoyed. He took the jade slip and said with a smile, "The family's spiritual movement is really useful." Lu Chongqi's face was filled with envy. He smiled and said, "That's right. This is also why I need to rely on you, fellow Taoist Cheng. Please help me get the second robin after you get the first." Well said, well said. Let's go. Qingming smiled and flicked his sleeves. Everyone chased after him. At the same time, on the other side of the foothills, Yun Jichong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng followed the arrow-like brilliance and flew down the mountain. The brilliance was indeed driven by the essence and blood of the 3 people. It was much more powerful than Kai Zhuxia's spirit-seeking talisman. After flying for several miles, it did not slow down. It did not stop until it reached the side of a gurgling stream. Then, it stopped and froze in mid-air. Yun Zhichong and the others flew over and looked around carefully. With a point of his hand, the brilliance of the spirit-seeking talisman converged and turned back into a spinning top in Yun Zhichong's hand. Big brother. Seeing this, Yun Lan said in a low voice, "The spirit-seeking talisman is the most magical. It doesn't move forward when it's within 100 feet of the spiritual beast for fear of disturbing it. I'm afraid that the robin is within 100 feet. Exactly. But this robin is too small. It's only the size of a thumb. We have to be careful when looking for it." Yun Zhichong said with a smile. But just as he finished speaking, his expression changed again. He reminded them in a low voice, "Be careful. There seems to be other cultivators in front." Sure enough, on the other side of the stream in front of Yun Zhichong, 2 male cultivators were floating in mid-air and flying forward very slowly. In their hands, they were holding a rare bamboo green-yellow talisman. Because Yun Zhichong and the others were very careful to avoid disturbing the robin, and the 2 cultivators were also focused in front of them, they did not realize that there were people behind them. Big brother. Seeing this, Yun Lan panicked. He tugged at Yun Zhichong's sleeve and whispered. "Shu." Yun Guichong gestured for Yun Lan to be quiet. He pointed at the 2 cultivators in front of him and took out 2 supreme-grade freezing talismans from his robes and handed them over. Then, he took out a yellow talisman that was shaped like a palm and pointed in another direction. Then, he left on his own. Yun Lan and Yun Feng understood that Yun Zhichong wanted them to attack the 2 cultivators in front of them from behind. He would go ahead to catch the robin. Thus, Yun Lan and Yun Feng also slowly flew up. With the help of the splashing sound of the stream, they slowly flew towards the other side. However, just as they reached the middle of the stream, 2 figures, still shining with an earthy yellow light, suddenly flew out from the stream. The moment these 2 figures appeared, their hands trembled continuously. Fireball talismans and other offensive yellow talismans were thrown out one after another. Oh no! Yun Lan was greatly alarmed and did not dare to move forward. His entire body abruptly retreated as well. The yellow talisman in his hand was activated by his magic power and turned into a ball of faint mist. Then, it shot towards the cultivator below him, clang, clang, clang. The two yellow talismans of ice and fire collided with each other, producing a very unpleasant sound. This sound was admittedly not very loud, but once the surrounding spiritual energy was disturbed, the robin kingfisher was the most sensitive to turbulent spiritual energy. Sure enough, the two cultivators in front could no longer hide their figures and quickly flew forward. One of them even shouted, "Don't run." As the cultivator shouted, the bamboo green-yellow talismans in their hands were thrown out at the same time. The yellow talismans were not thrown towards the robin that was flying between the flowers in front of them. Instead, they were thrown about 3 feet to the left and right of the robin. Once the bamboo green-yellow talismans left their hands, they immediately turned into a ball of flickering light. When they flew to the side of the robin, they turned into two net-like balls of light. These two balls of light rotated slightly, as if there was a suction force between them. Right on the left and right of the robin, the two balls of light suddenly elongated and extended towards each other. In the blink of an eye, the robin was shrouded in the threads of light. The robin was already on guard. When the light threads extended, it had already begun to fly away. However, the light threads seemed to be extremely sticky. As the robin flew, the light threads were also elongated. As more and more light threads were formed, the robin flapped its wings. No matter how hard it tried, it could not fly anymore. It was about to be shrouded in the threads of light, just when the two cultivators were ecstatic and wanted to put the robin in the threads of light into their bags, several dazzling lights shot from the air not far away. It was a few sword talismans. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, the sword talismans had already flashed with sword light and looked extremely sharp. Seeing this, the two cultivators had no time to control the threads of light. They quickly patted their storage bags and took out a few yellow talismans. They activated their spiritual power and turned into a round and square light curtain, blocking the sword talismans. With a clang, the sword talismans pierced the light curtain, making an ear-piercing sound. Then, with a "kacha" sound, the light curtain shattered and the sharp swords turned into specks of light and disappeared. But when the sword talismans disappeared, a speck of light suddenly expanded and a flying sword smaller than the previous sword talismans suddenly appeared. However, the flying sword's flying speed was much faster than the previous few flying swords. This flying sword was formed in front of the two cultivators, so in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of one of the cultivators and directly pierced the cultivator's Taoist robe. Then, the cultivator's body shone brightly. The golden bell talisman's defense was effective. Unfortunately, the brilliance was annihilated in a flash, followed by the cultivator's miserable scream. When one of the cultivators died under the mother-child flying sword talisman, half of the light curtain immediately dimmed. The robin sensed the change in the spirit chi first and immediately flew towards the dimmed half of the light curtain. With a swoosh, the robin rushed out of the light curtain and saw a streak of emerald green following the slight splashes of the water. After a few flashes, it disappeared. When he looked around, he saw a large green hand. It had just flown out of the forest when it immediately fell. Under the large hand, Yun Guichong's face was ashen. He looked at the people flying towards him from afar and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Without even looking at his face, he quickly flew towards the two cultivators who were blocking Yun Lan and Yun Feng above the stream. Yun Jichong had long been annoyed. He slapped his hand and took out a square, flat yellow talisman from his storage bag. He exerted a little force with his left hand and dripped a drop of blood on it. The yellow talisman became even redder after receiving the drop of blood. Chapter 14:19. As for the square yellow talisman in Yun Guichong's hand, it immediately glowed with an enchanting color after receiving fresh blood. With the activation of Yun Guichong's magic power, the yellow talisman transformed into the shape of a square flat box. Yun Guichong had already flown close to Li Yun Peak. He bent his middle finger and flicked the square box twice. Two tiny red light spots flew out from the box. Yun Guichong pinched the red light spots between his fingers and flicked them as well. The two light spots were like two shooting stars, shooting towards Yunlan and Yunfeng's opponents at lightning speed. The light spots were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the bodies of the two people. The two people were fighting with the two disciples of the Yun family and did not notice it at all. What was even stranger was that after the two light spots entered their bodies, their movements were not affected at all. It was exactly the same as before. At this moment, seeing the light spots enter the bodies of the two cultivators, Yun Guichong's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He turned around and chased in the direction where the robin kingfisher disappeared. At the same time, he formed a strange incantation gesture in his hand and attacked in the direction of the two cultivators. Something strange happened. As Yun Guichong released the incantation gesture, the two cultivators suddenly showed an extremely painful expression on their faces. Then, fear appeared in their eyes. They immediately wanted to fly up. At the same time, they slapped their storage bags, wanting to take out the yellow talisman given by the Huanhua sect to escape. Unfortunately, just as the two cultivators slapped their storage bags, their arms stiffened and they could not move at all. Yun Feng and Yun Lan, who were opposite them, were overjoyed. They threw out the yellow talismans in their hands. In the blink of an eye, several icicle talismans pierced the bodies of the two cultivators. A few rays of light were annihilated, and the icicles pierced their bodies into pieces. Humph! Yun Lan and Yun Feng snorted coldly. They flew forward and took their storage bags. Then, they followed Yun Guichong's back and chased after him. At the same time, the four cultivators who had just sent out the mother-child sword talismans arrived. The one in the lead was a bearded man of about the 8th level of Qi refining. He wore an earthen-yellow Taoist robe and held a round, glittering sphere in his hand. The three cultivators behind him were also about the 7th level, each holding a yellow talisman. The four of them looked at Yun Guichong's flying figure and turned to the cultivator who almost caught the robin just now. At this moment, the cultivator had already retrieved the yellow talisman that could emit golden threads. He even held the storage pouch of the cultivator who was killed just now in his hand. His eyes looked at the four people who were already close by and he sneered, "Howling Cloud Mahist clan Zemo Yang, I know." This cultivator had already lost 3 of his companions. Knowing that he no longer had the strength to seize the kingfisher, he unconsciously began to think of retreating. "So what if you know that I am from the Mahist clan?" The bearded cultivator in the lead, Mo Yang, sneered, "I will kill all of you. Do you think that the He clan can still find trouble with the Mahist clan?" As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3 disciples behind him all channeled their magic power. Their hands glowed faintly as they struck towards the remaining He clan disciple. "Forget it." The He clan disciple sighed. He knew that since the rules were set by the Rinsing Flower sect and that they did not care about life and death, if the He clan were to find trouble with the Mahist clan, it would naturally be a humiliation to the Rinsing Flower sect. How could the Rinsing Flower sect let this matter rest? The 3 dead He clan disciples had died in vain. As he sighed, the He clan disciple channeled his magic power into the yellow talisman in his hand. The yellow talisman immediately transformed into a blue light shield that enveloped the He clan disciple. Then, a sky-blue brilliance overflowed and spun rapidly. Immediately, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings was sucked in by this rotation, forming a gust of wind. When the gust of wind passed, the He clan disciple's body had already disappeared from the spot. "Humph, this bastard got away with it," Mo Yang said hatefully. "It's a pity that I do not have the puppet talisman of the Yun clan. Otherwise, how could I have let you escape with your life? Second brother, what should we do? Should we chase after the Yun clan? Or should we look for other robin birds?" Mo Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. Yun Guiao's cultivation level is very high. Furthermore, he is at the 9th level of Qi refining. With the help of the yellow talisman and blood essence, he can already control low-level magic weapons. We are still inferior to him. Let's look for other robin birds first. As he spoke, he held the shiny ball in his hand in front of his chest. When he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the ball immediately shone brightly. After a moment, a tranquil scene appeared in the ball. A robin bird was actually flying freely among a large number of strange flowers. Where is this? Mo Yang saw this and his face lit up with joy. He cast a spell on the ball and the image of the robin bird rapidly shrank, revealing the surrounding terrain. It's at the back of the mountain. A Mahist disciple beside him shouted anxiously. Quick, second brother, there are a few groups of cultivators rushing over there. Another disciple pointed with his finger. Indeed, there were 4 groups of cultivators flying in the air around the robin bird. They were all flying towards the flowers. Humph! Mo Yang snorted coldly. He cast a spell and the light of the ball was extinguished, returning it to an ordinary-looking ball. Let's go, they are only at the 7th level of Qi refining. How dare they fight with the Mahist clan? Mo Yang waved his hand and the 4 of them immediately flew towards the flowers at the back of the mountain. Xiao Hua was lying on the grass with a grass root in his mouth. He crossed one leg over the other and slowly swayed. His eyes were looking at the slowly drifting clouds in the sky. He seemed to be very satisfied. Ah! A scream came from far to his left. It sounded very mournful. 22. Xiao Hua's expression did not change. He counted in his heart. It's only been 4 hours and 22 people have already died. Don't they know? Right now, the robin bird is like a hot chestnut that can't be touched at all. Unless you have a spirit storage pouch and can hide the robin bird inside without others noticing, you will only be attacked by a group of people. Even if you have a spirit storage pouch, it still won't work. When you catch it, it's impossible for no one to see it, unless you secretly put it into a spirit storage pouch. However, immediately after, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Since he knew about this principle, the others naturally also knew about it. For someone as smart as Kaizhuxia, she naturally knew about this principle. However, how could she look on helplessly as someone else captured the robin? Perhaps no matter how profound their cultivation was, they would still have to do something. Alright, they. I'll hide first and cultivate for a night. I'll wait for them to kill each other during the night. I'll think about it again tomorrow at noon. Xiao Hua thought. He got up from the ground and looked left and right. He found a hidden place, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Of course, Xiao Hua was not the only smart and patient person. On the mountain behind the Huanhua sect, there were nearly 20 people scattered everywhere. They coldly watched and quietly waited for the right time. Dusk gradually enveloped the entire mountain peak and the stars in the night sky gradually revealed themselves. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. He took out the demonic spear and displayed the 360 moves of the Tong Tian staff technique from beginning to end. He stretched his muscles and bones and secretly laughed. The weight of this spear seems to be a bit lighter and the length is also not suitable. If it was twice as long, it would be about right. This staff technique of mine. I don't know where I learned it from. It seems that I have never seen it in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. If I didn't remember this staff technique and occasionally use it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for me to think of it. That's not right. I remember in Jinghua City, when I went to the west of the city, I also displayed some movement techniques. Those moves don't seem to be within this staff technique. Could it be that I still know some other moves? Xiao Hua suddenly realized, but what kind of moves are they? After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua used his hands and feet to gesture for a while, but he still couldn't remember. Xiao Hua unconsciously smiled bitterly. He looked at the bright stars in the sky inside. He sat cross-legged again and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy of the Huanhua sect's back mountain was abundant. It far surpassed all the places Xiaohua had cultivated in before. Therefore, Xiaohua's cultivation progress in one night was also considerable. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body, the reverse light in Xiaohua's space quietly rotated. Xiaohua also opened his eyes. Mother! Mother! Faintly, there seemed to be a voice in Xiaohua's heart, who? The two flames in Xiaohua's eyes flashed and disappeared. His face revealed an extremely shocked expression. However, when he frowned and carefully listened, his ears only heard the mountain wind and the trembling of the flowers. Where was there any other movement? Did I mishear? Xiaohua's brows slightly relaxed. Presumably, it has nothing to do with me. After all, no one would ask me what mother I called. Just as he was thinking, another scream rang out. This time, it wasn't too far from Xiaohua's location. How many is this? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the scream. He thought to himself, last night, the screams didn't stop. I'm afraid a lot of aristocratic children died. Where's Kaixuxia? Is she still alive? However, it seems that it's still early. I'm not in a hurry. Let's go take a look first. If there's really a chance, it won't be too late to talk about it. Xiaohua made up his mind. He carefully concealed his figure and flew towards the location of the scream. However, Xiaohua was admittedly careful. But just as he approached the location of the scream, a voice came from behind him. It's this guy. I just saw that the robin was caught by this guy. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He turned his head and saw a graceful female cultivator gradually appear in the air. Kaixia. Invisibility talisman. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He had only faintly heard of such a high-level yellow talisman. You brat, hurry up and hand over the robin. At the same time, two silhouettes appeared above Xiaohua's head like Kaixia. One was Kaixia, and the other was a tall and fat cultivator roughly around the 6th level of qi condensation. Chapter 14:20. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and he secretly cursed in his heart. As soon as they met, Kaixia threw the whereabouts of the kingfisher to him, and these three people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Was there even a need to say their intentions? Thus, Xiaohua didn't answer. He waved his hand, and a large stack of fireball talismans flew towards Kaixia and that fat cultivator. His figure turned around, and he quickly flew towards Kaixia. Courting death. Kaixia and the fat cultivator both sneered. They clapped their hands, and their respective freezing talismans, icicle talismans, and defensive yellow talismans all flew forward. Rumble, a burst of noise sounded. The two people who were caught off guard were hit by the top-grade fireball talismans refined by Xiaohua, and they were practically unable to stand steadily in midair. Taking advantage of the fireball talismans exploding behind him, Xiaohua also raised his hand, and a few fireball talismans smashed towards Kaixia. Kaixia moved earlier than Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua attacked Kaixia's yellow talismans were also shot out. However, what surprised Kaixia was that although her yellow talismans were fast, they were actually not as fast as Xiaohua's flying speed. Xiaohua actually used a figure she had never seen before to miraculously dodge the yellow talismans in midair, and instead used a pile of fireball talismans to smash towards her. Just as Kaixia was stunned, Xiaohua's fireball talismans had already followed and exploded around Kaixia. A wave of heat attacked, and several huge forces attacked from all directions, blowing away the defensive yellow talismans around Kaixia's body, causing them to brighten and darken, as if they were about to collapse. Strange. This guy's fireball talismans are actually this powerful? Kaixia said in shock. And his flying speed. Flying speed. Just as Kaixia thought of Xiaohua's flying speed, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling would last forever. Kai-Yingxia didn't hesitate to slap her storage pouch, wanting to take out the teleportation yellow talisman. However, just as her hand was about to touch the storage pouch, a burst of sharp pain actually came from her back. She didn't dare to believe it, and saw that Xiao Hua had already approached her from behind, and unknowingly pierced through her defensive yellow talisman. You! Kai-Yingxia only said one word, and then her vision turned black, and her figure fell from midair. Yingxia! Not far away, Kai-Yingxia had just stabilized her body when she saw Kai-Yingxia fall from the sky. Xiao Hua was standing steadily where Kai-Yingxia was standing just now, holding Kai-Yingxia's storage pouch in his hand. Little thief, hand over your life! Kai-Yingxia shouted. Ignoring the reaction of the fat cultivator beside her, she urged her magic power and flew towards Xiao Hua. When the fat cultivator saw this, a ruthless look appeared on his face. He took out a jade-like Dharma artifact from his storage bag and chased after them. Xiao Hua looked on coldly. Ignoring him, he turned and flew away. Although his speed wasn't fast, it was still comparable to the 8th level of qi refining. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Kai-Yingxia and the fat cultivator's sight. Xiao Hua, Kai-Yingxia shouted, I swear that I won't let you go. I swear that I won't let the Kai family of Luoyang go. Kai-Yingxia saw that she couldn't catch up with them, so she could only threaten them and fly to the place where Kai-Yingxia's body fell. Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be impatient. Let's first see how fellow Taoist Kai died. The fat cultivator said in a low voice, this Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refining, how could he kill fellow Taoist Kai who was at the 7th level of qi refining? Kai-Yingxia's face revealed a sad expression. She picked up Kai-Yingxia's smashed body and examined it from top to bottom. She said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Gao, my sister, didn't seem to be killed by Xiao Hua using magic power. There are no traces of yellow talismans on her body. Huh. That's strange. The cultivator surnamed Gao was even more puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, then I'll have to ask fellow Taoist Kai to take a closer look. Are there any fatal injuries? And Kai-Yingxia listened and carefully examined the body again. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Kai-Yingxia cried out in alarm, here. Following Kai-Yingxia's cry, the cultivator surnamed Gao, whose back was facing her, turned his head. His gaze fell on Kai-Yingxia's exposed back. There was a jet-black wound. It looked very small, much smaller than a baby's little mouth. Stab wound. Devil tool. How is this possible? The cultivator surnamed Gao was shocked and said in disbelief. But at the same time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly turned his head and shouted, Who? Who? Kai-Yingxia was also shocked. She followed the cultivator surnamed Gao's gaze, but there was nothing behind him. There was only the mountain breeze and the fragrance of flowers. There's no one. Kai-Yingxia looked at the cultivator surnamed Gao with some inquiry. Cough cough. The cultivator surnamed Gao awkwardly said, I was a bit suspicious. While the cultivator surnamed Gao was coughing, Kai-Yingxia's eyes revealed a kind of horror. She stared straight behind the cultivator surnamed Gao, as if she was looking at a malicious spirit. A pitch-black spear tip slowly appeared behind the cultivator surnamed Gao's back, slowly stabbing towards his back. That cultivator surnamed Gao also seemed to have realized something. Just as he was about to turn around again, Xiao Hua's tall and thin figure appeared behind him. The tip of the demonic spear in his hand also fiercely pierced the cultivator surnamed Gao's back. Ah! The cultivator surnamed Gao was worthy of being a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator from a cultivation family. At the same time the devil's spear tip was curled up with black light, he actually waved his hand and threw the yellow talismans he had just been on guard at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua didn't panic in the slightest. He urged his magic power, and his figure disappeared again. At the same time, he used his movement technique to dodge the yellow talismans without using any magic power. Invisibility. Body. Talisman. Kai Yuxia said word by word from her mouth, "You're a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator, how can you use an invisibility talisman that only sixth-layer qi refining cultivators can use?" When she saw that Xiao Hua had actually hidden himself and dodged the yellow talismans, she became even more nervous. She was very puzzled in her heart. This invisibility talisman can't use magic power when it's invisibility. Once magic power is used, the invisibility effect will disappear. This guy, how can he still dodge the yellow talismans when he's invisible? With a plop, the fat cultivator surnamed Gao's corpse also fell next to Kai Yuxia. Kai Yuxia's mind raced. She reached out and tore off the corpse's storage pouch. At the same time, she took out her own yellow teleportation talisman and sent out her magic power without any hesitation. It was only after Kai Yuxia and Kai Yingxia's figures disappeared that Xiao Hua's figure gradually revealed himself. This is bad. I'm still inexperienced. That cultivator surnamed Gao was clearly bluffing. Why couldn't I hold myself back? If I had taken a few more steps, wouldn't I have gotten rid of him and Kai Yuxia together? Now that I've missed Kai Yuxia, it'll be troublesome. Soon after, Xiao Hua frowned and patted his forehead. A dim yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Looking at the yellow talisman that was almost devoid of heaven and earth spiritual energy, Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful. Alas, this invisibility talisman is really good. It's a pity that I can't exchange it in EG. As for this, it seems like I can only use it once or twice. At the same time, on the north side of the foothills, in a place where the sun was shining brightly, a robin was struggling in midair. Near it, a 3-foot square cage was faintly discernible. Below the cage, a middle-aged cultivator with a white face and no beard was forming hand seals and doing his best to send magic power into the cage. Around the middle-aged cultivator, there were already several corpses lying in disarray. Wang. Pa. A large green hand first flew out from a nearby cave and then patted the cage in midair. Under the enormous force of the large green hand, the cage immediately turned into specks of fluorescence and disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Soon after, the robin regained its freedom and flew up like a green ray of light, preparing to escape. But at this moment, the big green hand suddenly spread open and its 5 fingers separated. A rotating mass of air was released from the big hand and instantly enveloped an area of about 10 feet around it. Although the robin was fast, it only flew to the edge of the 10 feet radius before the large hand's rotating mass of qi enveloped the robin. Boom! The large green hand slowly patted down. When it got close to the robin, it suddenly clenched like a clenched fist. Okay. A clear voice came from within the cave. Then, the figures of Yun Guichong, Yun Lan and Yun Feng flew out of the cave. As soon as Yun Guichong came out of the cave, he immediately patted his storage bag. Several sword talismans flew into the air and headed in 5 different directions. The sword talismans faintly shone with a cold light, and the sword light was fluctuating. Fellow cultivators. The robin has been taken by the Yun family. I hope that you won't fall out with I. Yun Guichong formed a seal in his hand and said coldly, there are still 2 more robin birds in this mountain that have not been caught. You'd better focus on them. After a long while, several figures quickly flew out from the directions pointed by the sword talismans and flew in 2 different directions. Looking at the cultivation of these people, they were all around the 8th or 9th level. When the figures disappeared, Yun Guichong's face showed joy. He formed a seal in his hand and the large green hand flew back. When the large hand opened, it was the unconscious robin. Yun Guichong pasted a yellow talisman on the robin's body. Only then did he fall and stumble. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. As Yun Guichong suffered from the backlash of his magic power, the large green hand quickly shrank and turned into a green-yellow talisman that fell into Yun Guichong's hand. "Congratulations, big brother." Yun Lan and Yun Feng smiled and cupped their hands. "Don't be careless. As long as the disciples of the Huanhua sect don't appear, everything will change." Yun Guichong placed the robin in his arms and took out an elixir to consume. Only then did his face slowly relax. "How do we deal with this person?" Yun Lan looked at the cultivator who had just fainted and asked softly. "Let him wake up slowly." Yun Feng smiled and said, "I'm afraid this guy has no chance." "Wake up slowly." Yun Guichong glanced at Yun Feng and then at the cultivator who had fallen on the ground. He said coldly, "Since we have a grudge, when will we kill him?" "Yun Feng, you're too childish." "Yes, I understand," Yun Feng said in panic. Chapter 14:21. Beside a small waterfall formed by a stream, an emerald green spirit fruit was growing among the vines on the mountain wall. Suddenly, an emerald green shadow flew out of the forest and approached the spirit fruit in the blink of an eye. When the shadow stopped, it turned out to be a thumb-sized robin. The robin seemed to have been disturbed a lot this day and night. It no longer dared to go forward and suck the juice of the spirit fruit as if it was familiar with the way it used to. Instead, it stopped about a foot away from the spirit fruit and stayed still. After a moment, seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, the robin was relieved. It flapped its wings and was about to pierce its beak into the emerald fruit when a 10-feet wide net suddenly shot out from the stone wall between the vines beside the emerald fruit, trapping both the emerald fruit and the robin within. "Ha ha ha!" A wild laugh came from above the stone wall where the waterfall was. It was Qing Ming who had set up the ambush. Behind him, Lo Chongqi also revealed his figure with a smile. However, the Qing clan disciples who had been following behind them were nowhere to be seen. They must have lost their lives in the hunt last night. Qing Ming's face was full of wild laughter. He gave a thumbs up and praised, "Fellow Taoist Lu is wise. Instead of looking for the robin, you only looked for the rare emerald juice fruit and set up an ambush next to the fruit to lure the robin into the trap. Fellow Taoist Lu is really smart. Fellow Taoist Cheng is too kind. It was only when I saw fellow Taoist Cheng's death last night that I had the idea. This is also fellow Taoist Cheng's blessing." Lu Chongqi cupped his hands and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Lu, please put away this net spirit talisman. If you didn't have this spirit talisman, I'm afraid even if the robin fell into the trap, I wouldn't be able to deal with it." Qing Ming laughed. "Yes, I will put it away right away." As Lu Chongqi spoke, he had already flown into the air. He slapped a yellow talisman on his forehead. Then, he made a gesture. The net covering the robin flashed with a red brilliance and gradually shrank. It slowly turned into a net of 1 foot in size and flew into Lu Chongqi's hand. At this moment, a figure like a flying sword rushed out of the waterfall, splashing water everywhere. Looking at the fluttering Taoist robe and black hair like clouds, it was Kaizhuxia who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Kaizhuxia had used the spirit-seeking talisman 3 times yesterday, but all of them had failed. She had been snatched away by others, so like Lu Chongqi, she thought of other ways to find the emerald juice fruit beside the waterfall. Unfortunately, she did not have a net spirit talisman, so she could only lie in ambush and wait for the emerald juice fruit to come to her. She was aware of Qing Ming and Lu Chongqi's arrangements, but her cultivation was far inferior to theirs, so she didn't dare to make a move. She waited for them to succeed before she dared to take the risk and charge out. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Kaizhuxia's figure fly out, Qing Ming, who had long been prepared, sneered. He held a large number of yellow talismans in his hand and smashed them down like hailstones. Of course, Kaizhuxia was well prepared to take advantage of the situation. She also threw out several yellow talismans to block Qing Ming's attack. Her other hand reached out to grab the net that was close at hand, hee. There was another sneer. A sword light flew out from under Wuxia's body. At the same time, a cultivator covered in earthy yellow brilliance emerged from the ground. Ah, Wuxia was shocked. She thought she was the first to arrive. She didn't see anyone here except for Qingming and Luchongqi, so she didn't have any defense against the ground. The flying sword talisman was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Wuxia's abdomen, forcing her to stop reaching out to grab the net. She could only roll herself up and fly to the side. The flying sword talisman brushed past Wuxia's Daoist robe, shattering the iron cloak talisman and flying straight into the air. That was close. Wuxia's back was covered in cold sweat. She was just about to stabilize her unbalanced body when Luchongqi, who was in midair, revealed a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, an extremely fine brilliance quietly flew toward Wuxia's glabella. Black iron needle. Wuxia's heart sank. This black iron needle was a low-level magic tool driven by Foundation establishment cultivators using their divine thoughts. It was extremely sharp and could break through defenses. With Wuxia's cultivation, not to mention that the iron cloak talisman was broken, even if her defenses were intact, it wouldn't be easy for her to dodge it. And, not to mention that she was now leaning in midair. Sigh, Wuxia let out a sigh from the bottom of her heart. She slightly urged her transcendence energy and activated the transmission yellow talisman in her hand. A ray of light emitted from her hand, and Wuxia's figure disappeared in midair. However, what happened next was completely out of Wuxia's expectations. Just as Wuxia's figure disappeared, the black iron needle that was flying towards Wuxia suddenly changed its direction. With a sharp turn, it rapidly pierced towards the cultivator who used the Earth Escape Talisman. Luchongqi's black iron needle was actually attacking this cultivator, and not Wuxia. Not only was Wuxia fooled, that cultivator was also fooled. He was prepared to use one hand to grab the net and the other to attack Luchongqi. Unfortunately, that black iron needle suddenly changed its direction and he had no time to dodge. With a "chi" sound, the black iron needle pierced through his defensive yellow talisman and directly pierced through his Daoist robe, piercing right into his heart. Ah! A wave of unbearable pain came from this cultivator's body. The cultivator cried out in grief and his entire body went limp. He fell from midair and couldn't be more dead. Humph! Luchongqi let out a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, the black iron needle flew out of the cultivator's corpse, flashed through the air, and landed in his hand. Great magical power. Qingming also flew over at this time with a look of horror on his face and praised again. I wouldn't dare. Luchongqi's face regained its smile. He made a hand seal with his other hand and the net floating in midair flew into his hand. Luchongqi didn't even look at it. He only looked around as if he was guarding against other people's sneak attacks. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Lu, don't look. Just based on the black iron needle that fellow Daoist can control as a Foundation establishment cultivator, who would dare to come forward? Qingming laughed and said, quickly take out the robin. I will stick a spirit suppression talisman on it. Yes, that's exactly what I should do. Luchongqi said and put away the net, revealing the motionless robin inside. However, he didn't directly hand the robin to Qingming. Instead, he took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag and stuck it on the robin. Qingming saw this and said, fellow Daoist Lu is really meticulous. Thank you very much. Quickly give the robin to I. Unexpectedly, Luchongqi bared his teeth and laughed. He put the robin into his arms and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Cheng, you're wrong. This robin was captured by I. Why should I give it to fellow Daoist? You. Qingming flew into a rage and jumped up. You're going back on your word. Didn't we already make an oath? The first robin is eyes and the second is fellow Taoists. Lu Chongqi wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Cheng, you're wrong. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. It was I who came up with the idea to search for the jade fruit, right? This net spirit talisman is eyes, right? It was also I who killed one of the two cultivators who coveted the robin and repelled the other, right? Tell me, what right do you have to want this robin? But the spirit used to find this jade fruit is my Qing clan's, right? Qing Ming's face turned red and he said anxiously, besides, you also made an oath with I. My Qing clan's disciple protected you last night and even lost his life. He, fellow Taoist Qing, do you believe such a childish trick like making an oath? Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed his finger. The black iron needle spun in the air and stopped in front of Qing Ming's forehead. He said, fellow Taoist Qing, although your cultivation is at the 7th level of qi refinement, I'm afraid you don't have any power to resist this black iron needle. I won't take your life for the sake of your Qing clan's disciple's life last night. Consider yesterday's oath worthy. Haha! Qing Ming was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the black iron needle and said, you're only a 5th level qi refinement itinerant cultivator. Even if you have some secret skill to control the black iron needle, can you sneak attack a 7th level qi refinement cultivator? Can you kill a 7th level cultivator who's already prepared? If fellow Taoist Qing doesn't believe me, you can try. Lu Chongqi sneered. Ha 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 ha! At this time, Qing Ming actually raised his head and laughed. He shook his head slightly and said, itinerant cultivators, oh itinerant cultivators. As expected, they're all foolishly arrogant itinerant cultivators. Don't think you're invincible just because you can use the black iron needle. Right, fellow Taoist Lu, do you still remember the oath you made yesterday? Seeing Qing Ming's abnormal behavior, Lu Chongqi was stunned and his heart trembled. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I've long forgotten. If fellow Taoist wants to know, think about it yourself. Then, he looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. I have to stay away for a while and wait for the Huanhua sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Cheng, farewell. If you violate this oath, your spirit will no longer be at the mercy of others. You'll have to work like an ox or a horse for 100 years. Fellow Taoist Lu, do you still remember? Qing Ming sneered and slapped his hand. He took out a fist-sized, strange-looking bell from his storage bag. You. Qing Ming was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Qing Ming activate his magic power and shake the bell slightly. Ding, ding, ding. There was a soft sound. It was very ordinary, but the sound of the bell was like a bolt from the blue in Lu Chongqi's ears. His heart was about to swell. What made Lu Chongqi the most nervous was that with the sound of the bell, he felt like his body was about to float. Lu Chongqi knew that this was definitely not his body floating. When he thought of Qing Ming's oath, he suddenly realized that this feeling of floating was probably the precursor to his soul leaving his body. You. When did you do this? Lu Chongqi calmed down in horror and asked in a low voice. There's no time at all. I'll just strike fellow Taoist Li's palm when I'm making the vow. Qing Ming was obviously confident and said with a smile, of course, if fellow Taoist Lu keeps your oath, this puppet talisman will lose its effect after noon and won't affect you in the slightest. Chapter 1422. How could Lu Chongqi believe that? He shook his head with a wry smile. I have been scheming for a long time, but it's all for someone else. Fellow Taoist Lu, you're wrong. You're acting according to our plan yesterday. Qing Ming corrected him. Forget it, I'll return the robin to you now. Please let I go. Lu Chongqi lowered his head and pleaded. No need, fellow Taoist Lu. Since fellow Taoist likes to hold the robin bird, you can always hold it for this poor Taoist. Qing Ming sneered. This poor Taoist is very relieved to leave the robin bird with you. Who is it? Lu Chongqi felt a chill in his heart. He pointed his finger, and the black iron needle flew toward the air to Qingming's left. Qingming was startled when he saw Lu Chongqi move. He was about to ring the spirit summoning bell when he saw the black iron needle flying to the side instead of between his eyebrows. He was slightly stunned and his head involuntarily tilted slightly. However, when Qingming saw that there was nothing in the air to his left, he cursed in his heart. However, when he turned to look at Lu Chongqi was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. However, when Qingming saw Lu Chongqi's appearance clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lu Chongqi was already holding the robin in his hand, and his thumb was the yellow talisman on the robin. "Fellow Taoist Lu, why are you doing this?" Qingming steadied his mind and smiled. "Since fellow Taoist Lu wants to abide by yesterday's oath, I will remove the puppet talisman and return fellow Taoist Lu to your freedom. How about that?" Lu Chongqi stared at Qingming for a long while, then sneered, "Fellow Taoist Qing, you must know that if this humble Taoist removes the yellow talisman on the robin bird, it will immediately escape. Even if this humble Taoist uses a little bit of strength, the robin bird will be crushed to death by this humble Taoist. Can this reckless robin bird let fellow Taoist Qing join the Huanhua sect? Fellow Taoist Lu wants to test Ai's family's puppet technique?" Qingming laughed. "No, I want to see if fellow Taoist or I is faster." "Fellow Taoist Lu, didn't I just say? As long as you return the robin to I will remove the puppet talisman," Qingming said in a low voice. "Yes, I do not dare to be careless when facing fellow Taoist Cheng's Haiqing prefecture." Lu Chongqi nodded and said, "However, I hope that fellow Taoist Cheng will do as I say. Isn't it just removing your puppet talisman? What do you want I to do?" Qingming was puzzled. "Don't play dumb." Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed at the soul-absorbing bell in Qingming's hand. "If I don't have this bell in my hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life, right?" "This." Qingming's expression changed drastically and he said anxiously, "This soul-absorbing bell is an heirloom of the Qing clan. How can I give it to you? I don't care if it's an heirloom or not. If you don't let I feel at ease, I won't return the robin to you. Hee, if you want to delay, I'm not afraid. When the time comes, I'll hold the robin in my hand and be a disciple of the Huanhua sect. I don't believe that the Huanhua sect can't break your Qing clan's puppet technique." Lu Chongqi said confidently. "Oh. Okay." Qingming lowered his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. "How do you want to get the soul-absorbing bell?" "Fellow Taoist Cheng and I will each put our things on the ground. We'll each go around and pick up the things on the ground at the same time. What do you think, fellow Taoist Cheng?" Lu Chongqi must have thought it through and said immediately. "Okay, we'll do as fellow Taoist Lu says." Qingming's face was distorted, but he could only grit his teeth and agree firmly. Qingming put the soul-absorbing bell at his feet and Lu Chongqi also put the robin with the yellow talisman at his feet. "Okay, fellow Taoist Cheng, I'll start counting. After each count, we'll each take a step around the circle," Lu Chongqi said. "Please. 1. Lu Chongqi shouted, and the two of them each took a step away from their original positions. 2. 3. 4. After Lu Chongqi counted 10 times, the two of them were already far away from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin. Seeing that they were about the same distance from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin, Lu Chongqi couldn't hold back anymore. When he shouted 11, he flew up and pounced on the soul-absorbing bell. Qingming's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he watched Lu Chongqi fly up. As he flew towards the robin, he clapped his hand and a bell that looked exactly like the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Lu Chongqi, who was flying in the air, didn't panic when he saw Qingming. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. When he saw the other soul-absorbing bell, his body shook violently. He stopped in place and said in a trembling voice, "You. You used a fake soul-absorbing bell to trick I. No way. Qingming shook his head and sneered. There are 2 soul-absorbing bells in the Qing family. As he said that, the soul-absorbing bell in his hand shook without hesitation. The feeling of floating appeared in Lu Chongqi's mind again. Lu Chongqi knew that if he felt that he was flying, his soul would be taken away by the soul-absorbing bell and he would become an unconscious puppet. In an instant, Lu Chongqi made a decision. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and suddenly cast a spell that he had been holding in his hand for a long time, hitting somewhere far away. Just after he cast the spell, Lu Chongqi's face was as white as a sheet. His other hand backhanded and hit his own forehead. But, the moment Lu Chongqi hit his forehead, a strange splendor suddenly appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. It turned out that Lu Chongqi's gaze was on the robin with the yellow talisman stuck on it beside Qingming. It actually floated in the air, when Lu Chongqi saw it, Qingming naturally noticed it too. He shouted and stabbed an ice thorn talisman at the top of the robin's head. Chi, as if a layer of paper was pierced, a tall and thin figure emerged in the air. It was Xiao Hua with the robin in his hand. How dare you! Qingming was unable to restrain his anger. He channeled all the transcendence energy in his body and shot out the yellow talisman in his hand. He wanted to kill this little 4th-level Qi refining cultivator who had used the invisibility talisman to sneak up on him while he was fighting with Lu Chongqi. However, Xiao Hua's eyes were full of mockery when he saw the yellow talismans flying toward him. He also used his magic power to activate the flight talisman. His whole body flew into the air at a speed that Qingming couldn't even imagine. You! Qingming was horrified. Just as he was about to activate the flight talisman, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Before he could turn his head, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. A slender black iron needle pierced through his chest and chased after Xiao Hua from afar. Ah! Qingming looked at his chest in disbelief. A drop of blood was oozing out of the wound. As early as when Lu Chongqi cast the spell with all his might before his death, Qingming thought that it might be the black iron needle that flew away just now. However, because of Xiao Hua's sudden appearance and taking away the robin, Qingming lost his vigilance. He didn't expect that. Lu Chongqi's all-out attack would be so sharp that he, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was the only sentence Qingming could think of before he died. Xiao Hua had become the fisherman. He flew in the air at top speed, always paying attention to the movements behind him. When he saw Qingming stabbed to death by the black iron needle, his figure also stopped. Seeing the black iron needle fly past him, he only grabbed it with his hand and caught it in the hollow of his palm. The black iron needle was heavy in his hand. The entire needle was black, and the tip of the needle flashed with a sharp light. Good stuff. Xiao Hua praised in his heart. He stored it in his space. Immediately, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something. His figure suddenly flew down and took Lu Chongqi and Qing Kong's storage pouches, as well as the 2 soul-absorbing bells. When he landed on the ground again, he raised his hand and looked at the robin with a yellow talisman stuck on it. He drew back his mouth and laughed out loud. This is what it means to wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiao Hua laughed foolishly. Looking at the robin, it was as if he could see his bright future in the rinsing flower sect. Just as he was about to put the robin into his bosom, at this moment, a voice came from the air. If it were me, I would obediently put this robin on the ground and quickly flee far away. Only this way can I still preserve my life. Xiao Hua found this voice very unfamiliar. He frowned and sneered, which fellow Taoist is this? So arrogant? However, when he saw the cultivator flying in the air, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. He saw a 16-year-old youth in a pure white Taoist robe. His facial features were picturesque. Flying in the air, he looked like the legendary Golden Boy. Unfortunately, this youth was only at the 4th layer of qi refining. No matter what, it was impossible for Xiao Hua to feel threatened. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist has the confidence to kill I before I can crush this robin to death? Xiao Hua sneered, seeing that fellow Taoist is also at the 4th layer of qi refining just like I won't care about your rudeness. You'd better get out of here quickly. Pfft. The youth laughed out loud and said, fellow Taoist is indeed a 4th layer cultivator like I. These words are exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't think that fellow Taoist would actually beat me to it. Fellow Taoist must have lost his mind, right? Xiao Hua was too lazy to pay attention to him. He activated his magic power and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a divine sense was released from the youth's back. It swept past Xiao Hua's body with incomparable speed and immediately locked onto Xiao Hua. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. His eyes widened as he looked at the youth's back in disbelief. Over there was an old man wearing white clothes. His face was slightly green and he had a brandy nose. He slowly flew out. Ah! Xiao Hua's heart chilled. This Foundation Establishment old man was precisely the one he and Kaizhuxia saw on their way to the Rinsing Flower sect. Greetings, Senior. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and promptly bowed in greeting. I didn't think that the last robin would actually be obtained by you. The old man's tone was indifferent as he said, seeing that you have the same cultivation as Tong, this old man won't take your life. Take the robin and bring it over. Chapter 1423. Senior. Xiao Hua gazed at the Foundation Establishment old man standing not too far away. In his heart, he was very reluctant to part with the robin in his bosom. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior's words are unreasonable. Since Senior knows that Junior's cultivation is shallow, you should know that Junior obtained this robin with great difficulty. Junior's future cultivation will be entrusted to this robin. Senior, won't you go look at the other 2 robin birds? You're too long-winded. Since I took a fancy to this robin bird, then I'll take this one. What right do you have to be long-winded? That young cultivator was somewhat impatient. He looked at the sky and said, it's almost noon. Do you think I still have time? The Foundation Establishment old man's face turned cold. In a flash, he released his spiritual pressure, firmly suppressing Xiao Hua. The flow of true qi in his entire body was slightly sluggish, not to mention the circulation of his magic power. Alas, qi refining and Foundation Establishment are really too far apart. This isn't a disparity in magic power, but an essential difference in realms. Previously, Xiao Hua still wanted to rely on his flying speed to waste time with the Foundation Establishment old man and wait for the arrival of the Rinsing Flower sect disciples. However, as soon as the Foundation Establishment old man released his spiritual pressure, Xiao Hua knew that as long as he couldn't compare with the old man in terms of spiritual pressure, he would never be able to escape the old man's pursuit. Cultivation is the eternal theme. Xiao Hua sighed. He took out the robin and sneered, Senior, Junior can't escape. However, Senior's spiritual pressure can't stop Junior's thoughts of fighting to the death. Junior only needs to pinch this robin to death. Presumably, Senior can't stop me, right? Just now, this fellow Taoist also clearly said that Senior already doesn't have time to look for other robin birds. This fellow Taoist's chance to pass the selection. I'm afraid there's no chance, right? Ha ha ha, the Foundation Establishment old man raised his head and laughed heartily. He said, Junior, you actually have some backbone. However, did you forget why the Rinsing Flower sect set the selection criteria at the 4th level of qi refining? Ha! Xiao Hua's heart stirred. In a flash, the bottom of his heart became clear. So it turned out that the Huanhua sect had chosen disciples for another reason. Just as Xiao Hua was in a daze, the Foundation establishment old man's figure suddenly moved. Several afterimages flashed by, and he was already in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his transcendence energy to dodge, but under the old man's pressure, the transcendence energy in his body was far from as smooth as before. Xiao Hua was helpless. He finally activated the yellow transmission talisman in his left hand when he saw the Foundation establishment old man. At the same time, his right hand exerted strength, wanting to crush the robin to death. However, the situation had long gone beyond Xiao Hua's control. Before his right hand could exert strength, he only felt a cool breeze blow past, and his hand was empty. That mockingbird had already been snatched away from Xiao Hua's hand by the approaching Foundation establishment old man using magic. Fortunately, just as the old man was making hand seals to attack Xiao Hua, the yellow teleportation talisman had already been activated. Xiao Hua's figure disappeared on the spot. Humph, a little fourth layer chi condensation cultivator actually wants to play tricks with this old man. The Foundation establishment old man coldly snorted. He waved his hand, and that mockingbird flew into the young cultivator's hand. At this moment, a thunderclap rang out, and the voice of a Huanhua sect disciple was heard. Noon has arrived. Which fellow Taoist has obtained a mockingbird? Please show yourself. Alright, Tong Per. Although it's already been arranged, this old man still needs to hide first. You can go. The Foundation establishment old man waved his hand, and his figure sank into the ground and disappeared. Thank you, granduncle. That young cultivator bowed in salute, and immediately flew into the air. As for Xiao Hua, there was a slight dizziness in front of his eyes. By the time he looked again, his feet had already landed on the ground. He was inside a rather large palace hall. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, you also came back. I thought noon had already arrived, but fellow Taoist Xiao still hadn't returned. Presumably. Kai Zhuxia's voice rang in Xiao Hua's ear with great astonishment. Xiao Hua's complexion was ashen. He looked at Kai Zhuxia who was walking over from not too far away, and he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression wasn't right, Kai Zhuxia comforted him. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, fellow Taoist being able to escape with his life is already pretty good. I came early, and I heard from the fellow Taoist who came back earlier that there were a lot of casualties in the back mountain. Xiao Hua thought about the danger just now, and he really had a lingering fear. That was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he actually dared to threaten him. He really had been confused by the Huanhua sect's painting. Soon after, Xiao Hua looked all around. This palace hall was extremely large, but there were very few cultivators standing in it. With a rough look, there were only about 20 people. Kai Yuxia wasn't among them. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Kai, why don't I see the two disciples from Qin Yang's Kai family? They. Kai Zhuxia's expression was strange, and she said in a low voice, I heard from the fellow Taoist who came out earlier that only Kai Yuxia came out. Moreover, as soon as she came out, she immediately left in a hurry and didn't say anything. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was strange as soon as he came out and was looking everywhere, Kai Zhuxia suddenly came to a realization and said in alarm, could it be, Xiao Hua knew what Kai Zhuxia knew, so he nodded and said, Kai Yingxia was indeed killed by I. This. Kai Zhuxia sucked in a breath of cold air, and a trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua was just about to explain the course of events to Kai Zhuxia when he heard a sound coming from the palace hall's entrance in the distance. When he raised his eyes to look, he saw that the Huanhua sect's disciples were leading a group of cultivators to participate in the selection, and they were entering in a line. We'll talk about this later. Xiao Hua said in a low voice. I was also forced to take action because I had no other choice. Alas, I believe in fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia had followed Xiao Hua all the way here, and she still believed in Xiao Hua's character, but, this time, the target of Xiao Hua's attack was unexpectedly Qin Yang's Kai family, which really made things difficult for Wuxia. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he raised his eyes and looked over. In the center of the palace hall, the male and female disciples of the Huanhua sect were walking in front, while Yun Jichong, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator were following behind them. The remaining 40 to 50 cultivators were hanging their heads, dejectedly following behind them. Needless to say, Yun Jichong, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator should have passed this selection. Sure enough, at the head of the palace hall, on a high platform, a middle-aged late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was already sitting cross-legged at an unknown time. When the Huanhua sect's disciples led the three people to the front of the platform, that foundation establishment cultivator said in a low voice, "Jia, are these the three disciples who passed this time's selection?" Reporting to Martial Uncle, Yun Jichong, Mo Yang, and Yu Tong are the three disciples who passed this time's selection. That male disciple, Jia, cupped his hands and saluted. "And, good. Have you verified that there's no mistake?" This disciple personally checked the robin birds. They were released by this disciple. Moreover, these three robin birds are also alive. Jia said with a smile, "This disciple has done this countless times, so it shouldn't be wrong." "Good, then take these three disciples to the Jade Archive Hall to register." The foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said. At this moment, a voice sounded from below the platform, "Senior, this junior doesn't know if it's appropriate to ask. Who's making a ruckus?" Jia frowned. As he spoke, he turned his head to look, only to see Xiao Hua stepping out from the crowd and cupping his hands. That Yu Tong naturally also saw him, but his expression didn't change. He just looked on indifferently. "Who are you? What do you want to ask?" The foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over and asked very indifferently. "This junior is a loose cultivator, Xiao Hua. There's something that I don't understand." Xiao Hua bowed again and asked, "When this junior was participating in the selection, I met a foundation establishment senior. This senior snatched the robin birds that this junior had already obtained." There was such a thing. That foundation establishment cultivator glanced at Jia, then turned his head and asked Xiao Hua again, "Then what about the foundation establishment cultivator?" This junior doesn't know. I still need to ask fellow Taoist Yu Tong." Xiao Hua pointed at Yu Tong and said. Reporting to senior. Yu Tong stepped forward and said with a smile, "This Xiao Hua is purely talking nonsense. I snatched the robin birds from his hands. Because I was merciful, I didn't take his life. He came here first and slandered me, wanting to make trouble without reason. And, Xiao Hua, I ask you, how did you catch this robin bird?" The foundation establishment cultivator asked. "This junior snatched it from the hands of Ming and Lu Chongqi." Xiao Hua said truthfully. Apart from you and Yu Tong, the other cultivators are all at the 5th level of qi refining and above. What ability do you have to be able to snatch the robin birds from their hands? I don't believe your words. The foundation establishment cultivator said coldly, "Even if Ming and Lu Chongqi perished together and you took advantage of them, Yu Tong is also at the 4th level of qi refining like you. Yu Tong is at the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining, so it's normal for him to be able to snatch the robin birds from your hands. What's more?" At the side, Jia said coldly, "My Huanhua sect's disciple selection only restricts the participation of cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining and above. It doesn't say that foundation establishment cultivators can't participate. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to climb up to others, he should first think it over clearly." Xiao Hua's pupils constricted slightly as he gritted his teeth slightly, and he stared at Yu Tong as he spoke word by word. Since fellow Taoist Yu was able to seize the robin from Junior's hands, then his cultivation is surely higher than Junior's. Junior wants to compete with fellow Taoist Yu once more to see whose methods are more formidable. Absurd. The Foundation establishment cultivator slapped the jade table beside him and scolded, "Do you think my Huanhua sect's disciple selection is child's play? If it's as you say, then all the cultivators in the main hall can make up excuses to compete with Yu Tong. They're all at the 5th level of qi refining and above, so how can Yu Tong be their match? Then what was my Huanhua sect's previous disciple selection? This junior. Xiao Hua was anxious, but he didn't know what to do. Forget it. The Foundation establishment cultivator sighed deeply and sat down. He said, "Seeing that you're eager to pursue the Tao, you're also very clever. I still lack a servant boy to tend the fire. If you're willing, I will be lenient and treat it as the selection for next year's disciple selection in advance." "You can do that?" The eyes of the several dozen children of aristocratic families next to him were filled with envy. This servant boy to tend the fire was admittedly an errand boy, but after all, he could approach the art of pill concocting and medicinal pills. In the future, his fated chances would also be extremely great. He could be considered a top-notch opportunity among the errand boys recruited by the Huanhua sect. Chapter 1424. A fire burner? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Wasn't this the chance he wanted? Still not agreeing. The female disciple who hadn't spoken until now sneered, "It's rare for martial uncle to be so merciful." Still not kowtowing and thanking him. However, just as everyone was somewhat jealous and Wuxia was secretly happy for Xiao Hua sneered, Junior came to the Rinsing Flower sect to seek fairness. Junior relied on my own ability, risked my life, and obtained the robin according to your honorable sect's request, but, unexpectedly, in your honorable sect's back mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, the big bullied the small, using your honorable sect's reputation as the gambling stake. This is something I find shameful. I was robbed of my identity as a cultivation imparting disciple, not an insignificant fire burner. Since Senior can't uphold justice for Junior and give I a chance to pass the selection, then, Junior doesn't need to be a fire burner. Junior was rude. Junior will take his leave first. Xiao Hua bowed and saluted, turning around and leaving the main hall. He left behind several dozen children of influential families standing in the main hall. All of them looked at each other, their eyes brimming with amazement and confusion. Everyone had the same thought, is this, still a 4th level qi condensation loose cultivator? Looking at the other jade token, which was also a 4th level qi condensation cultivator, everyone had an unimaginable feeling in their hearts. Could it be, today, is an auspicious day for 4th level qi condensation cultivators? Rude child. The female disciple flew into a rage and pointed her finger. How can my Rinsing Flower sect's fairness be decided by your words alone? My Rinsing Flower sect is actually something you can come and go as you please. On the platform, the Foundation building cultivator's face was also gloomy, causing Wuxia's heart to be raised high as she watched from the side. She clearly understood in her heart that to Xiao Hua, what he lacked was an opportunity to become a disciple of a famous sect. As long as he had this opportunity, Xiao Hua could definitely soar to the heavens. Even if a shameful scene really did happen in the Rinsing Flower sect's back mountain just now, this fire burner was still a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, after all, so Xiao Hua should have the opportunity to distinguish himself. Wuxia didn't know why Xiao Hua was making such an excuse. The Foundation building cultivator slammed his hand on the jade table next to him and stood up from the futon. He pointed his finger and said, "That brat you." Seeing that the Foundation establishment cultivator was about to get angry, a young disciple quickly ran into the hall. He was holding something in his hand and had a strange expression on his face. As he ran, he shouted, Martial Uncle Lu, the good fate token has appeared." The 99th Good Fate token has appeared. The foundation building cultivator originally stood up in anger, wanting to vent his anger on Xiaohua. However, when he saw the young disciple rushing in and heard the disciples shout, the anger on his face had long disappeared. In an instant, it turned into astonishment and joy. As he flew down from the platform, he said in disbelief, "Yi Ming, really, has a good fate tablet? Good fate card?" At this moment, Xiaohua had already walked to the entrance of the hall. He saw the young disciple brushing past him and heard the disciples shout. He slightly stopped and immediately saw that the foundation establishment cultivator's attention was focused on the so-called good fate token. His heart immediately relaxed and his feet didn't seem to stop. He quickly walked out of the hall. When the young disciple of the Huanhua sect who was holding something saw the foundation establishment cultivator fly down, he also stopped and pushed the thing in his hand forward. He had a smile on his face as he said, "Martial Uncle Lu, this disciple has examined it several times. If it wasn't for this disciple usually dabbling in all kinds of things in the library, it would absolutely be impossible for this disciple to be the first to see that this is the long-lost good fate token." That young disciple was standing not far from Wuxia. When Wuxia saw the thing in the disciple's hand clearly, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in her mind. Her mind immediately went blank. Her entire body was like a clay figurine, unable to move even a little bit. Good fate token. Good fate token. This is the legendary good fate token. Only a voice continuously shouted in Wuxia's heart, I actually also have a good fate token from the Huanhua sect. The thing in the young disciple's hand was a palm-sized token. On the token, there were several clusters of bamboo that were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to dance on the token. It was exactly the same as the token that Xiaohua gave to Wuxia in Qin Fengmin's storage pouch. Let me see. The foundation establishment cultivator landed in front of the young disciple and reached out his hand to take the token. He used his divine sense to scan it several times and then used his eyes to look at it again and again. He slightly nodded, "This is indeed the legendary good fate token." "That's right, Yi Ming, who is the one holding the good fate token? What is his request?" "Martial Uncle Lu, the one holding the good fate token is a boy about 10 years old. His request isn't high. He just wants to enter our Huanhua sect and worship a grandmaster above the gold core stage as his master." Yi Ming smiled and said, "However, this boy's cultivation is around the third layer of the qi refining stage. It seems his foundation isn't bad. Alright, you go and bring him here. I will bring him to see the sect master." The foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said, "The remaining 2 good fate tokens are a thorn in the sect master's heart. He's afraid that the holder of the good fate tokens will make a difficult request. After hearing this news today, he'll definitely be very happy." "Yes, I'll go out now." Yi Ming cupped his hands and walked down. Martial Uncle Lu. Yi Jie, who was next to him, interrupted at this time and asked, "That little itinerant cultivator just now," Martial Uncle Lu was in a good mood at this time. Looking at the cultivators around him, he waved his hand and said, "This kind of uncultured person really doesn't know etiquette. He's only fit to be an itinerant cultivator for the rest of his life. Why should we lower ourselves to his level?" But Yi Jie opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. Who dares to believe the words of an itinerant cultivator? Even if he said it, who would dare to listen? Besides, does he dare to say it? Martial Uncle Lu knew what Yi Jie wanted to say. He sneered and looked at the cultivators in the main hall again, saying, "On the contrary, these disciples of aristocratic families need to be reminded. Don't spread the nonsense of others blindly." "Yes, I understand." Yi Jie nodded and said. "Alright, you can bring these disciples of aristocratic families who didn't pass the selection down. I'll wait for Yi Ming to bring that boy here. Then, I'll bring him and Yu Tong to the inner hall together." Martial Uncle Lu waved his hand and said. When Yi Jie turned around, Martial Uncle Lu transmitted his voice again, send a disciple out to take a look. If that itinerant cultivator hasn't gone far, Yi Jie nodded slightly and asked the disciples of aristocratic families to leave the main hall. Kaizhuxia walked at the back in a daze. She walked and stopped, as if her heart was full of hesitation. It wasn't until she was almost out of the main hall that she turned her head. Her eyes showed a trace of determination. She quickened her pace and caught up with the cultivator in front of her. Xiao Hua walked out of the main hall. He cried out in his heart that he was lucky. Soon after, he asked the boy outside the hall and hurriedly went to the guest pavilion. Inside the guest pavilion, there were two cultivators standing there. One was an old man with white hair and beard. Like Xiao Hua, his cultivation was at the fourth layer of qi refining. Next to him was a boy with bright eyes and white teeth. He looked very delicate and pretty. When the boy and the old man heard the footsteps, their faces showed joy. But when they saw Xiao Hua's age and cultivation, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Hua knew these two were the cultivators who took out the good fate card. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing the vigilance in their eyes, Xiao Hua didn't go up and ask for trouble. He hurriedly walked past them and left the guest pavilion. He urged his transcendence energy and flew into the air. Looking at the direction, he first slowed down. After flying for a while, he pushed his transcendence energy to the limit. After flying for about 10 li, he changed directions again and flew in the direction he and Kaizhuxia came from. He found a mountain peak and a cave, then went in. Sure enough, not long after, several disciples around the 8th layer of qi refining flew out of the guest pavilion and chased after Xiao Hua. Several hours later, when the sky was dark, dozens of aristocratic family disciples came out of the guest pavilion under the lead of Yi Jie and another female disciple. The dozens of disciples' faces were filled with disappointment and joy. They all cupped their hands and saluted the Huanhua sect disciples, then flew in different directions. Kaizhuxia was among them. There were also several female cultivators beside Kaizhuxia. After flying for several li, Kaizhuxia bid farewell to those female cultivators and flew in another direction. Then, she landed on the foothills of a mountain and waited for a long time. Seeing that no one was following them, she found a cave and began to meditate. The night gradually deepened. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged inside the cave. Moonstones were embedded all around the cave. In front of him, there were two identical bells, and there was also that black iron needle floating in the air. Xiao Hua frowned. While looking at the small book in his hand, he formed different hand seals and sent them towards the black iron needle in the air. The black iron needle was originally quietly floating, but as Xiao Hua sent out the hand seals, the black iron needle suddenly trembled. It violently shook up and down. It didn't listen to Xiao Hua's hand seals at all. Why is this? Xiao Hua looked at the small book and muttered to himself in astonishment, this hand seal isn't bad. Moreover, this black iron needle seems to be controlled by foundation establishment cultivators or peak qi refinement cultivators with divine sense. Lu Chongqi is in the 5th layer of qi refinement, how can he use it freely? I'm afraid there are some tricks. As Xiao Hua thought about it, he flipped through the entire booklet but didn't find anything else. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the booklet into the space and took out Lu Chongqi's storage pouch. Xiao Hua only took out the booklet from the storage pouch, he didn't touch anything else. I didn't expect that a loose cultivator like Lu Chongqi would have a lot of medicinal pills and spirit stones. There's even a Qingyi pill, the heavens are really helping me. Xiao Hua was very happy and put all these things into his space. Finally, Xiao Hua took out a dark red book from his storage pouch. This book was smaller and thinner than the small book from before. Could it be some kind of cultivation technique? Xiao Hua opened the booklet as he thought about it. When he finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. No wonder. Lu Chongqi can move the black iron needles without relying on his spiritual sense, so the secret lies here. Chapter 1425. After reading the contents of the booklet, Xiaohua sighed and said, "I'm really ignorant. I always thought that dripping blood to recognize a master was a method used by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to use magic treasures. I didn't think that someone could actually open up a new path and create such a technique to use on magic treasures. Moreover, after successfully practicing this technique, one can actually freely control magic treasures like black iron needles. No wonder Lu Chongqi, a loose cultivator, dared to cooperate with Qingming. This move of his is really powerful. Although I didn't become a disciple of the Huanhua sect this time, I was able to obtain such a strange technique. There's also the Qing family's soul-absorbing bell. This trip was not in vain. Xiaohua thought. He put the booklet in his hand into the space and closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. Then, he stretched out his right hand and a drop of blood was forced out from his fingertip and floated in the air. Xiaohua's eyes were not open. He stretched out both hands and activated all the magic power in his body. Different techniques were sent into the drop of blood one after another. That drop of blood gradually boiled. In the end, it was actually elongated. Xiaohua pointed his finger and the drop of blood flew forward and landed on the black iron needle in the air, wrapping around the black iron needle. The black iron needle seemed to have a mind of its own as it violently trembled in the air. Xiaohua did not mind at all. His hands moved again and hit the black iron needle. Along with the dripping of sweat from Xiaohua's forehead, the blood gradually seeped into the black iron needle. The black iron needle also slowly calmed down. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, "Quick!" The black iron needle shook again and another layer of black blood seeped out from inside. Xiaohua knew that this was the drop of blood that Lu Chongqi used to refine the black iron needle. He opened his mouth and blew. The black blood condensed into a drop and dripped down from the black iron needle. It fell to the ground and disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua used the technique to control the black iron needle. The black iron needle was no longer the least bit cryptic. Following the technique in Xiaohua's hands, it nimbly shuttled back and forth in the cave like a fish. "Go!" Xiaohua shouted. The black iron needle quickly rushed into the stone wall as if it was piercing tofu. It went straight several feet deep. Soon after, Xiaohua hooked his finger and the black iron needle flew back. My goodness, this thing is really not an ordinary kind of powerful. Xiaohua smiled until his eyes curved into a thin crescent moon. I don't know if I can control the black iron needles with my blurry senses that are similar to divine thoughts. It's a pity that I don't have a way to use my divine sense. Otherwise, I could give it a try. Xiaohua thought of his perception of his surroundings. After familiarizing himself with the black iron needle, Xiaohua puts it into his space. Looking at the soul-absorbing bell on the ground, he smiles. I wonder if Qingming's storage pouch has a soul-absorbing talisman. If it does, it can be used together with the soul-absorbing bell. It's a very difficult weapon to guard against. Thinking of this, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put the soul-absorbing bell into his space. Then, he took out Qingming's storage pouch. Qingming's storage pouch was obviously richer than Lu Chongqi's. Not only were there marrow-cleansing pills and other medicinal pills, but there were also several pieces of top-grade spirit stones. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that there was also a large pile of strange-looking yellow talismans and a few booklets. Could it be that there's a basic cultivation method? Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flipped through the booklets. Unfortunately, these booklets were all related to something called soul incantation, and it was far from the cultivation technique he was cultivating. Why is it so difficult to find a cultivation method? Xiaohua muttered. He threw all these things into his space, leaving only one booklet for him to read carefully. This. Why is the Cheng family's magic so strange? There are actually soul refining, soul capturing, and soul scattering techniques in the booklet. This soul incantation seems to be, the talisman in the booklet is somewhat similar. Xiaohua had already read a lot of the booklets in Jinghua City. He had a simple understanding of the so-called talisman. Now that he saw the soul incantation, he couldn't help but compare the two. After looking at the booklet for a long time, it was already late at night. Xiaohua took out a clear ripple pill and swallowed it, cultivating the basic cultivation method of raising fire to burn the heavens. The next morning, Xiaohua came out of the cave. He took out Kai Zhuxia's summoning talisman and urged it with his magic power. The summoning talisman turned into a scarlet light and flew out. Xiaohua looked in the direction it came from and saw that it wasn't the direction of the Huanhua sect. He was relieved. In less than an hour, Kai Zhuxia flew over. When she saw Xiaohua, she didn't cup her hands to greet him. She only gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Fellow Taoist Xiao. You have great courage and spirit." When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled wryly and waved his hand repeatedly. "Please excuse me, fellow Taoist Kai. If it wasn't for yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Huanhua sect." Kai Zhuxia was stunned. She then heard Xiaohua explain, My cultivation is still not deep enough. My shrewdness is too shallow. I shouldn't have told the Huanhua sect disciples that a foundation-building cultivator appeared in the mountain behind the Huanhua sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao means. Kai Zhuxia suddenly realized and asked. Exactly. Xiaohua nodded. That young cultivator called Yutong said at the back of the mountain why the Huanhua sect set the qualifications to cultivate at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm and above. It's because he's at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm. So that's how it is. Kai Zhuxia looked pensive, but she soon became somewhat puzzled. The Huanhua sect accepting disciples is their own business. It doesn't matter who they accept. Why make it so complicated? Xiaohua spread his hands and smiled wryly. I also don't know about this. However, looking at that martial Uncle Lu's appearance, he seems to know about this matter. If I hadn't pretended to be angry and left the main hall, I'm afraid I would have been their servant for the rest of my life. Fellow Taoist Xiao, aren't you afraid of that foundation building senior? I'm afraid, but I thought that since there are so many children of influential families in the main hall, he shouldn't make a move too obviously. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean there's something fishy going on inside? Xiaohua smiled and said, but it seems that if some good fate card hadn't appeared, I's good or bad luck would have been hard to predict. Oh, right, what's a good fate card? What's its use? Kai Zhuxia's expression was strange. She stared at Xiaohua for a long time and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know? Me? Should I know? Xiaohua asked very strangely. Oh, since fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuxia hurriedly put away her gaff and explained, legend has it that several large cultivation sects in the country of Xi received the favor of some seniors when they were building their sections. In order to express their gratitude and repay these seniors, these sects created some good fate cards and gave them to these seniors. They also swore in the name of their sects that as long as these seniors or their descendants came to the sect with a good fate card, these sects would agree to a request that wasn't too excessive. Ah! That good? Xiaohua was dumbstruck. He smacked his lips and said, if I had such a good fate card, wouldn't I be able to directly enter the Huanhua sect as a disciple? Oh, this request isn't too excessive, right? Kai Zhuxia pursed her lips and said, it's not excessive. Yesterday, that boy requested to enter the Huanhua sect with a gold core stage cultivator as his master. Gold core stage? Isn't that excessive? Xiaohua said with great admiration. It's just an apprenticeship, what's there to be excessive about? Wuxia said with a smile, I remember that several hundred years ago, there was a cultivator who held a good fate card and asked Xuanyan school to help him destroy a sect. Ah. This, really happened? Of course. However, that sect wasn't too big. Moreover, that cultivator's entire sect was wiped out. That cultivator saw that he had no hope of revenge, so he asked Xuanyan school for help. When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart burned with passion. If he had a good fate card, maybe he could ask Huanhua sect to destroy 100 Herbs Gate. He just didn't know if 100 Herbs Gate was considered a large sect in the eyes of Huanhua sect. Also, why did that foundation establishment cultivator's expression change so much when he saw the good fate card? He didn't even care about I anymore. Xiao Hua asked again. This good fate card is only a legend. Because the seniors that each sect wanted to thank were different, the number of good fate cards they sent out was also different. For example, Xuanyan school and Qiqiao sect only sent out a dozen or so they took them back long ago. As for Huanhua sect, it said that they sent out a total of 100 good fate cards. It said that they've already taken back 98 good fate cards. Yesterday's good fate card was the 99th good fate card. Once that heavenly child enters Huanhua sect, they'll only be left with the last one. Oh, I understand. If this thing isn't taken back, their sect leader will probably be worried all day long. If by any chance an extremely difficult request is made, they'll probably be helpless, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao is right, that's exactly the case. Afterwards, Wuxia didn't seem to want to talk about the good fate card anymore. She asked again, fellow Taoist Xiao, Wuxia, what's going on? Can you tell I now? It's simple. Xiao Hua nodded and told her everything that happened. He said with a smile, Wuxia and the others must have misunderstood and wanted to kill I to destroy your Liang Kai family's strength, right? Alas, that's exactly the case. Wuxia nodded with a gloomy expression. In order to maintain their Kai family's orthodoxy, Qingyang Kai family has always used methods of suppressing branch bloodlines like mine. If I entered Huanhua sect, it would definitely have a huge impact on Qingyang Kai family. That's why they were so ruthless. I knew this, that's why I deliberately avoided them. I've implicated fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua shook his head. I's fine, but yesterday's matter should have affected Liang Kai family, right? It shouldn't be. After all, fellow Taoist Xiao has nothing to do with my Kai family. Wuxia shook her head. That's good. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Then, he asked again, fellow Taoist Kai, where are you going to travel next? Wuxia said with a smile, the opportunity to enter Huanhua sect is gone, and there's still more than half a year to wait for Xuanyan's embryonic breathing pill. I've been away from home for a long time, so I want to take advantage of this free time to go back and take a look. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have time to return to Luyang with I? Hearing Wuxia say that she wanted to return to Liang Kai family, Xiao Hua was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I followed fellow Taoist Kai to 1,000 Feet Peak and Chimeng mountain range and gained many benefits. I originally wanted to repay fellow Taoist Kai by asking fellow Taoist to come with me to a place where I can obtain fire essence flame crystals. Since that's the case, I can only go by myself. Chapter 1426. Fire Essence Flame Crystal. Wuxia's face lit up when she heard this. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't even know what a Fire Essence Flame Crystal is. How do you know where to find such a precious spirit stone? The name I know isn't Fire Essence Flame Crystal, but Fire Essence. Only after hearing fellow Taoist Kai's description did I know that it was Fire Essence Flame Crystal. Xiao Hua said. In that case, the place fellow Taoist Xiao knows. I'm afraid it's extremely hidden. Exactly. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and roughly described the location of that place. Wuxia frowned and shook her head. The place fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned, seems to be Flame Forest Swamp. But Flame Forest Swamp doesn't have a place like the one fellow Taoist described, and it doesn't have the name fellow Taoist mentioned. Xiao Hua smiled. Of course, even the name of the fire essence flame crystal is different, so the location is naturally different. However, since fellow Taoist Kai doesn't want to go, then just tell I the location of Flame Forest Swamp in detail. When I get the fire essence flame crystal, I'll go to Luyang's Kai family to find fellow Taoist, and then we'll go to Xuanyan school together. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia said embarrassedly. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can only let fellow Taoist Xiao go alone. No matter, I also want to see Fairy Hongxiao. When I return from Flame Forest Swamp, I'll go pay a visit to Sister Hongxiao. Xiao Hua smiled. And then I and my sister will wait for you at home. Wuxia cupped her hands and smiled, clearly explaining the location of the Flame Forest Marsh and how to get there. After Xiao Hua memorized it, she reminded him, fellow Taoist Xiao, the Flame Forest Marsh is no small matter. It's a place even more dangerous than the Sobbing Meng Mountains. We haven't even entered the Sobbing Meng Mountains, and we've only been in the periphery, yet we've already encountered a lot of trouble. There's no need to even mention the Flame Forest Marsh. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. But if we don't go, where will we get the fire essence flame crystal? If we can't get it, then we can't get it. Let's get the foundation breathing pill first. I am still somewhat different from fellow Taoist Kai. Fellow Taoist Kai has his family's cultivation method to practice, but I don't have any cultivation method. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. According to that Shui Qingyuan's meaning, if we have enough fire essence flame crystals, the Xuanyan church will give I a pleasant surprise. To I, what is a pleasant surprise? That was a cultivation method. Even if it was a 6th or 7th layer aura refining cultivation method, it wouldn't be much to Xuanyan school, but I was precisely lacking it. This Flame Forest Swamp. I must go and take a look. Wuxia was speechless. She sighed and cupped her hands. Then I wish fellow Taoist Xiao a smooth trip. I await fellow Taoist Zhao's arrival in Luyang. Alright, fellow Taoist Kai, farewell. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Wuxia, then flew up into the air. He activated the flight talisman and flew in the direction of the Flame Forest Swamp. However, just as Xiao Hua flew up, he saw Wuxia hesitating behind him. She immediately urged her magic power to chase after him and shouted, fellow Taoist Xiao, eh? Fellow Taoist Kai, is there anything else? Xiao Hua had already flown quite far in an instant. When he heard Wuxia's shout, he was very flabbergasted and stopped. He looked at the smile on Wuxia's face and asked in amazement. He, fellow Taoist Xiao has accompanied I to 2 places. This Flame Forest Swamp is the first time fellow Taoist Xiao has mentioned going. How can I refuse fellow Taoist's kind intentions? I will risk my life to accompany fellow Taoist this once. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed and said, we're only going to look for fire essence flame crystals. How could we be risking our lives? Fellow Taoist Kai said that I was scared in my heart. Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. She led Xiao Hua and flew in another direction. Fellow Taoist Kai, isn't this direction wrong? Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. Wuxia shook her head and said, the direction I told fellow Taoist Xiao before is to fly directly. I'm afraid it'll take more than 2 months. It's really a delay. The closest city to here is Yenyuan City. There's a teleportation formation there that directly passes through Shihuang Town. Shihuang Town is only 10 days away from Flame Forest Swamp. I also need 10 days to reach Yenyuan City. I also need to go to Yenyuan City to return to Luyang. This calculation can be considered convenient. Why don't I accompany fellow Taoist Xiao to Flame Forest Swamp? After returning from Flame Forest Swamp, it won't be too late for I to return to Luyang. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said very awkwardly, many thanks for fellow Taoist Kai's guidance. I haven't used a teleportation formation yet, so I didn't even think in that direction. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Kai, I would have to fly these 2 months. I was also careless. Kai Zhuxia covered her mouth and said, when fellow Taoist Xiao was asking for directions, he also didn't hesitate to tell me the direct route. If I hadn't suddenly thought of it before flying, would have really troubled fellow Taoist Xiao. With that, Kai Zhuxia led Xiao Hua in the direction of Yenyuan City. They flew for more than 10 days. During this time, Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia were not in a hurry. During the day, they flew slowly with the speed of a 5th-level qi refining cultivator. At night, Xiao Hua was still diligently cultivating. Xiao Hua obtained a lot of medicinal pills from Qingming and Luchongqi. In these 10 days, he consumed a lot of them. Kai Zhuxia saw Xiao Hua's cultivation increase little by little. When they arrived near Yenyuan City, Kai Zhuxia couldn't help but ask in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao. I want to ask, what kind of cultivation technique is fellow Taoist cultivating? It actually allowed fellow Taoist to increase his cultivation from the early 4th layer qi refining stage by quite a bit in just 10 days. Then, she felt that it was inappropriate and explained, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't think too much. I just feel that the growth of cultivation is based on the understanding of the realm. If you blindly focus on increasing your magic power, I'm afraid you're neglecting the fundamentals and seeking the end of the road. It's not good for fellow Taoist Zhao's future development. Xiao Hua smiled and took out the cultivation technique, raising fire to the heavens, and said, this poor Taoist currently only has this cultivation technique, and only the first 5 layers. This poor Taoist can't see what's so special about this cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist Kai. If you're interested, there's no harm in picking it up and taking a look. This. Kai Zhuxia didn't expect Xiao Hua to take out the cultivation technique so quickly. She was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, she took it and said, no matter what, I have seen my Kai clan's 10th layer qi refining cultivation technique. Let's compare it and see if there's anything strange about it. As she spoke, she generously flipped through the cultivation technique. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Kai Zhuxia finished reading it and handed it back to Xiao Hua. Then, she lowered her head and pondered. After a while, she raised her head and said, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This cultivation technique is very crude. Its profoundness is far inferior to my Kai clan's cultivation technique. This poor Taoist knows this. Even this cultivation technique was obtained with great difficulty by this poor Taoist. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist Kai, just tell me if there's anything wrong with it. It's not that there's anything wrong with it. This cultivation technique is very simple and ordinary. I can't see anything wrong with it. Kai Zhuxia shook her head and said, however, from the perspective of this cultivation technique, it's impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to improve so much every day. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Xiao used such an inferior cultivation technique to advance so quickly. I'm afraid you've lost your steady path. If your magic power suddenly increases without reaching your realm, I'm afraid you'll suffer a backlash from your magic power, and your Tao foundation will be damaged. Moreover, Senior Li actually said that every layer of the 12th layer of qi refining has a bottleneck. Ordinary cultivators are afraid of this bottleneck, but in the eyes of the true disciples of famous sects, this bottleneck is instead a process of checking and perfecting this layer of cultivation. It's absolutely impossible to force a breakthrough. The longer you stay at this bottleneck, the more perfected this layer of cultivation will be. Only when this bottleneck is naturally passed and you enter the next layer of cultivation will you be able to go further in the future. Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you see Senior Li? He was tempted by the temptation of entering the foundation building realm and only suppressed his cultivation at the peak of the qi refining realm. If it weren't for the matter of 1,000 feet peak, I'm afraid Senior Li would have stayed there for a long time, right? Check. Perfected? When Xiao Hua heard this explanation, his brows furrowed tightly. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Xiao, from the first layer of qi refining to the early fourth layer of qi refining now, it seems, you broke through the bottleneck by force. Especially the bottleneck from the third layer to the fourth layer of qi refining, you broke through it right in front of I. To tell the truth, I was really shocked. This kind of speed, even my younger sister can't catch up to you. Seeing Xiao Hua frown, Wuxia hurriedly explained, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that fellow Taoist Xiao's aptitude isn't good enough. Alas, it's also not that fellow Taoist Xiao's aptitude isn't good enough. Wuxia didn't know how to explain and only said, I also had the same idea as fellow Taoist Xiao at that time. I only wanted to quickly advance my cultivation and practice my Kai clan's cultivation technique to the highest level. But after hearing Senior Li's words, I realized that compared to a cultivation sect, not only cultivation techniques, even the details are far inferior. Therefore, seeing fellow Taoist Xiao's cultivation advancing so quickly, I was afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao would repeat I's mistakes, so I said it. After saying this, Wuxia let out a long breath. Xiao Hua scratched his head and cupped his hands, saying, thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Kai. To tell the truth, fellow Taoist doesn't know about this, and I also don't know. I heard about the bottleneck from the previous sect master, but when I was in Shanghuaming, not to mention the bottleneck, even my cultivation didn't increase at all. Now that I'm cultivating, between each layer, it seems like there aren't any bottlenecks. When I cultivate, it's just like normal. As for what Senior Li said about understanding a lot during the bottleneck, I'm afraid that I will also have to be like Senior Li and use talismans to suppress it. This. How could Wuxia believe him? She could only say in a low voice, the fourth layer of qi refining is the transition between the low and middle stages of qi refining. Fellow Taoist Xiao should be careful. Saying this, Wuxia pointed with her finger and said, about 2 hours in front of us is Yenyuan City. We'll rest in Yenyuan City for a day, see if there's anything like that, buy some yellow talismans and medicinal pills, and then go to the legendary place. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. Xiao Hua didn't explain and cupped his hands. Chapter 1427. Inside Yenyuan City, people of all walks of life stood shoulder to shoulder. The streets were bustling with activity and it was extremely lively. On both sides of the wide street, there were various shops with flags waving in the wind. Cultivators of different cultivation levels came and went like flowing water. Xiao Hua looked at the completely different style of Jinghua City and couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that Jinghua City was already extremely lively, but compared to Yenyuan City, it's still lacking by quite a bit. Wuxia pursed her lips and said, fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. Jinghua City and Yenyuan City both have their own unique characteristics. Both are places that cultivators like us often visit. It's just that Jinghua City separates the high-level cultivators from the low-level cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao has only been to the west of the city and has never seen the bustle of the north of Jinghua City. Could it be that there are more high-level cultivators than low-level cultivators? Xiao Hua asked curiously. I have also never been to the north of the city. Wuxia shook her head and said, however, it's said that the 7 major cities of the country of Xi each have their own unique characteristics. None of them can be compared to other cities. 7 major cities. Jinghua City, Yenyuan City. What other cities are there? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to ask, he saw on the street not far away, 3 tall horse-like spirit beasts stepping on faint clouds. Behind them, they were pulling a carriage carved with countless gorgeous runes. They were flying extremely quickly from afar. What are these things? Xiao Hua looked at the carriage and the spirit beasts, then looked at the people on the street who were all avoiding them. He couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a flying feather beast. It's a first-grade spirit beast with a strength around the 5th level of qi refinement. Wuxia smiled and explained, this flying feather beast has the most docile temperament. Furthermore, it has great strength and can fly. Many cultivators have captured them and used them as carriages or mounts. I heard that some sects, such as the spirit husbandry sect, even raise these spirit beasts and sell them to the outside world. What an eye-opener! Xiao Hua muttered. The flying feather beast simply flew past his eyes. Its 4 hooves didn't touch the ground at all. Every time it moved, faint lotus-like clouds would emerge from its hooves. The carriage pulled by the flying feather beast also didn't have any common wheels. It only had a frame that flickered with a faint light. Aside from the driver, a cultivator in the 7th layer of qi refining, there were 2 other cultivators sitting behind the carriage. One was a man and the other was a woman. Xiao Hua couldn't see through the man's cultivation base, but the woman was in the 10th layer of qi refining. The female cultivator wasn't wearing a common Taoist robe. Instead, she was wearing a very flirtatious outfit. Her snow-white belly button and soft breasts were all exposed. Looking at the female cultivator's face, she was exceptionally beautiful. There was a myriad of flirtatious expressions between her brows. When her eyes wandered, it caused many male cultivators to salivate. The flying car flew past Xiao Hua's eyes, and there was actually a faint fragrance left in the air. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ears. Oh, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. He retracted his gaze from the flying car that was far away, and his face was slightly hot as he replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao, looking very envious. Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. Fellow Taoist Kai, please don't tease me. I have never seen a female cultivator dressed like this before. Xiao Hua was actually quite honest and spoke the truth. Is that so? Wuxia blinked her eyes and asked with some disbelief, I thought fellow Taoist was looking at that gold core cultivator. Xiao Hua was at a loss for words. Of course, didn't Wuxia ask the same question? Right, fellow Taoist Kai, this female cultivator seems different from ordinary female cultivators. Of course she's different. The corners of Wuxia's mouth revealed an expression that was unknown whether it was a bitter smile or a mocking one. She said, this female cultivator is that gold core cultivator's concubine. Although her cultivation is profound, this cultivation was exchanged for being a cultivation furnace for that gold core cultivator. Concubine. Xiao Hua was stunned, but soon understood. He said with a smile, so they were originally dual cultivation partners. Wuxia slightly shook her head. Fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. A concubine is a concubine. It's different from dual cultivation partners. Is there a difference? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and asked very casually. Wuxia's face turned red, and she said in a low voice, this kind of thing. Seeing Wuxia's shyness, Xiao Hua came to a realization. His face immediately became hot, and he looked away. After a while, he heard Wuxia say in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, dual cultivation only exists when the difference in cultivation between male and female cultivators isn't big. If the difference in cultivation between the two is big, it's impossible to dual cultivate. Female cultivators can only be the male cultivator's concubine, or even a cultivation furnace for the male cultivator to increase his cultivation. When Xiao Hua heard this, he suddenly thought of the matter between Kaizhuxia and Li Zongbao. He looked at Kaizhuxia again. At this time, the blush on her face had completely disappeared, and there was only hidden bitterness in her eyes. After becoming a male cultivator's concubine, admittedly, she can break through the bottleneck for a while and even set foot into the foundation-building realm, but, her cultivation in this life, can only stop here. Even after she grows old and her beauty declines, there will be even more pain. Xiao Hua nodded silently and followed Kaizhuxia slowly walking on the side of the road. Of course, there are also many female cultivators who become concubines just for this period of pleasure. There are even some small cultivation groups that specialize in recruiting female cultivators and teaching them the Tao of charming dance and the art of the boudoir. They specialize in currying favor with female cultivators with profound cultivation bases. Kaizhuxia sighed for a long time then said, "The female cultivator that fellow Taoist Xiao saw just now, if nothing unexpected happened, should be a disciple from the Immortal Beauty School." There's such a school. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. Of course. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Cultivation techniques are hard to find. Cultivators without cultivation techniques, regardless of whether they're male or female, will try their best to find one. This is nothing. Kaizhuxia smiled bitterly. As the two of them walked, they arrived in front of an inn. Kaizhuxia took a look then said with a smile, "There's no harm in us resting here today. Tomorrow, we'll go look for that EG place. How about it?" Xiao Hua naturally didn't have any objections. Thereupon, the two of them paid the spirit stones and each found a room to stay in. Xiao Hua stayed in the room for a while. He felt it was still early, so he got up and looked for Kaizhuxia, wanting to invite her to go out and take a look together. Kaizhuxia was currently in a melancholic mood, so how could she be in the mood to stroll around? Xiao Hua had no choice but to leave the inn by himself. He asked the waiter for the direction of EG and went there by himself. After Xiao Hua left the inn, he walked along the street. Just as he walked a few steps, he saw a shop selling medicinal pills on the side of the road. Xiao Hua's heart was moved, and he turned around to go inside. A shop assistant saw him coming in and greeted him with a smile. He asked, "Senior, what kind of medicinal pills do you want to buy?" Xiao Hua looked left and right. This was a rather large shop. There were many flashes of brilliance on the surrounding walls. Under the wall, there was also a row of jade tables. There were many jade bottles placed on top of the tables. They were probably used to store medicinal pills. There were already 4 or 5 refinement cultivators in the shop, and each of them had a shop assistant accompanying them. "I want to see if there are any medicinal pills that can increase magic power, such as clear fragrance pills and the like. I wonder if your shop sells them." Xiao Hua said straightforwardly. "Clear fragrance pills?" The shop assistant was slightly stunned, then he immediately put on a smile and said, "Senior's eyes are indeed good. Yesterday, my humble shop just received a batch of cultivation increasing medicinal pills. Among them, there are clear fragrance pills. I wonder how many does Senior need?" "Ha! You really have them?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed and quickly asked, "How many clear fragrance pills does your shop have?" "This. I wonder how many does Senior need?" The shop assistant asked with a smile. "The more the better, the more the better." Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and smiled. He didn't expect that he would actually find clear fragrance pills in this unremarkable shop. "Great!" The shop assistant clapped his hands, then bowed and said, "Senior, please follow I to the second floor. I will ask my shopkeeper to personally come." Following the shop assistant's direction, sure enough, in the corner of the shop, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. "Assistant. When did your shop have clear fragrance pills? Why didn't you tell I? Just when Xiao Hua was about to take a step, a sharp voice rang out. Xiao Hua turned his head to look. It was a young female cultivator with curved eyebrows, slender eyes, and beautiful black clouds in her hair looking over here. She said very reproachfully. Senior Shui. It's not that I don't want to say, it's that Senior didn't ask at all. The shop assistant turned his head and said. He seemed to be very familiar with this female cultivator. The female cultivator quickly walked over. Xiao Hua calmly looked at her. That female cultivator wasn't wearing an ordinary Taoist robe, but rather a gorgeous dress. The light yellow robe was loosely covering her body, and her snow-white skin was dazzling under the contrast of the light yellow robe. Her chest was somewhat protruding, and as she walked, it slightly rippled. I am Shui Shui. Fellow Taoist, you look very unfamiliar. I'm afraid you're not a cultivator from Yenyuan City, right? The female cultivator walked in front of Xiao Hua, cupped her hands in greeting, and asked very politely. I am Xiao Hua. I was passing by Yenyuan City and just happened to walk into this shop. Hee, meeting is fate. Also. I am also looking for clear fragrance pills. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, I also want to go up and take a look. Shui Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Her red and moist lips were slightly curved, very tasteful. Xiao Hua said with a smile, clear fragrance pills are from other people's shops. If fellow Taoist wants to take a look, then please take a look. However, clear fragrance pills. I'm afraid for fellow Taoist Shui who is at the 8th level of Qi refinement, won't have much effect. Shui Shui raised her eyebrows and said, that's not necessarily true. If I buy the clear fragrance pills in a while, fellow Taoist mustn't say that I am bullying the weak. Shui Shui's skin was like snow, and her features were like a painting. For a moment, Xiao Hua really couldn't tell whether she was older or younger than him. He could only bitterly smile and said, if it's just based on cultivation, I can call fellow Taoist senior. However, fellow Taoist, are you willing to call fellow Taoist old like I? Hee, Shui Shui pursed her lips and giggled. She said, I didn't expect that. Fellow Taoist Shui looks so honest, but you're so glib-tongued. This penniless Taoist can't bear to snatch the Qing Yi pill from your hands. Chapter 1428. The second floor of this shop looked a little empty, but there were some scrolls on the walls and some spirit herbs everywhere. These decorations seemed to have taken a lot of effort. Although Xiao Hua didn't understand, he could still see a trace of elegance. It was much more comfortable than the first floor that was purely selling things. After the shop assistant served some spirit fruits, he asked Xiao Hua and Shui Shui to sit on the few chairs on the second floor. He went straight up the stairs to the third floor. Xiao Hua picked up a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. He gently bit into it, and a juice full of the taste of wine flowed down his throat. Then, a kind of drunken feeling rushed into his mind. Xiao Hua had never liked the taste of wine, and even more so, the feeling of drunkenness. He didn't expect this spirit fruit to be like this. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately mobilized his true qi, wanting to expel this disgusting feeling. Shui Shui looked at him with interest. She also took this kind of spirit fruit, but she didn't put it in her mouth. Seeing Xiao Hua frown and a trace of redness on his face, she said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a heart intoxication fruit. It's the favorite of male cultivators. Fellow Taoist shouldn't use true qi to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, the feeling of drunkenness will be greatly reduced, the feeling of drunkenness. Xiao Hua felt waves of faint in his mind. He bitterly smiled in his heart and said, this feeling, what's so good about it? However, this dizziness was also very light. It didn't seem to affect the circulation of true qi in Xiao Hua's mind, and it wouldn't put him in a dangerous situation. A moment later, the dizziness suddenly disappeared, and an unprecedented comfort came from his brain. That comfort was like a tide that flowed down from the top of his head, and quickly spread throughout his body. Ah! An instinctive groan came out from Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as this sound came out, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. But then, another seductive sound came from Xue Xue's mouth. Xue Xue's eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed. Her cherry-red lips were also slightly closed. She was obviously enjoying it. There's no mistake. When Xiaohua saw this, his little heart couldn't help but slightly jump. Even his mouth was a little dry. He smacked his lips and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you feel? Xue opened her somewhat blurred eyes. Her voice carried a moan as she asked faintly. Very good. Xiaohua trembled and hurriedly replied. Fellow Taoist, you don't want to enjoy another one? Xue asked again. Xiaohua was in a slightly sorry state. His conditioned reflex was to wave his hand, but just as he raised his hand, he saw a trace of craftiness in Xue's eyes. His heart stirred. He stretched out his hand, picked up a heart intoxication fruit, and said with a smile, "Am risking my life to accompany a beauty. If fellow Taoist Xue wants to eat, then I will also eat one." Beauty? He. Xue's eyes regained their clarity. She covered her mouth and laughed. No one has called me that for many years. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly different from the rest. Really? I feel that it is precisely because fellow Taoist Xue is different that I am different. Xiaohua looked at the heart intoxication fruit in his hand and said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Xue laughed very straightforwardly and said, eating one heart intoxication fruit every day is the most suitable. If you eat too many, it will be detrimental to your Tao heart. I won't eat it. Fellow Taoist Xiao also doesn't need to risk his life. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Xue. Xiaohua smiled and also put the heart intoxication fruit into the jade plate. Fellow Taoists, I've been waiting for a long time. At this moment, a somewhat aged voice came from the stairs. An old man about 50 years old, about the 10th level of qi refinement, walked down the stairs and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiaohua and Xue both stood up. Xue returned the greeting and said, "Greetings, shopkeeper Lu. I came to the store several times, but I didn't see your figure." I am indebted to fellow Taoist Xue. I's body can't compare to fellow Taoists, but it's still alright. These past few days, there were some unforeseen events in the sect, so I left for a period of time. Shopkeeper Lu replied with a smile and turned to look at Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for patronizing my store. Could it be that your sect had a big unforeseen event? Otherwise, how could Shopkeeper Lu be gone for so long? Xue asked casually. It's nothing much. It's just that one of the sect's alchemists was killed by a cultivator, and his storage bag was taken away. We lost some pills, that's all. Shopkeeper Lu obviously didn't want to say too much and only said, however, I also brought some pills that can increase one's cultivation when I return this time. Fellow Taoists, it just so happens that I will let you two fellow Taoists choose first. The rest will be sent to the auction the day after tomorrow. The auction? Xiaohua was slightly surprised and thought to himself, there's also an auction in Yen Abyss City. Sure enough, when Xue heard this, her eyes lit up and she smiled, that's the best. What kind of pills did Shopkeeper Lu bring back? If they're suitable, I can get some first. If Shopkeeper Lu sends them to the auction, the price will be hard to say. The key is that when it comes to the auction, these pills will be sold in batches and can't be sold separately. Fellow Taoist Xue and fellow Taoist Xiao will find it troublesome. As Shopkeeper Lu spoke, he clapped his hands and took out 4 jade bottles from his storage bag. He placed them on the jade table and smiled, these are the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and clean lotus pill. There are quite a few of them. Fellow Taoists, please take a look at them first. Fellow Taoist Xiao, or I first. Xue glanced at Xiao Hua and smiled. Naturally, fellow Taoist Xue first. Xiao Hua smiled and said, in front of a beauty, I don't dare to be rude. Xue seemed to like Xiao Hua's words very much. Her eyes moved and she said, then I won't be polite. Fellow Taoist, please. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said. Xue looked at the quality first, so she naturally bid first. She also chose and bought the pills first. However, did Xiao Hua care about this? Of course not, because Xue raised her hand and picked up the jade bottle containing the Peiyuan pill. Xue poured out a Peiyuan pill. She carefully looked at it in front of her eyes, then put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She then passed it to Xiao Hua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, you should also take a look. Xiao Hua took it and carefully looked at it. This Peiyuan pill was one size bigger than the one Xiao Yuehong refined. It was very smooth and slightly greasy in his hand. Moreover, before he could put the Peiyuan pill to the tip of his nose, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly in his heart. Xiao Yuehong refined the Peiyuan pill before. Moreover, it was when Xiao Hua was guarding the furnace that Xiao Yuehong refined 24 Peiyuan pills in one furnace. Those Peiyuan pills were not very smooth. In fact, there were slight bumps and depressions that couldn't be seen clearly. If one looked at it forcefully, there seemed to be some dense talismans hidden within. Not only that Peiyuan pill had a faint medicinal fragrance, but that was only faint and not as strong as this Peiyuan pill. After comparing the two, Xiao Hua knew that the quality of this Peiyuan pill was far inferior to the one he took. Sure enough, in just a moment, Xue had already looked at all 4 types of pills. She turned her head and asked with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think of this Peiyuan pill? Does fellow Taoist like it? Xiao Hua smiled and put the Peiyuan pill into the jade bottle. He said, fellow Taoist Xue checked it first. Naturally, fellow Taoist Xue asked first. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so polite, I won't be polite. Xue nodded and then asked shopkeeper Lu, may I know the price of this Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill? Fellow Taoist Xue is a frequent customer of my store. I won't deceive fellow Taoist. This Peiyuan pill costs 1 high-grade spirit stone. Xiao Hua didn't wait for shopkeeper Lu to finish and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. What, does fellow Taoist Xiao think it's too expensive? Shopkeeper Lu noticed and turned his head with a smile. This cultivation increasing pill is not common in my humble store. Generally, it is used by my sect's disciples. The pills that fellow Taoists saw were taken out by my sect as a last resort. This 1 high-grade spirit stone is only because you 2 fellow Taoists were fated to come across it. If it was the auction the day after tomorrow, you definitely wouldn't know the price. Shopkeeper Lu, what about the marrow cleansing pill? Xue's expression didn't change as she pointed her finger and asked. Oh, the marrow cleansing pill is naturally cheaper. 20 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 pill. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. Xiao Hua was speechless. He had bought this baptizing marrow dan in Jinghua City's e-market, and he had also bought it at the Wind Station's e-market. However, he had only bought it for 5 or 10 spirit stones. Here, the price had doubled. And, although the price is a bit expensive, it is still a cultivation increasing pill after all. It is understandable. Xue didn't ask about the price of the clear fragrance pill and clean lotus pill. She lowered her head and pondered for a while before saying, however, shopkeeper Lu's pills are still lacking in quality. It seems that the main ingredients for refining the pills are not too old. Fellow Taoist Xue is right. Nowadays, it is really difficult to find old ingredients. Although there is a price on the e-market, there is no supply. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, let alone refine pills. Shopkeeper Lu smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. 60 mid-grade spirit stones. I will buy 10 Peiyuan pill. Shui narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, if possible, I will also buy 20 marrow cleansing pills. This fellow Taoist Shui is really making things difficult for me. 60 mid-grade spirit stones is a bit too little. If fellow Taoist Shui offers 80 mid-grade spirit stones, I will also reduce the price of the marrow cleansing pill to 12 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Shopkeeper Lu said unhurriedly. Great. Shui clapped her hands and said with a smile, I will do as Shopkeeper Lu says. Then, he took out 11 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. He smiled and said, don't bother looking for the 60 mid-grade spirit stones. Just give me a foundation elixir and I'll take it. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. He began to calculate the relationship between the spirit stones and the pill in his mind. Who would have thought that Shopkeeper Lu had already laughed and said, fellow Taoist Shui is really interesting. I already knew about fellow Taoist Shui's habit. Even if I didn't say it, I would have given fellow Taoist Shui an extra Peiyuan pill. Chapter 1429. There's such a thing. Xiao Hua looked at the two of them handing over spirit stones in one hand and taking pills in the other. He felt a bit awkward in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's your turn. See which pills are suitable for you. Shui asked with a smile after putting away the pills. My cultivation is shallow, I'm afraid I won't be able to use the Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. What's the price of the Qingyi pill and clean lotus pill? Xiao Hua's gaze didn't even look at the Peiyuan Dan. He only picked up the bottle of Qingyi Dan and poured one out. When he saw the Qingyi Dan, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Qingyi Dan was exactly the same as the Qingyi Dan he had taken in the beginning. No matter if it was the size or shape, or the rich medicinal fragrance, it was all the same. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart moved, as if he thought of something. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao thinks the quality of this Qingyi pill isn't good? Shopkeeper Lu saw Xiao Hua's expression and slightly frowned. My humble sex Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill, as fellow Taoist Shui said, the quality is indeed a bit lacking due to the age of the main ingredients. But this Qingyi pill is different, the age of the main ingredients is just right. Xiao Hua came back to his senses and shook his head. I's thinking, such a good pill is probably several mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. I'm afraid I can't buy much. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Lu didn't say anything, but Shui laughed first. She pointed at Xiao Hua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, is really cute. Shopkeeper Lu, you must lower the price, otherwise. I'll be anxious with you first. Shui almost bent over with laughter. Cute. Xiao Hua touched his nose and thought gloomily. This is the first time I've heard someone say this. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Xiao came to my humble store for the first time, I'll consider it as forming a good karma. As for the Qingyi pill, 5 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Then. What about the clean lotus pill? Xiao Hua immediately asked. Clean lotus pill. Shopkeeper Lu was slightly startled, but he quickly regained his composure and said, the effect of the clean lotus pill is not as good as the clear breeze pill. As for the price, 2 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Then, do you have Gui Ji Dan or something like that? Xiao Hua asked again. That's strange, fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui said, the effects of the marrow cleansing pill and the Peiyuan pill are extremely good. Even the Qingyi pill is not bad. Why does fellow Taoist keep looking for pills with poor effects? The spirit herbs used to refine those pills are all quite young. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I's cultivation is shallow, I don't dare to take those dawn, it's better to use some low-level dawn." Shui knew that this was definitely not the real reason, but since Xiao Hua said so, Shui naturally couldn't ask further. Shopkeeper Lu twirled his beard, thought for a moment and said, "I did bring some Gui Ji Dan. If fellow Taoist Xiao needs it, I will pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 1 pill." "Io, Shopkeeper Lu, this is where you are wrong. Gui Ji Dan. I'm afraid the price is too expensive." Shui heard and immediately shouted. "Fellow Taoist Shui, this Gui Ji Dan is used by I's disciples. I also saw that fellow Taoist Xiao came here for the first time, so I had no choice but to take it out a bit more expensive." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. "So it's like that." Shopkeeper Lu's reason was very good, so Shui didn't have the nerve to say any more. "Then, how many Gui Ji Dan, clean lotus pill, and clear breeze pill are there?" Xiao Hua asked while holding his chin. Shopkeeper Lu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shui, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao. Could it be that you want to buy all of them? Or are you here to inquire about the situation?" Hiss. Shui sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned slightly. She also moved slightly to the side. "This." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Shopkeeper Lu is thinking too much. This is my first time in Yenyuan City, how could I have other thoughts?" Shopkeeper Lu stared at Xiao Hua for a long time. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he said coldly, "This time, my humble store has 300 clear breeze pills, 800 clean lotus pills, and 100 Gui Ji Dan. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to buy all of them?" "Ah! Shopkeeper Lu!" Shui exclaimed from the side this time, "Your sect. How could?" "Fellow Taoist Shui, don't speak first. I will explain this later." Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and stopped her. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak first." On the side, Xiao Hua's mind was spinning rapidly. This was definitely a rare opportunity. The 3 types of pills added together were only 3,200 mid-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 32 high-grade spirit stones. For the current Xiao Hua, this was nothing, but, seeing that Shopkeeper Lu was already suspicious, could he still buy them? Moreover, after he entered the 4th level of qi refining, the clear breeze pill no longer had the same effect as before. It would be a waste to buy it now. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, I only have 30 high-grade spirit stones here. I'm afraid it's not enough to buy these pills. Would Shopkeeper Lu be willing to part with them?" "Ah! Fellow Taoist Xiao. You really want to buy them?" This time it was Shui's turn to be flabbergasted. She advised, "No matter what kind of pill it is, as long as it's taken a few times, its effect will gradually weaken. Unless it's a pill like the Peiyuan pill, which has been used for a long time. Fellow Taoist, buying so many will be useless." "Alright, deal." Shopkeeper Lu extended his hand and said. Xiao Hua understood and also extended his hand. The two's palms hit each other as an agreement. Sigh. Shui glanced at Xiao Hua and shook her head. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, in 2 days. There are still many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill up for auction. Fellow Taoists low-grade pills. I'm afraid they won't attract the attention of others." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. As he spoke, Shopkeeper Lu took out a storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it over. Xiao Hua opened it and took a look. He put the jade bottles inside into his own storage pouch and then gave the 30 high-grade spirit stones to shopkeeper Lu. On the side, Xue Xue saw Xiao Hua take out 30 high-grade spirit stones without even frowning. She could only sigh, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as expected, you hid your strength well. You actually have so many high-grade spirit stones in your storage pouch. Could it be? You're not afraid that I will covet them?" Xiao Hua put away the storage pouch and clapped his hands. "I was afraid a moment ago, but now I'm not. There are only some low-grade pills that fellow Taoist Xue doesn't care about. What's there to be afraid of?" "Ah. That's true." Xue Xue didn't expect Xiao Hua to answer in such a way. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes were different from before. There was another meaning in the coldness, as if Xiao Hua was his opponent in the auction. "Io, Shopkeeper Lu, weren't you going to tell I why your sect took out so many pills? What's the reason?" Xue Xue suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Actually, it's nothing much. Our humble sect needs some spirit stones and also needs to use medicinal pills to exchange for some other things. Our humble sect can't compare to Xuanyan school, much less the 7 skills sect, so we can only use medicinal pills to exchange. Ordinary medicinal pills aren't worth much spirit stones, so we can only use medicinal pills to increase our magic power." Shopkeeper Lu laughed. It's that simple?" Xue Xue asked with wide eyes. "It's that simple," Shopkeeper Lu said calmly. He then waved his hand and said with a smile, "I still have some things to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. If you two have time, you can rest for a while and try some of our specialty spirit fruits." "Excuse me." After he finished speaking, Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and went up to the 3rd floor. After Xiao Hua and Xue Xue bowed, they looked at each other and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Lu, he's sending us off. Fellow Taoist Xue, let's go out." Please." After the two of them left the shop and walked on the street, Xue Xue couldn't help but say, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're really lucky. There aren't many pills that can increase magic power in this world. Imperial Pill sect must have gone through a great change, so they took out so many pills. Moreover, you actually ran into them. Io, my brain, why couldn't I buy more?" Xue Xue seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned around to walk back into the shop. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart, but he shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xue, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity just now. If you go back now, will they still sell it to you?" "Ai, that's right." Xue Xue angrily slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you give some of your pills to I?" Xue Xue blinked and asked Xiao Hua with a smile. "What?" "Fellow Taoist Xue, has thought of the auction the day after tomorrow?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao didn't take out so many pills for the auction the day after tomorrow? Xue Xue asked curiously. This is I's first time in Yenyuan City, how would I know about the auction the day after tomorrow? I only found out after hearing fellow Taoist Xue's words just now. Xiao Hua replied, "Moreover, the Imperial Pill sect took out so many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. This clear fragrance pill and other low-grade pills are simply not worth their attention. If they took them out to bid, they would only lower the price of their own Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. They might as well give it to I first, and then take out pills of better quality later." So fellow Taoist Xiao is still going to the auction? Xue Xue said with a smile. "That's right, fellow Taoist Xue is right. I only said that I didn't know about the auction, but I didn't say that I wouldn't participate the day after tomorrow." Xiao Hua said calmly. "Then, does fellow Taoist Xiao have an invitation talisman for the auction?" Xue Xue's eyes narrowed into slits. "Invitation talisman?" Xiao Hua's eyes turned quickly, and he shook his head. "Really don't have one. Then I will make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao. Xue Xue patted her storage bag, took out a red-yellow talisman, and said with a smile, I have an invitation talisman for the auction. If fellow Taoist gives half of the clear fragrance pill to I will give this invitation talisman to fellow Taoist. This. Xiao Hua said with difficulty, 30 high-grade spirit stones is I's entire fortune. I'm using these pills to exchange for some spirit stones. Chapter 1430. I can give fellow Taoist Xiao more spirit stones. Xue Xue saw that Xiao Hua's tone was slightly relaxed and immediately said, how much does fellow Taoist Xiao think is appropriate? How can fellow Taoist Xue say that I'm that unscrupulous? Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to give I the same price as before. Really? Xue Xue was a bit in disbelief. Of course. Xiao Hua smiled and extended his hand, fellow Taoist Xue, give fellow Taoist I the spirit stones first. Okay. Xue Xue wasn't afraid that Xiao Hua would go back on his word. She patted her storage pouch and took out the high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Hua didn't hold back and put them all into his storage pouch with a flick of his sleeve. Then, he gave half of the Qing Yi pill to Xue Xue. After putting the Qing Yi pill into the storage pouch, Xue Xue let out a sigh of relief. She handed over the auction invitation and her own communication talisman and said, the auction will begin at noon the day after tomorrow. It will be held in Yenyuan City's treasure auction pavilion. If fellow Taoist can't find the place, you can send a message to me. I will come and find fellow Taoist to go together. Xiao Hua took it and smiled, thank you fellow Taoist Xue. However, I'll ask one more question. Can this invitation only allow one person to participate? Of course, not. Xue Xue blinked and said, each invitation can bring one person. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured. Hee, that's good. I have a fellow Taoist with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. Fellow Taoist? Xue Xue's black eyes looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully and smiled, could it be fellow Taoist Xiao's dual cultivation partner? Xiao Hua's face was very awkward. After all, they weren't the only two people on the street. Xiao Hua saw that there was no one around so he gave the essence cleansing pill to Xue Xue. At this time, there were already people passing by them. Xue Xue's voice was also loud, so a few cultivators looked at Xiao Hua curiously. Fellow Taoist Xue, don't tease I. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said, with I's cultivation, who would be willing to dual cultivate with I? Hee, you're right. Xue Xue said proudly, do you want me to introduce you to a few fellow Taoists from the Immortal Beauty sect? This. I still have some mundane matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Xue, I'll see you at the treasure auction pavilion the day after tomorrow. Xiao Hua saw that Xue Xue's words were somewhat unreliable. He didn't know Xue Xue's background, so he didn't dare to pester her too much. He hurriedly cupped his hands and took his leave. Xue Xue saw Xiao Hua quickly leave, but because she didn't chase after him, she only thoughtfully looked at Xiao Hua's back. When he disappeared, she pursed her lips into a smile and walked in another direction. Just as Xue Xue turned around, her eyes nonchalantly looked at a nearby store that sold yellow talismans. Outside the store, there were several cultivators with their heads lowered as they chose yellow talismans. When Xue Xue's figure also disappeared, the cultivators picked up the yellow talismans they had already chosen. One of them hurriedly walked towards the elixir school's shop, while the others hurriedly chased after Xiao Hua. So he really isn't on the same side as Xue Xue. In the elixir school's shop, shopkeeper Lu was listening to the report of the person who just returned. He said in a low voice, also, this guy actually gave half of the marrow cleansing pills to Xue Xue. Could it be that he already knew Xue Xue's background? Or perhaps, this guy is here for Xue Xue. And not, related to our elixir school's matter? Sigh, if that's really the case, wouldn't these pills be a bit of a waste? If we can bring them to the auction, we should be able to get more spirit stones. You may leave. Let the disciples keep an eye on him for a while longer. It might be that guy's trick. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. He sat down, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He sighed and said, "This Xiao Hua is also a loose cultivator. Could it be related to Marshal Uncle Bien's death? Sect Master took out so many pills, is he trying to lure out the murderer? Or does he have other plans? Could it be, those rumors, are true? If so, won't the cultivation world undergo a great change? Sigh, I don't have much time left. Why should I think so much? This change. I'm afraid it will only happen after I die. Sect Master is thinking for the elixir school, but I don't need to, right?" Shopkeeper Lu said leisurely. He took out a heart-intoxicating fruit from the jade plate and put it into his mouth. In a moment, his face was flushed, and he squinted his eyes slightly. He seemed to be enjoying it very much. Xiao Hua didn't know that he had really been targeted by the disciples of the elixir school and had caused another trouble. He left in a hurry. When he was far away, he saw that Xue Xue hadn't caught up with him. He couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Why is there such a big difference between female cultivators? Kaixuexia, Xue Xue, and the disciples of the Immortal Beauty School, why are they so different?" If Kaixuexia was as forthright as Xue Xue, she would have chased him all the way to the Utopia faction, right? Xiao Hua thought as he strolled around Yenyuan City happily. This time, he was able to get so many Qing Yi pills and clean lotus pills from the shop of the elixir school. It was really beyond his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. Yes, the pills he had been looking for a long time were actually solved with only 32 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. It was even more convenient than the EG of the wind station. The heavens do as I wish. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said to himself, when did this poor Taoist's moral standing become so good? Could it be that, the heavens just gave I a chance to enter the Huanhua sect? The streets of Yenyuan City were extremely wide. 10 flying carriages like the one pulled by the flying feather beasts could walk side by side. The shops on both sides of the street were also different from those in Jinghua City. There were many pavilions with more than 5 floors. Xiao Hua walked around for a while and saw a shop in front of him with the words, "Fu Family's Talisman," written on it. Thinking that the Earth Escape talisman in his space had long been used up, and the talisman paper and talisman ink for making yellow talismans had also been used up, Xiao Hua lifted his leg and walked in. Not far behind him, the few disciples of the elixir school who had been tailing him passed by the entrance of the Fu Family's talisman as if nothing had happened. They didn't even look into the shop. After the disciples had left, Xiao Hua's figure jumped out of the shop again. He looked around and thought to himself, could it be that I was overthinking? It seems very normal. Then Xiao Hua walked in again. Not far away, the disciples of the elixir school spread out again and watched the Fu Family's talisman closely. Xiao Hua was just being cautious. How could he be a match for the specially trained disciples of the elixir school? The interior of the Fu Family's shop was similar to that of the elixir school's shop. Behind the various restrictions on the walls, high-grade yellow talismans could be seen at a glance. At the bottom of the walls, mid-grade yellow talismans were arranged neatly according to the categories of defense and attack. On the left-hand side, there was a huge jade shelf. All kinds of talisman crafting materials were arranged neatly according to their categories. There weren't many shop assistants in the shop, but there were many cultivators who came to visit. Xiao Hua first entered the shop, then left. When he entered the shop again, there really weren't any shop assistants who came to greet him. Xiao Hua stood for a moment and was looking around. A shop assistant saw him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, please feel free to look around first. When I'm done, I'll come over to greet you." "Huh, got it. I'll take a look around first." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and walked around casually in the shop. After this period of cultivation, Xiao Hua's talisman crafting technique had greatly improved. Not to mention fireball talismans, he could also successfully craft icicle talismans and confinement talismans. Of course, he didn't need to let others see his talisman crafting technique anymore. These yellow talismans weren't drawn with talisman brushes. "Huh? What's this?" Xiao Hua walked to a corner of the wall and saw a silk cloth about a foot long casually tossed there. There were some words on it. Most of the words were covered, and only a few words were exposed. It read, "Talisman crafting. Disciple. Third layer of aura refining, could it be, talisman crafting technique?" Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the shop assistant who greeted him just now walked over and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist, have you picked a yellow talisman that you like?" When Xiao Hua heard this, he pointed at it and asked, "What's this?" "This?" The shop assistant looked at what Xiao Hua was pointing at and said with a smile, "This is a notice that our Fu family is recruiting talisman crafting disciples." "A notice? Can I take a look?" Xiao Hua asked. "Of course. Fellow Taoist, please." As the shop assistant spoke, he picked up the silk cloth and handed it to Xiao Hua. He then said, "This notice has been hanging outside my humble shop for a long time, but I couldn't find a suitable disciple. So, I stopped hanging it for the past few days and threw it here." Xiao Hua took it and carefully looked at it. He saw the following words written on it: "The Fu family, a talisman crafting clan, is recruiting talisman crafting disciples. Must have a cultivation level of at least the third layer of aura refining and can craft simple low-grade yellow talismans. If you don't have a foundation in talisman crafting, you must have a cultivation level of at least the fifth layer of aura refining. If you have outstanding aptitude and can craft high-grade yellow talismans, you can join our Fu family and become a core disciple. You also have the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Fu family." "Huh? Your Fu family? How did you recruit disciples from outside? Could it be that, the Fu family doesn't have enough disciples?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Fellow Taoist. Do you know how to craft talismans? Do you also want to join our Fu family?" The shop assistant looked at Xiao Hua's cultivation level and didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, "If fellow Taoist knows how to craft talismans and is also a loose cultivator, our Fu family would be the best choice." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "I might be a loose cultivator, but I'm afraid that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to join the Fu family for no reason." The shop assistant smiled and took the silk cloth out. It was obvious that he was going to hang the notice of recruiting talisman crafting disciples outside. Not long after, he returned and said, "Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but crafting talismans is different from cultivating. Our Fu family's disciples with the surname Fu all know how to craft ordinary talismans. However, crafting high-grade yellow talismans requires talent and skill. Many disciples with the surname Fu are unable to master the crafting method of high-grade yellow talismans. Therefore, every few years, our Fu family will recruit some talented disciples from outside the family. These disciples can cultivate while crafting yellow talismans. Our Fu family will also select the most outstanding disciples from these disciples and recruit them as core disciples, to cultivate our Fu family's inherited cultivation method." Chapter 1431. The shop assistant from the Fu clan told Xiao Hua about the recruitment of talisman crafting disciples and said with a smile, "Even though my Fu clan can't be compared to a famous sect, we're still an aristocratic family that specializes in talisman crafting. We have talisman crafting techniques and cultivation techniques, so we're very attractive to rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators who know how to craft talismans have sought refuge in my Fu clan. Fellow Daoist, if you're interested, I'll ask the shopkeeper to come down and test your talisman crafting techniques. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, I was just casually asking. I've never thought of learning talisman crafting techniques. The shop assistant glanced at Xiao Hua and said, if fellow Daoist is interested, you should hurry up. The standards for the recruitment of disciples this time are relatively high, so there might be some good treatment. For example, there might be some good talisman crafting techniques. When Xiao Hua heard the recruitment standards again, he immediately became anxious and said inwardly, this might be reserved for some disciple. Why would I feel uncomfortable? Thus, he smiled and said, fellow Daoist, does your Fu clan have any earth escape talismans? Oh, this way please. Seeing that Xiao Hua wanted to look at the earth escape talismans, the shop assistant didn't say anything about the recruitment of disciples. He led Xiao Hua to the side of the earth escape talismans and took out a yellow talisman for Xiao Hua to appraise. Xiao Hua looked at it and asked for the price. The price of this earth escape talisman was slightly more expensive than the ones Xiao Hua bought in the past. However, the earth escape talisman had saved Xiao Hua's life several times before. Therefore, Xiao Hua haggled a few times and bought a lot of earth escape talismans. Then, Xiao Hua bought a lot of talisman paper and talisman ink before preparing to leave. Fellow Daoist, my humble shop still has high-grade confinement talismans and high-grade iron cloak talismans. Does fellow Daoist not want to take a look? Seeing that Xiao Hua was very generous, the shop assistant couldn't help but recommend. These yellow talismans. I still have them for the time being. I don't intend to buy them. Xiao Hua smiled and suddenly thought of something and asked, that's right, does your shop have a type of yellow talisman that can transmit messages further away? The distance of ordinary transmission talismans is too short. Hehe, fellow Daoist is right. The shop assistant pointed to the side and said, this is a 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman, a high-grade sound transmitting talisman. It can be sent to a fixed location, and it can also be transmitted to a cultivator from a very far distance after he injects his magic power. Not bad. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman cost a lot of spirit stones, Xiao Hua still bought a few of them. Yes, I bought an invisibility talisman in Jinghua City last time. I wonder if your shop has it. Xiao Hua suddenly asked with a smile when he saw that there were many strange yellow talismans in the Fu clan's shop. Invisibility talisman. When the shop assistant heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fellow Daoist, you're really lucky. I've never heard of the Fu clan selling invisibility talismans. Those are top-grade yellow talismans. Oh, no, it should be called a talisman. Spirit talisman. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, then. I'd like to ask fellow Daoist again. Does the Fu clan have a talisman that can suppress a cultivator's cultivation? This. The shop assistant scratched his head and said awkwardly, I've heard of it, but as for the specifics. Oh, if fellow Daoist really wants to buy it, I can ask the shopkeeper of my humble shop to explain it to fellow Daoist. The shop assistant looked at Xiao Hua's fourth layer aura refining cultivation and didn't think he would buy this kind of talisman. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua said, since that's the case, I'd like to ask the shopkeeper of your shop to come over for a chat. The shop assistant nodded helplessly and said, please follow fellow Daoist. After saying that, the shop assistant led Xiao Hua to the second floor. The layout of the second floor of the Fu clan's shop was different from the second floor of the Imperial Pill School's shop, but they were both spacious. A 40-something-year-old cultivator around the 9th layer of aura refining invited Xiao Hua to take a seat and offered him some fragrant tea. He said with a smile, I'm Fu Wingmin. How should I address fellow Taoist? Xiao Hua didn't dare to be impolite. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Xiao Hua. Greetings, senior. There's no need. Fellow Taoist is our humble shop's breadwinner, so there's no need to be polite. Fu Wingmin waved his hand with a smile. I heard from the shop assistant that fellow Taoist wants to buy a talisman that can suppress cultivation. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and answered. Fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation. Can you tell I why fellow Taoist wants a talisman that can suppress cultivation? This talisman isn't something fellow Taoist can use, right? Fu Wingmin asked. I have a fellow Taoist who sent a message to I saying that he needs this kind of talisman. However, it's inconvenient for him to come out since he's in closed-door meditation. When he saw that I came out to travel, he handed this matter to I. As for why he needs this kind of talisman, I don't know either. Xiao Hua explained, actually, I've never heard of this kind of talisman. Just now, I was just casually asking the shop assistant. I didn't expect to get a definite answer. So that's how it is. Fu Wingmin nodded and said with a smile, like I said, how could fellow Taoist know about this kind of talisman? I'm afraid, the invisibility talisman was also purchased by that fellow Taoist, right? Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly. He knew that what Fu Wingmin said was definitely reasonable, so he nodded with a smile. Presumably fellow Taoist also doesn't know, right? The invisibility talisman, that's a talisman. The magic power required to make a talisman can't be underestimated. Those below the 6th level of qi refining can't use it. As for the talisman that fellow Taoist mentioned, it's the Qingyun talisman. Those below the 10th level of qi refining can't use it. So you're saying, your sect has this kind of Qingyun talisman? Xiao Hua asked, overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Fu Wingmin shook her head and said, no. No. Then. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. Alas, talismans are a talisman crafting technique that's even more profound than yellow talismans. My Fu clan's ancestors did have some talisman crafting techniques, but, the Fu clan's descendants, have limited aptitudes and can't completely inherit it. Many talismans, not only talismans, even some high-level yellow talismans, have been lost. Fu Wingmin sighed and said, it's not just my Fu clan. In fact, many cultivation clans are also facing this kind of awkward situation. On one hand, they have cultivation techniques, on the other hand, they can't find suitable descendants. It's difficult to continue the bloodline. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly. He opened his mouth, but closed it again. This kind of Fu clan matter, should only be known by Fu clan descendants. I wonder, why did Fu Wingmin tell me this? Of course, Xiao Hua also believed that even if he didn't ask, Fu Wingmin would explain the reason. Sure enough, Fu Wingmin opened her mouth and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, since my humble shop doesn't have this Qingyun talisman, why did I invite fellow Taoist to come up for a chat? Exactly, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Fu. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must be a loose cultivator, right? Fu Wingmin probed. I am indeed a loose cultivator. Xiao Hua looked straight at Fu Wingmin. He didn't evade her gaze and answered very decisively. Fellow Taoist Xiao looks to be 17 or 18 years old, but is only in the 4th layer of qi refining. The possibility of you being a loose cultivator is really too high. Fu Wingmin had a look of understanding and explained, actually, as a disciple of a cultivation sect, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is a bit lacking. Even if you're a descendant of an aristocratic clan, it's still barely passable. Of course, if you're a loose cultivator, then it's a different matter. Fellow Taoist's cultivation is also not bad. However, as a loose cultivator, you lack a lot of things. Cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, guidance, experience, and so on. Every one of these things will hinder fellow Taoists' progress. If fellow Taoist wants to make further progress, then you can only join a cultivation sect or aristocratic clan. Fellow Taoist Shao must also know that the disciples accepted by cultivation sects are either young or have a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining. Fellow Taoist. I'm afraid you won't be able to meet the requirements. I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. After saying so much, Fu Yingmin wanted him to join the Fu clan. It's good that fellow Taoist understands. I heard from Fu Yu that fellow Taoist knows some talisman crafting techniques. Fellow Taoist Xiao isn't very old and his cultivation level isn't low. If you join my Fu clan, even if you don't have great achievements in cultivation, you might have some achievements in talisman crafting, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao, why not? This. Xiao Hua was a bit dumbfounded all of a sudden. Previously, he had racked his brains to join a cultivation sect and obtain cultivation techniques, but this cultivation aristocratic clan, he had never thought about joining. That was because he felt that they would definitely be the descendant of a direct descendant or a branch family, and he wouldn't have a chance. Now that this opportunity had suddenly appeared, Xiaohua didn't know how to choose. After a moment, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Fu, please allow me to think about this matter a bit more. I'm afraid I can't give Senior a reply right now. I naturally know this, and I didn't want fellow Taoist to make a decision right away." Fu Yingmin smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to carefully think about what I said and give me an answer within half a year." Half a year? My Fu clan will hold a selection in half a year. My Yen Abyss City will have a quota. If fellow Taoist Xiao is interested, you can come within the time limit. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Many thanks for Senior's care, Junior will carefully think about it." After saying this, Fu Yingmin sent Xiao Hua to the stairs and cupped her hands to bid farewell. Xiao Hua walked out of the Fu clan's shop in a daze. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation when he casually walked into a yellow talisman shop. Even when he returned to the inn, he still didn't know whether he should go or not. What am I thinking about? Xiao Hua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm so stupid, isn't there just a disciple of an aristocratic clan in front of me? I only need to ask." Kai Zhuxia's mood wasn't very high, and she was somewhat worried. However, she was a female cultivator after all. When she heard that Xiao Hua had encountered such a thing, she also became interested. She looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, with your current cultivation level and age, you can be considered an outstanding individual among rogue cultivators." That shopkeeper of the Fu clan didn't see wrong. However, even if that's the case, he still made a mistake. Can fellow Taoist Xiao's cultivation be based on what you see on the surface? Fellow Taoist Kai, I only want to ask, do you think I should enter the Fu clan? Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked directly. Chapter 1432. I feel that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to join the Fu clan. Kai Zhuxia said without hesitation, "Shopkeeper Fu wants fellow Taoist to join the Fu clan because he wants fellow Taoist to learn the art of making talismans and become a talisman master of the Fu clan. Since fellow Taoist doesn't have the surname Fu, even if you join the Fu clan, you will only be able to make ordinary talismans. I'm afraid they won't let fellow Taoist practice making high-grade talismans. Besides, what fellow Taoist needs now is a cultivation technique. As long as you have the basic cultivation technique, the art of making talismans is just a trivial matter. Even if fellow Taoist's talisman making skills are superb and you become a guest elder of the Fu clan in the future, but, in terms of cultivation techniques, they definitely won't teach you the complete set of cultivation techniques. You will still be a high-level talisman master of the Fu clan. Actually, to be honest, fellow Taoist, I have also considered whether fellow Taoist should join the Kai clan, but fellow Taoist Zhao's terrifying cultivation speed and other divine abilities. I feel that if fellow Taoist Xiao were to join the Kai clan, your talents would definitely be buried, so I didn't dare to ask. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to join the Fu clan, it would be better for fellow Taoist Xiao to join the Kai clan. At least in terms of cultivation techniques, fellow Taoist Xiao will not be treated unfairly. Hearing Kai Zhuxia's honest words, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Kai Zhuxia had always invited him to join the Kai clan, and before he left alone, she changed her mind. It seemed that there was a hidden meaning behind her words. Of course. If the Fu clan really has some talismans, and fellow Taoist Xiao feels that, in terms of cultivation, fellow Taoist Xiao can't make any progress. It's not impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to practice it. Finally, Kai Zhuxia gave an ambiguous smile. Alright, thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua smiled and told Kai Zhuxia about the auction the day after tomorrow, asking for her opinion. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Kai Zhuxia was very happy and said, the auction is the most lively. There are often rare items that don't appear in the marketplace. Since there is such a good thing, we naturally have to go. It doesn't matter if we go a day or a day later. That's good. Fellow Taoist Kai, have a good rest. We'll participate in the auction together the day after tomorrow. Xiao Hua prepared to leave. Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao. This auction has always been controlled by the number of participants. Those who have nothing to do with it don't even know about it, let alone enter. Fellow Taoist, you just went out for a stroll and received an invitation talisman. What's going on? There won't be any traps, right? Xiao Hua originally wanted to avoid the important matters and dwell on the trivial matters, but he didn't expect Kai Zhuxia to delve deeper into it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he told her the whole story. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth about the number of medicinal pills, and only made up some nonsense. This Xue, who was she? I've never heard of a cultivator family with the surname Xue in the kingdom of Xi. Kai Zhuxia frowned. But if he's from a cultivation sect, his age and cultivation level, it doesn't seem right. Who cares about her? Xiao Hua said with a smile, we only received her invitation talisman, and this auction wasn't organized by her alone, so how could it be disadvantageous to us? Once the auction is over, we will leave Yenyuan City. What is there to be afraid of? Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are some things that we can't let our guard down. Most of the time, even the tiniest details can be life-threatening. Perhaps. Xiao Hua shrugged. Thinking about the situation with Xue just now, she also couldn't think of any traps. The most important thing was that Xiao Hua didn't tell her the truth about the invitation talisman. Leaving aside the fact that Xiao Hua came out of Kai Zhuxia's room and returned to his own room to cultivate, the disciples of the Imperial Pill sect saw Xiao Hua return to the inn in a daze. They first asked the inn staff a few questions, then left a few disciples to guard the inn's entrance, and the rest returned to the Imperial Pill sect's shop. After listening to the disciples' report, shopkeeper Lu muttered in his heart, he's with a female cultivator who might be a descendant of an aristocratic family. Could it be that Xiao Hua bought so many medicinal pills, and brought them back to the clan? This could also be explained. But clear fragrance pills and the like are only low-level medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation level. Which cultivator family would buy so many at once? It couldn't be that some other cultivator family also heard the rumors and wanted to stockpile spirit stones like my Imperial Pill sect, right? This matter seems to be only known by the Immortal Union. Right, my Imperial Pill sect master is old friends with someone from the Immortal Union, so he leaked a little bit of information. Moreover, he was also warned not to leak it. Other cultivator families, how could they know? Shopkeeper Lu thought for a while, then ordered his disciples to withdraw, leaving only one to watch Xiao Hua's trail. 2 days passed by very quickly. Xiao Hua had enough clear fragrance pills in his space. During this period of time, he didn't even leave his room, only quietly cultivating. Only when the four walls of his room flashed with brilliance did Xiao Hua open his eyes and open the restriction on the door. Wuxia was already standing at the door in high spirits, waiting to follow Xiao Hua to the treasure auction pavilion. Wuxia had been to Yenyuan City before, so she was very clear about the location of the treasure auction pavilion. Xiao Hua followed her for an hour and arrived at a plaza in the center of the city. This plaza was rather large and oval in shape. On the plaza, there were dozens of towering pillars that pierced straight into the blue sky. On the pillars, there were many relief carvings of different shapes. On the carvings, there were faint runes that flickered in and out of existence under the noon sun. In front of each pillar, there was a tall cultivator dressed in armor. His hands were either holding a spear or a halberd, or a sword. He stood majestically at the side. They should be the city guards of Yenyuan City. Many of the scattered cultivators in the plaza stayed far away from these armored city guards. The pillars in the plaza were very eye-catching, so Xiao Hua's eyes were completely attracted to them before he could see anything else. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Wuxia said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't you ask a few days ago about the difference between Xuanyan sect's defensive formation and Jinghua City's defensive formation? This is the defensive formation of Yenyuan City, the Yenyuan Limitless Formation. Yenyuan City got its name from this formation." Yenyuan Limitless Formation? Xiao Hua muttered to himself. His eyes roamed over the pillars for a moment, then he said in a low voice, "Compared to Jinghua City's defensive formation, which one is stronger?" Fellow Daoist Xiao is strange. Why do you always want to ask who is stronger? Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled, "I don't know who is stronger. I only know that the Yenyuan Limitless Formation is the most suitable formation for Yenyuan City. These pillars can extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit veins under Yenyuan City. It can be used for both defense and attack. It is said that back in the day, several nascent soul cultivators joined forces to attack Yenyuan City, but they couldn't succeed. Instead, one of them was injured by this formation." "Ah! Several nascent soul cultivators." Xiao Hua was shocked. He looked at the pillars again in disbelief. This Yenyuan Limitless Formation, is this powerful? The Tao of formations is profound and unfathomable. Unfortunately, many of them have already been lost. Wuxia sighed, even the profound Heaven sect, which is famous for its formations in Lian country, is rumored to have withered away. Formations. Formations. Xiao Hua muttered. That's the treasure auction pavilion. Wuxia said as she pointed to a tall 6-story pavilion on the west side of the plaza. Xiao Hua came back to his senses and looked over. The entire auction pavilion was overflowing with light and was emitting all kinds of brilliance. It was extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Fellow Daoist Xiao, look to the east. That pointy tower-shaped pavilion is the weaponry workshop. It's where Yenyuan City sells magic tools and treasures. However, it's only open to cultivators above the 11th level of Qi refining, so we can't enter for now. The round gourd-like pavilion on the north side is the herb gathering hall. It's where you buy spirit herbs and pills. The square pavilion on the south side is called the Jade Talisman House. It sells yellow talismans and spirit talismans. It's said that the legendary jade talismans can occasionally appear. I'm sure fellow Daoist Xiao knows which sect built these 3 pavilions. Of course. The weaponry workshop is the property of the Qiqiao sect. The herb gathering hall is the property of the Xuanyan school. As for the Jade Talisman House, it's definitely the property of the Splendid sect. Xiao Hua glanced over and answered with a smile. Fellow Daoist is right. That's exactly the case. Wuxia looked at the 3 towering pavilions with envy, the three great cultivation sects of the country of Shi are indeed worthy of their reputation. Then what about the treasure auction pavilion? Which sect does it belong to? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Pfft. Wuxia laughed, is there even a need to ask? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was extremely regretful and said, this poor Taoist was wrong. This poor Taoist only looked at the cultivation sects and cultivation families and forgot about Yenyuan City. Hehe, that's right. This treasure auction pavilion is the property of Yenyuan City. Wuxia smiled sweetly and said, let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. It's already late. Let's go in earlier. Xiao Hua followed Wuxia to the front of the treasure auction pavilion. The entrance hall of the treasure auction pavilion was extremely large. A row of armored city guards stood at the entrance, inspecting the invitations of cultivators who wanted to enter the treasure auction pavilion. The rows of city guards gradually decreased from the middle to the sides according to their cultivation level. The cultivators who wanted to enter also wisely chose to pass in front of the city guards according to their cultivation level. After entering the treasure auction pavilion, the lighting inside was a bit dim. Even the area in front of them was dark and they couldn't see anything clearly. Xiao Hua looked around and didn't see any city guards coming to greet them. He unconsciously stopped. Why did fellow Taoist Xiao stop? Wuxia also stopped and asked curiously. Xiao Hua pointed to the front and said in a low voice, why is it so dark inside? It doesn't feel normal. Wuxia turned her head and looked. She pulled Xiao Hua to the side and said in a low voice, extremely rare items often appeared during the auction. In order to protect the cultivators who are bidding, the auction will set up a restriction before entering the venue. This restriction cannot be passed through by divine sense. The cultivators who are bidding can put on a mask or use some kind of spell to hide their face or cultivation level. This dark area in front of us is precisely the restriction set up by the treasure auction pavilion. Chapter 1433. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's also go. However, since, according to Ai's previous experience, everyone except those who didn't conceal their identity will appear alone in the auction. I'm afraid I can't travel with fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, then we'll do as fellow Taoist Kai said. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that Wuxia had some top-grade spirit stones in her storage pouch. Presumably, she wanted to bid for some things in this auction and bring them back to Luyang's Kai clan. These were all cultivators' privacy, so Xiao Hua naturally knew to avoid them. Soon after, the two slowly followed the cultivators who came in from behind and entered the darkness. Xiao Hua slowly walked and put on the camouflage cloth. He stopped at the side for a moment before walking out of the darkness. At this moment, several cultivators scattered around Xiao Hua followed him out. Apart from a foundation establishment old man who didn't conceal his cultivation and identity, the others were all wearing different camouflage cloth. Xiao Hua didn't know which one was Wuxia, or perhaps Wuxia had already come out. In front of Xiao Hua was a rather large hall. A dozen or so boys wearing the same clothes stood in different places with smiles on their faces. In the hall, there were several jade tables with some flowering spirit herbs and some spirit fruits. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall. Some were whispering, some were standing alone, looking at the ink and brushes hanging on the walls of the hall. There were even some who were holding spirit fruits or tea in their hands and lightly tasting them. In the four corners of the hall, there were 4 stairs that led straight to the second floor. Xiao Hua walked into the hall and met a boy in the second layer of qi refining. The boy had a clean face and red lips, looking very cute. The boy cupped his hands and smiled. Welcome, senior, to my auction. There are still some hours before the auction starts. Senior can rest in the hall for a while, or you can go to the second floor first. Today's auction will be held on the second floor. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and said, I'll go to the second floor. Senior, this way please. The boy raised his hand and invited Xiao Hua to go to the nearest stairs. He said, if Senior has something to bid for in the auction, now is the right time. On the second floor, my auction house has a senior marshal brother to receive Senior. Okay, Xiao Hua said and walked in the direction the boy pointed. The cultivator who was walking beside Xiao Hua didn't talk to the boy. At this moment, Xiao Hua walked in front of him. Xiao Hua followed that cultivator to go to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first floor. There was a slightly larger platform in the middle, floating high in the air. The entire second floor was divided into two parts by the platform. On the side where Xiao Hua was, there were a lot of chairs, all facing the platform. At this time, there were already some cultivators sitting on the chairs. On the other side of the platform, there were some small room-like lattices. Each lattice looked empty, but there was some empty brilliance that blocked Xiao Hua's gaze outside. The cultivator in front of Xiao Hua went to the second floor and walked straight to a row of young cultivators. These young cultivators were about 16 or 17 years old and their cultivations were all in the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining. They wore clothes similar to the boy downstairs. They should be the senior marshal brother of the boy downstairs. Senior, do you have something to bid for? Seeing the cultivator approaching, a Yenyuan city disciple cupped his hands and asked. Yes. The cultivator nodded and replied. Senior, please come this way. When the Yenyuan city disciple heard this, he raised his hand and invited the cultivator to a nearby entrance. Seeing the cultivator and the Yenyuan city disciple enter the entrance, Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. But after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to part with any of the items in the space. Without hesitation, he picked up a chair in the corner of the hall and quietly sat down. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and did not speak. After about the time it took to finish a meal, the sound of footsteps gradually rang out around him. The chairs around him were all occupied. In the entire hall, other than the sound of footsteps and the welcoming words of the Yenyuan city disciples, everything else was quiet and there was no noise at all. Pop, pop, pop. A burst of crisp sounds, as if some bamboos were being squashed, followed by a burst of ethereal music that echoed throughout the hall. Xiao Hua knew that the auction had begun. When he opened his eyes, he saw that in the center of the stage, a milky white brilliance was gradually emitting from the tall platform. It was like a layer of clouds that slowly rolled upwards. When it covered the entire top of the stage, it suddenly dissipated in all directions along with the resounding music. When the milky white brilliance dissipated, a thin and tall old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared on the stage. The old man's cultivation was roughly at the early stage of the late stage. His face was thin and his long beard was a bit white. His two eyebrows drooped down from the corners of his eyes and seemed to be much longer than an ordinary person's. The green Taoist robe on his body was indescribably fitting. The old man's figure appeared on the high platform. He immediately smiled at the people below the stage and the independent seats across from Xiao Hua. He clasped his hands and said, I'm Mo. I'm the ruler of today's auction. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to my treasure auction pavilion to participate in the auction. At this moment, the music had already faded. The entire hall became even quieter. Only the old man's voice echoed in the hall. As you all know, the auction of the treasure auction pavilion is held every month. Thank you for your generosity in sending your treasures to the treasure auction pavilion. This time, there will be many treasures that you have never thought of appearing in the auction pavilion. Of course, before the auction begins, on behalf of my treasure auction pavilion, I would like to thank the Utopia faction, the Qiqiao sect, and the Xuanyan school. I would like to thank everyone for coming. And Qingma mentioned the names of many sects and families. At the beginning, he slightly tilted his body. It was obvious that he was speaking to the individual seats. At the end, he spoke to Xiao Hua and the other ordinary cultivators. Fellow cultivatorin, let's start quickly. I can't wait any longer. A loud voice came from Xiao Hua's side. This voice was very abrupt in the hall. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw a fat cultivator sitting there lazily. He didn't hide his cultivation level. Ha, 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 fellow cultivator Zhang, you are really impatient. Every time, you are the first to win. I just don't know, will you be able to get what you want today? And Cheng Yimou didn't seem to be angry. He clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman appeared on the stage with a jade plate in her hands. The jade plate in the woman's hands was covered with a layer of silk, and no one could see what was on it. The woman walked in front of Chengmo. The jade plate floated in the air. She took a few steps back and stood still. All right, said Chengmo with a smile. Thanks to fellow Daoist Zhang's urging, I'm going to take out the first item for this auction. He waved his hand, causing the silk cloth to fly up into the air, revealing the item on the jade plate. There was a fist-sized stone in the jade plate. Under the moonlight in the hall, it was faintly transparent. It looked very strange. Chengmo picked up the stone and spun it a few times under the moonlight. He smiled and said, "This is the spatial stone. It is an extremely rare material for refining tools. It is said that when refining tools, the spatial stone can reduce the weight of the tool. It is as light as a feather. As for whether or not it has any other uses, I can't say. I'm sure that all the tool refiners here have their own opinions. Well, a fellow cultivator asked us to bid for this item. The starting price is 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Chengmo finished speaking and looked at the fat cultivator. "Fellow cultivator Zhang, this is a material for refining tools. I'm sure you won't be interested in it." "It's not that I'm not interested in it, fellow Daoistan. It's just that, the materials used to refine tools usually cost 3 to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This spacetime stone is so much more expensive. I'm still reluctant to part with a mid-grade spirit stone." Zhang Daoist said with a smile. Ha ha ha, when the others heard this, they all laughed. The atmosphere in the hall became very lively. "Since this is the first item of the auction, I will bid 10 mid-grade spirit stones." A cultivator on Xiao Hua's left raised his hand and shouted. He didn't hide his identity. Good, as expected of a fellow cultivator who knows his stuff. Chengmo praised and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 1 mid-grade spirit stone each time. Chengmo's words fell, but no one responded. Xiao Hua had bought so many pills the day before yesterday, but he had only spent 30 or so mid-grade spirit stones. These things were only used for refining tools, who would want to buy them? In the end, even after Chengmo shouted twice, no one answered. Just as Chengmo was about to say, "Since no one wants to bid, then," a low voice sounded, "I bid 11 mid-grade spirit stones." Chengmo looked up and saw a cultivator in a camouflage robe raise his hand. All right, this fellow Daoist has a discerning eye. He has offered 11 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? That fellow cultivator just now, doesn't he want to bid another mid-grade spirit stone? The cultivator waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivator, I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Since a jade has been thrown out, I'd better get out of here." Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter, and Chengmo was very satisfied. Although the spatial stone hadn't been auctioned many times, the atmosphere of the auction had been stirred up. It would be very beneficial for the auction later. Good, if no one else wants to bid, this spatial stone is yours. The hall fell silent, ha. Chengmo clapped his hands and shouted, "Congratulations, fellow cultivator, this spatial stone is yours." After he said that, the woman standing next to him walked up and held the jade plate in her hand. This cultivator was none other than Xiao Hua, who was participating in the auction for the first time. Chapter 1434. The woman walked in front of Xiao Hua with the jade plate in her hand. She raised her hands and the spatial stone appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. This was Xiao Hua's first time participating in an auction. Of course, it was his first time bidding. He just thought it was fun and wanted to try something new. He didn't expect to actually win this spatial stone. Seeing that the woman had brought the Void Meng stone over, he knew that she wanted him to pay the spirit stones. Thus, he patted his storage pouch and took out 11 mid-grade spirit stones. He placed them on a jade plate before holding the Void Meng stone in his hand. Sure enough, the spatial stone was very light, almost as if it was weightless. Through the spatial stone, Xiao Hua could almost see the woman nodding at him before walking away. On the high platform, and Chenghua continued, the spatial stone has been sold. Next up is another material used for refining tools. This material is black gold. Following in Chenhua's voice, another woman wearing the same clothes appeared on the high platform. She was also holding a jade plate covered in silk. Black gold is a common material used to refine tools. It can strengthen the tool. This piece of black gold is different from normal black gold. It is more delicate and harder. And Chenghua gave a simple introduction of the black gold. Finally, he said, this piece of black gold is the same as the spatial stone. The bidding starts at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Each bid will increase by 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Spatial stone was useless in refining many magic tools, but black gold was different. The harder a magic tool was, the more magic power it could contain, and the more power it could unleash. This was something that all magic tool refiners knew. Thus, as soon as Chenghua finished speaking, a cultivator in camouflage robes shouted, I bid 12 mid-grade spirit stones. 13. 15. After a few bids, the price of the black gold had already reached 18 pieces. This black gold is so valuable. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He remembered that when he bought a piece of black gold, he only paid 3 middle-grade spirit stones. This piece of black gold was 6 times the price of his piece. When the price reached 18 pieces, no one else dared to bid any higher. Chen Yamo clapped his hands, indicating that the black gold belonged to the cultivator who had bid at the beginning. Soon after, there were all kinds of different refining materials, and there were also different prices and bids. The cultivators were all people who knew their stuff, and all the rare and commonly used materials had high prices. For example, some materials with very few uses like silk coiling gold and wild alfalfa stone had extremely low prices, and there were even some that no one bid at all. This made Xiao Hua extremely happy. This guy loved to be cheap the most, and he also had an indescribable hobby. He liked to collect these things that he didn't need for the time being, but might be useful in the future. Therefore, Xiao Hua took all the materials that no one cared about with a smile. This made Chenghua of the treasure auction pavilion secretly happy. Usually, no one would bid for these materials, and they could only take them back in the end. But this time, there was a strange cultivator like Xiao Hua who bought them all. This made Chenghua wonder if this guy was arranged by the city lord, to be a front. After the bidding for refining materials, it was time to bid for spirit herbs. 100-year-old black wood was offered for 1 middle-grade spirit stone, but because this black wood was the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill, it was bid for 30 middle-grade spirit stones by the cultivators. Strange, I remember that this 100-year-old spirit herb was only sold for 1 middle-grade spirit stone in Jinghua City. How could it be sold for 30 middle-grade spirit stones in Yenyuan City? But soon, he saw the cultivator in front of him who'd won the black wood very carefully put the spirit grass into his storage pouch. Xiao Hua immediately came to a realization. The Centennial Life's main ingredient might be a middle-grade spirit stone, but it's always been rarely seen in e.g. I wandered around Jinghua City for a long time, and I only saw spirit herbs that were a few decades old. As for those that were older, they were all used to refine blood replenishing pills and cleansing pills. Where have I seen spirit herbs that are used to refine marrow cleansing pills? That's right, the price of one middle grade spirit stone, is the price of income, and, is not the price of selling it to cultivators. A black wood, another black wood, and other ingredients, if a high-level alchemist can refine a cauldron of 36 marrow cleansing pills. One marrow cleansing pill costs 10 to 20 middle grade spirit stones, then 36 marrow cleansing pills can be sold for at least 360 middle grade spirit stones. The alchemist will definitely make a profit. According to the market price of E.G. City, 1,000-year-old spirit herb costs 100 upper grade spirit stones. The exquisite grass in I's space is probably 1,000-year-old. I wonder how many spirit stones it can be sold for if I take it out to bid. Xiao Hua was a little proud. Afterwards, there were many more spiritual grasses. Some were 100 years old, some were 200 years old, and in the end, there was even a yellow nightmare grass that was 500 years old. All of them were bid at an astonishing price. Xiao Hua was not interested in any of these spiritual grasses. Moreover, it was not his turn to bid for them. They were all fought over by other cultivators. All right, everyone, there is only one spirit herb left in this auction, and it will be over. And Qingma's face was flushed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This last spirit herb is a little strange. It is not a spirit herb that is commonly seen in the Xiaoyu continent. The alchemists of Yenyuan City have also searched through ancient records for a long time, but they could not find its origin. Therefore, I will take it out last." As he said this, a woman still brought up a jade plate. When Qingmo removed the silk cloth from the jade plate, everyone was stunned. On the jade plate, there was a withered willow branch. On the willow branch, there were 9 willow leaves, all of which were withered and yellow. "Fellow isn't this a willow branch?" A cultivator broke the silence in the hall and asked curiously. "Fellow Taoist, good question." And Qingmo clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you think my treasure auction pavilion will mistake a willow branch for something else?" That cultivator was speechless. This spirit herb, because my treasure auction pavilion cannot provide a name, then according to this fellow Taoist, we will call it a willow branch. Boom! Everyone laughed loudly. And Qingma shouted again, "This willow branch, the lowest bid is 50 high-grade spirit stones. Every increase is 10 high-grade spirit stones." 50 high-grade spirit stones. Everyone was shocked. After all, the 500-year-old yellow grass was only bid for 100 high-grade spirit stones. This unremarkable willow branch, which could even be said to be dying, was actually bid for 50 high-grade spirit stones. Only 50 high-grade spirit stones, which fellow Taoist is willing to pay. And Qingmo was not nervous at all and only shouted loudly. Xiao Hua looked from afar and did not frown. He also could not find any clues about this willow branch, but Qingmo clearly said that this spirit herb did not seem to be from the Xiaoyu continent. Could it be an item from the devil realm? Xiao Hua suddenly thought. But, if it is an item from the devil realm, how can it survive on the Xiaoyu continent? Is it destined to wither and die? Maybe I can raise it in my space. In that case, I can see what this willow branch is. 50 high-grade spirit stones is not a small number. Why would I buy this thing for no reason? Xiao Hua was hesitant again. At this moment, a voice rang out from one of the small houses that had been silent all this time. Xuanyan School offers 60 high-grade spirit stones. Xuanyan School. 60 high-grade spirit stones. Everyone was in an uproar. Many cultivators who did not hide their identity began to whisper. Good, the fellow Taoist from Xuanyan School bids 60 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who would like to bid higher? If not, this willow branch belongs to Xuanyan school. And Qingma immediately shouted. The room was silent. Everyone unconsciously turned their heads slightly, wanting to see if there was really someone who would bid higher spirit stones. Is there no one? If no one else bids, this willow branch will be given to. Without waiting for Qingma to finish, Xiaohua raised his hand, 70 high-grade spirit stones. 80. The disciple from Xuanyan school coldly shouted without hesitation. Humph! Xiaohua secretly sneered in his heart, if it was someone else, since I don't know what this willow branch is, I will naturally bear with it. But, if Xuanyan school wants it, I, also want it. Even if I can't win against you in the end, I will make you spend more spirit stones. Xiaohua seemed to remember the anger he received in front of the disciple from Xuanyan school, 90. Xiaohua raised his hand and said 100. The disciple from Xuanyan school's tone was still cold. 110, finally, Xiaohua continued to bid for the willow branch, 220 high-grade spirit stones. This round of inexplicable bidding not only stunned the crowd of cultivators, but even Qingma, who was on the high platform, opened his eyes wide and was at a loss. This was obviously beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha, good. Since fellow Taoist likes this willow branch so much, I will let you have it. The disciple from Xuanyan school suddenly laughed loudly. What? Xiaohua was stunned. He suddenly felt like he was being teased. Could it be? I tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, I was schemed against. But as the disciple from Xuanyan school withdrew, and Qingma immediately clapped his hands and said, this fellow Taoist is wise, to be able to bid such a high price for the willow branch, congratulations. Ha ha ha. As Qingma's voice fell, all the cultivators in the field also laughed loudly, making Xiaohua's face turn red. Fortunately, the mystic grass blocked him, otherwise he would have to find a hole and burrow into the ground. The woman gave the willow branch to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't even look at it and threw it into the space, casually inserting it into a place. Well, under the enthusiasm of fellow Taoists, the spirit herbs have been bid for. Next are some talismans and talisman crafting materials. And Qingma said with a smile, the first talisman is the guiding lightning talisman. As he spoke, he opened the jade plate that the woman sent over. Inside the jade plate was a shiny object, completely different from the ordinary yellow talismans. Looking at the appearance of the talisman, it was exactly the same as the Yunqing talisman on Li Zongbao's head. Chapter 1435. I believe that many fellow Taoists are familiar with the thunder palm technique. I don't think I need to explain how powerful it is. And Qingma smiled and said, the thunder summoning technique is able to attract the divine lightning from the horizon. That kind of heavenly power, TSK, just thinking about it makes I tremble with fear. Of course, this thunder summoning technique has always been a secret technique passed down by some sections. Only seniors with profound cultivation can use it, and when using it, they need to use extremely powerful magic treasures. The thunder summoning talisman is made by using the thunder summoning technique to refine the thunder summoning talisman. The minimum requirement to refine the thunder summoning talisman is a 4th grade thunder beast. As for the blood essence of the thunder summoning talisman, it also needs to be a 2nd grade flying crane, hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention the talisman crafting technique used to refine the thunder summoning talisman, just the blood essence of the spirit beast and the blood essence of the thunder summoning talisman were beyond Xiaohua's imagination. The price of this thunder summoning talisman was definitely not low. Sure enough, after Qingma explained, he reported the price of the thunder summoning talisman. Although this thunder summoning talisman can be used repeatedly, the conditions for using it are quite harsh. The user must be at the foundation establishment stage or above, so fellow Taoists in the qi condensation stage should not consider it for the time being. Hehe, the price of this thunder summoning talisman is 10 high-grade spirit stones. 15. Before Enchingma's voice fell, a voice rang out from the small room. 20 high-grade spirit stones. Right in front of Xiao Hua, near the high platform, another cultivator added without hesitation. 25. It would appear that this lightning guiding talisman was very rare. Additionally, it was also very powerful. Many of the cultivators who had concealed their cultivation bases were bidding for it. In just a short moment, the price had risen to 60 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, only 2 cultivators who were seated in separate rooms remained in the auction hall. One of them was dressed like a cultivator from the Seven Skills sect. He was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His hair and beard were all white, his body was large, and there was a hint of anger on his face. The other cultivator was dressed like a cultivator from the Splendid Flower sect. He was also at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His hair and beard were all white, but he was skinny and had some strange black spots on his face. The cultivator from the Seven Skills sect looked at Enchingma excitedly shouting at the other cultivators and frowned. He then looked at the restrictions on the walls and said, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, I have some other uses for this lightning summoning talisman. If fellow Daoist isn't in a hurry to use it, why don't you let me have it? If I have other things later, I'll let fellow Daoist have it. How about it?" When the cultivator from the Splendid Flowers sect heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Okay, since fellow Daoist he has a use for it, then why not let fellow Daoist have it? Many thanks, fellow Daoist Jiang." Fellow Daoist he from the Seven Skills sect said with a smile. "Ah. You can do that?" Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this from outside. And Enchingma didn't find it strange. There were restrictions on the individual rooms. Even Golden Core cultivators couldn't privately communicate with each other. If they were to talk, they could only be heard by everyone in the room. Okay, the lightning summoning talisman for 60 high-grade spirit stones goes to fellow Daoist he from the Seven Skills sect. And Enchingma clapped his hands and a woman brought the lightning summoning talisman into the room of the Seven Skills sect. Then there were a few more rare talismans. Unfortunately, none of them were the invisibility talismans that Xiao Hua wanted. In addition, those talismans required Foundation establishment cultivators to use. Therefore, most of the talismans were won by the cultivators in the individual rooms. There were also a few cultivators who hid their cultivation. Okay, everyone, the next item to be auctioned is what everyone wants to see, and that is medicinal pills. And Enchingma's face showed a trace of red light and he said loudly, "Medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation are rare in E-City and E-City. However, in the auction, they are not rare. However, today, to be able to appear in large quantities, to be honest, even I have never seen such a thing." Wow, the cultivators who didn't hide their cultivation couldn't help but whisper in each other's ears. Even more cultivators stretched their necks to look at the stage. Clap clap, and Enchingma clapped his hands and a woman brought out more than 10 jade bottles. And Enchingma smiled and said, "Do you see this? Fellow Taoists, this is the famous Qing Yi pill in the country of Xi. It is most useful for cultivators in the 3rd and 4th level of Qi refining. If any Foundation establishment cultivator has a junior in the lower level of Qi refining, you should consider it. After all, it is rare to see so many Qing Yi pills. There are a total of 15 jade bottles here. Each bottle contains 10 Qing Yi pills. Every time a jade bottle is bid, the price is 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Every time the price is increased by 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Similarly, without waiting for Enchingma to finish speaking, a cultivator immediately raised his hand and shouted. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Xiao Hua, who was at the end of the line, was stunned again. Of course, there were exactly 150 Qing Yi pills. Needless to say, these were the pills that Xiao Hua gave to Xue Xue the day before yesterday. He paid 5 mid-grade spirit stones for each pill. This bottle of 10 Qingyi pills was only worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. This cultivator had just started the auction and he had already bid such a high price. Presumably, Xue, who was sitting somewhere, was already bursting with joy. Sure enough, the other cultivators were also stunned. After Qinhua shouted a few times, no one bid. That cultivator contentedly put the bottle of Qingyi pills into his bag. After that, the other 9 bottles of Qingyi pills were also bid at a high price. The highest price was 150 mid-grade spirit stones, while the lowest was 110 mid-grade spirit stones. In comparison, the cultivator who made the first bid used the least amount of mid-grade spirit stones. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua slowly saw through the situation and said, that Qingyi pill originally had a market price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Xue asked the treasure auction pavilion to bid 8 mid-grade spirit stones, which was already a lot higher. Furthermore, this cultivator gave out 10 mid-grade spirit stones all at once. Other people would probably still hesitate, and there were still 9 bottles of pills after that. In the end, this cultivator got a bargain. Actually, the one who got the best end of the deal is Xue. She earned more than 800 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. It's more than what she paid me. That's not right. Xue is the biggest winner. The biggest winner is probably the Imperial Elixir School. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. The pills that the Imperial Elixir School is going to offer today are the soul-nurturing pills and marrow-cleansing pills. Their quality and effects are much better than the clear breeze pills. I finally understand now. The Imperial Elixir School gave me the clear breeze pills and clean lotus pills. It's impossible for these pills to earn too many spirit stones in the first place. If I sent these pills to the auction house like Xue did, I could only push the price of the soul-nurturing pills and marrow-cleansing pills even higher. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, Qinhua gestured with his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be anxious. These Qingyi pills are just appetizers. The next item is the real deal. Marrow cleansing pill. 1,000 pills, which is also 10 pills per bottle. Each bottle costs 2 high-grade spirit stones. Every bid is 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 250 mid-grade spirit stones." A cultivator shouted. The marrow cleansing pill could be used by cultivators from the 3rd to the 8th level of qi refinement. It was much better than the Qingyi pills. 280 mid-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere in the hall immediately livened up. Looking at the somewhat crazy cultivators around him, Xiao Hua sat quietly on his chair and shook his head slightly. There are good things in this auction, but if you don't have enough spirit stones, there's really no need to come. In the time it took to eat a meal, 100 bottles of marrow cleansing pills were won by 100 cultivators at an average price of 5 high-grade spirit stones per bottle. Good, 500 high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Hua secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder. Shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School could easily sell low-grade medicinal pills to me. They really don't care. In a separate room, shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School was frowning. He turned his head and asked the disciple beside him, "Did you see Xiao Hua come to the treasure auction pavilion with a female cultivator?" Yes, this disciple saw it with his own eyes. That female cultivator isn't Xue. Definitely not. This disciple has long been familiar with Xue's appearance. That's strange. Those 150 Qingyi pills must have been obtained by Xue from Xiao Hua. But where are Xiao Hua's Qingyi pills? And there are so many clean lotus pills, why didn't he take them out to bid? Could it be I misjudged him? There's something wrong with this Xiao Hua after all. Reporting to shopkeeper, even if there's something wrong with this Xiao Hua, what kind of storm can those Qingyi pills and clean lotus pills cause? At most, they'll just create more low-level cultivators, so that they won't have the chance to peak at the higher levels. What do you know? Shopkeeper Lu berated, those are 800 clean lotus pills. If each cultivator takes 10 pills, there'll be 80 low-level cultivators who can break through their bottlenecks. Even if there are 80 third-level qi refining cultivators, they still can't be underestimated. Moreover, this guy Xiao Hua seems to be a loose cultivator. A few years ago, the heaven-forsaken loose cultivator organization was like a rainbow. I heard that a few years ago, they lost a feather on the 1000 Zhang Peak and many loose cultivators died. Now, they have disappeared without a trace. But what if this Xiao Hua is a loose cultivator abandoned by Heaven Forsaken? Doesn't that mean Heaven Forsaken can rise from the ashes again? Those loose cultivators are as hateful as locusts, but they can't be underestimated. Ah! The disciple was stunned. He bowed and said, "This disciple is stupid, this disciple didn't think so much." "Humph, of course you didn't think so much." Shopkeeper Lu snorted and said, "Go to the treasure auction pavilion and send some people to keep an eye on Xiao Hua's whereabouts. Find out who he is. Those 800 clean lotus pills can't be eaten by himself like he's chewing beans." "Yes, this disciple will arrange it right away." The disciple bowed and left. What Shopkeeper Lu didn't know was that those 800 clean lotus pills, Xiao Hua really did want to take them himself. In the past 2 days, he had been taking clean lotus pills in the inn. The effect was much better than the Qingyi pills. According to Xiao Hua's estimation, from the beginning of the 4th level to the 5th level of qi refining, these 800 clean lotus pills should be enough. Seeing that the bidding for the marrow cleansing pill was over, and Chengma clapped his hands again and shouted, "Fellow Taoists who are at the higher levels of qi refining must have been looking forward to it. The next item to be auctioned is exactly what fellow Taoists are looking forward to, the Peiyuan pill." Chapter 1436. Peiyuan pill. Immediately, some cultivators cried out in surprise. It wasn't that the Peiyuan pill hadn't appeared in the auction before, but, after seeing the number of marrow cleansing pills, all the cultivators understood that the Peiyuan pill couldn't be less. The number was the only reason they cried out in surprise. Sure enough, and Chengma clapped his hands and laughed. "I thought that everyone would be surprised. This time, the number of Peiyuan pill isn't small. I'm sure it will satisfy everyone's needs." As he spoke, several women brought up several jade plates. At this time, a few impatient cultivators stood up, wanting to see the number of jade bottles. This time, there are 800 Peiyuan pill divided into 160 jade bottles. There are 5 pills in each bottle, and each bottle is worth 4 high-grade spirit stones. Each increment is 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 5 high-grade spirit stones. A cultivator had already started to raise the price. "Damn, they're all crazy." Seeing the cultivators start to raise the price, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth unconsciously twitched. However, he also knew that the Peiyuan pill was useful for cultivators at the 4th stage of qi refining. Didn't Zhang Qingxiao and the others break through after taking the Peiyuan pill? This kind of pill, it was worth it no matter how many spirit stones it cost. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua had expected, a bottle of 5 essence-nurturing pills, with an average price of 11 high-grade spirit stones, was successfully bid for all of them. Each Peiyuan pill was worth 2 high-grade spirit stones. Hee hee. In the small room, shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. This was almost 2 top-grade spirit stones. For a sect that wasn't very big, and, the quality of the Peiyuan pills wasn't very good, it was definitely a very worthwhile transaction. In another small room, the old man who bid against Xiao Hua just now frowned. He turned to a disciple beside him and said, "Go ask the treasure auction pavilion. Which sect is this? How could they bid for so many Peiyuan pill?" What are their intentions? This. A disciple next to him said awkwardly, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. This is the rule of the treasure auction pavilion. We never reveal these secrets. This is also the reason why the treasure auction pavilion is so famous. Humph, what secrets? In front of my Xuanyan school, Yenyuan City has no secrets. As long as there are enough benefits, there are no absolute secrets. Yes, disciple will. Before the disciple could bow and leave, An Cheng Mo's voice sounded again, causing the cultivators and disciples of Xuanyan school to be shocked and almost jumped out. An Cheng Mo shouted, it's time for the auction to reach its climax. What's after the Peiyuan pill? Fellow Taoists, do you know about it? Foundation Establishment Pill. A cultivator stood up and shouted. That's exactly the case. The next item to be auctioned is 20 Foundation Establishment Pills. It's really, a Foundation Establishment Pill. The standing cultivator was stunned. The cultivators of Xuanyan School in the hut were also stunned. The cultivators from the Seven Skills sect and the Magnificent Flower sect were stunned. All the cultivators in the auction hall were stunned. 20 Foundation Establishment Pills, that means 20 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Usually, the treasure auction pavilion would only have one or two of them appear. There had never been so many of them. With a whing sound, the entire auction hall boiled over. Many people stood up without caring about etiquette. Go quickly, see which sect it is. The cultivators of Xuanyan School roared, this is simply not putting my Xuanyan School in their eyes. Of course, Xuanyan School's Foundation Establishment Pill is a famous pill in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. Most of the Foundation Establishment Pills that appear in the auction hall are controlled by Xuanyan School. With so many Foundation Establishment Pills appearing, not only will it affect Xuanyan School's reputation, but it will also affect the balance of power between the various sects. The cultivators of Xuanyan School seem to have already seen that after the auction, the Seven Skills sect and the Magnificent Flower sect would criticize Xuanyan School. Just 20 Foundation Establishment Pills and you're already like this. Xiao Hua looked at everyone's appearance and only curled his lips. If you knew that the number of Foundation Establishment Pills in the eye space is more than this, what would you do? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought, that's right, why would Qin Fengmin want so many Foundation Establishment Pills? He himself is only at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refining, and he's also a demon. He doesn't need Foundation Establishment Pills, that's not right, since he can cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refining, he can also cultivate to the Foundation Establishment stage, and even form a golden core. These Foundation Establishment Pills are naturally useful, but how could he use so many of them? Could it be that Qin Fengmin's situation is the same as mine? But that's still not right. This guy is a demon. Although the blood shadow technique is powerful, it can't directly cultivate my cultivation world's techniques. Forget it, this guy has already been killed, why should I care about him? While Xiao Hua was thinking, the bidding for the Foundation Establishment Pills had already started. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the price of one Foundation Establishment Pill had already reached 10 top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there were still people slowly increasing the price. After all, this was a chance to enter the Foundation Establishment stage, no one would easily give it up. Fellow Taoist and. At this time, someone stood up and asked, I don't have enough spirit stones, but in my storage bag, there are magic tools and spirit herbs that are comparable to top-grade spirit stones. Would it be possible to exchange them? Hearing this, An Qinghua smiled and shook his head, sorry, the cultivator who entrusted this auction to us said very clearly that they only want spirit stones and nothing else. Ah. Why only spirit stones? Magic tools and spirit herbs, aren't they all very good? The cultivator was unwilling to give up and asked. This. I don't know. And Qinghua shook his head again. After that cultivator sat down, the first foundation establishment pill was won by a disguised cultivator at the price of 12 top-grade spirit stones. What was even more surprising was that the Seven Skills sect, Shanghua sect, and Xuanyan school also joined in the bidding. Of course, Xuanyan school didn't lack foundation establishment pills. What he wanted to do was to tell others that this foundation establishment pill wasn't offered by his Xuanyan school. The result was even more puzzling. The three great sects didn't win any more foundation establishment pills. Only 3 of the pills were taken by each of them, while the other 16 pills were taken by 10 rich and overbearing cultivators. One of the cultivators actually won 4 pills, and the remaining foundation establishment pills were sold for an average of 15 top-grade spirit stones each. That cultivator actually took out 60 top-grade spirit stones. This was really shocking. However, these 10 cultivators were all hiding their cultivation, so no one knew who they were. Who would carry 60 top-grade spirit stones with them? Xiao Hua was also dumbfounded. Based on the items that the treasure auction pavilion had just bid for and the performance of the cultivators present, Xiao Hua understood that a top-grade spirit stone could be used to bid for a lot of things in the auction. It was precisely because of this that no one would bring too many top-grade spirit stones, yet this cultivator actually, I know. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. This cultivator is probably related to Xue Xue. But, since he's related, why would Xue Xue take out some clear breeze pills from me to bid for some mid-grade spirit stones? Xiao Hua was puzzled. While Xiao Hua was pondering, the auction was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Because they had just gone through the climax of the foundation establishment pills, the following few magic tools, even low-grade magic tools, were unable to arouse the interest of the cultivators present. Several magic tools that seemed somewhat ordinary, unexpectedly, no one bid for them. And with Xiao Hua's current cultivation, he didn't have any use for these things. Towards these magic tools that could easily be sold for top-grade spirit stones, he was even less interested. Thus, he didn't raise any hand. Time slowly passed by, and when a magical treasure was taken back by the auction pavilion, and Qinhua clapped his hands, and a dozen women brought out some jade plates. He said, "Fellow cultivators, before we bid for the last item of this auction, let's take out the items that we didn't bid for in the previous auctions. Let's see if anyone is interested. These items are priced at 10 mid-grade spirit stones each, and each increment is 1 mid-grade spirit stone." After he finished speaking, Qinhua waved his hand and the silk on the jade plates were lifted, revealing the items inside. When Xiao Hua heard that they were items that weren't sold in the previous auctions, his heart had already lost interest. Seeing the dozen jade plates casually rotating around the high platform, he didn't look carefully. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall began to gradually become lively. Many cultivators also stood up and came to the side of the high platform. When they saw something suitable, they took out spirit stones from their storage bags and began to exchange. The items inside these dozen jade plates were very complicated. There were strange yellow talismans, broken magic tools, and some inexplicable things. This is a soul-absorbing talisman. Xiao Hua's eyes inadvertently swept over and saw a shabby yellow talisman that was very similar to the one used by Qingming. Whoosh! Xiao Hua stood up from his chair and wanted to take the soul-assimilating talisman. Unfortunately, just as he took 2 steps forward, a cultivator standing next to the high platform pointed his finger and the soul-assimilating talisman immediately fell into his hand. The cultivator took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them on the jade plate, then he turned around and left. Ai. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to stop the cultivator. Although Qinhua said that they could bid, the cultivators in front of him didn't have the intention to bid at all. When they saw something that they liked, they immediately took out their spirit stones and left. Why is that? Xiao Hua habitually scratched his head and prepared to go back. Coincidentally, at this time, a jade plate flew to the place where the soul-absorbing talisman was. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on it and he couldn't help but feel happy. On the jade plate, there were 3 pieces of gold foil. It looked very similar to the gold foil in Xiao Hua's space. Come on, this is it. I didn't come here in vain. Xiao Hua smiled and quickly walked over. He stretched out his hand and put the jade plate into the jade plate, but when he took out the mid-grade spirit stones, a voice sounded next to him, "Fellow Taoist, also want this gold foil." Chapter 1437. Damn it, Xiao Hua almost cursed out loud. Just now, there was a soul-absorbing talisman, but he didn't get it. Now, he saw the 3 gold sheets that no one wanted. He just got them in his hand, and before he could even warm them up, someone else also wanted them. Like this, wouldn't he have to bid again? Was it because his character was bad, or was it because the guy next to him didn't know what was good for him? Xiao Hua raised his head and glanced at the cultivator who just spoke. That cultivator didn't hide his cultivation. He was only 15 or 16 years old, and his cultivation was also very good. He was already at the 6th level of qi refining. He must be a disciple of some sect. However, looking at his somewhat uneasy expression, it seemed like it was his first time leaving the mountain. Just as Xiao Hua was about to speak, an older cultivator next to the young cultivator raised his arm and poked the young cultivator's waist. He shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." Then, he smiled at Xiao Hua and nodded. He said, "Fellow Taoist, this junior brother of mine doesn't know the rules. Please don't blame him, please don't blame him. You can just put away the gold sheets, don't mind him." Xiao Hua was delighted. He didn't answer and took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. He threw them into the jade plate, and then very nimbly put the gold sheets into his space. At this time, Xiao Hua heard the young cultivator next to him ask in a low voice, "Senior brother, this gold sheet. I also want it. Didn't Senior say just now? If we both want it, we can bid. Why don't you let me bid? You don't know shit." The older cultivator also said in a low voice, "Didn't you hear Senior say that? These are all things that failed in bidding before. They are things that their treasure auction pavilion smashed into their hands. If you bid with others now, wouldn't it be letting the treasure auction pavilion take advantage of you? Letting others pay more spirit stones for nothing? But I'm also willing to pay more spirit stones." The young cultivator was very puzzled. You can't pay more spirit stones. All the fellow Taoists participating in the auction have a tacit understanding. As long as it's something that failed in bidding before, the treasure auction pavilion will take it out again. Whoever sees it first will get it, absolutely can't bid. The older cultivator raised his chin and said, "Look again, there are dozens of cultivators here. Which one of them is bidding against someone else? If you compete with others, not only will you embarrass our sect, but you will also offend many of our fellow cultivators. You can forget about traveling around Yenyuan City." The young cultivator looked left and right. It was just as his senior brother had said. No matter what it was, no matter how many cultivators were standing next to it, as long as a cultivator pointed his finger at the jade plate and caused it to stop, the people next to him would shift their gazes away and no longer look at the jade plate. "Yes, I understand," the young cultivator said in a low voice. Hee, so there's actually such a rule." Xiao Hua, who was at the side, heard everything clearly and secretly gave a thumbs up to this rule. Just as Xiao Hua wanted to see what else was on the stage, his heart suddenly moved and he walked over to the 2 cultivators. Seeing Xiao Hua coming over, the older cultivator frowned and quickly cupped his hands. "This fellow Taoist, just now my junior brother didn't know the rules and offended you. Please forgive him." Xiao Hua cupped his hands in return and smiled, "Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. I don't have any ill intentions and I don't want to pursue your junior brother's rudeness. I just have something I want to ask." "Oh. What is it?" Fellow Taoist, please speak. The older cultivator didn't let down his guard and looked at the many jade plates on the stage and asked in a low voice. May I ask this fellow Taoist, why did you want these gold plates? Xiao Hua turned his head and asked the young cultivator. This. When I was young, I occasionally obtained a gold plate that was similar to these gold plates. However, I couldn't figure out anything from that gold plate, so I wanted to put these gold plates together and see if I could comprehend something. The young cultivator's face reddened and he said in a low voice. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua nodded and said, I see. Fellow Taoist is also a person of fate. Then, Xiao Hua turned his head and said to the older cultivator, Fellow Taoist, I was the same as your junior brother. I also obtained a gold plate in my early years. However, after studying it for more than 10 years, I still didn't have any progress. Since your junior brother also has a gold plate, I won't beat around the bush. I wonder if your junior brother can exchange that gold plate for this. The older cultivator frowned and turned his head to ask, Junior brother, what do you think? Me? The young cultivator thought for a moment and said hesitantly, I think that gold plate is a bit strange, but I also pondered about it for nearly 10 years. When the older cultivator saw this, he turned his head and asked, then, how many spirit stones is fellow Taoist prepared to use, to exchange? This will depend on your junior brother's intentions. Xiao Hua pushed the question back. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't take it and only smiled, I understand what my junior brother means. I must first see fellow Taoist's sincerity. At this moment, the young cultivator pulled the older cultivator's sleeve and said, forget it, senior brother. We don't lack any spirit stones. I think the gold plate is a bit strange. I better keep it for myself. When Xiao Hua heard this, he became somewhat anxious. He patted his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. It was the bottle he obtained from Kai Yuxia's storage pouch. He handed it over and said, fellow Taoist, I have no use for this thing. Take it for exchange. Fellow Taoist, please see if this thing is suitable. If it's not, then I can't do anything. What is it? The older cultivator took it curiously and opened the jade bottle to take a look. His expression changed, but he didn't reveal any surprise. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua and then at the jade bottle in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he whispered a few words into the young cultivator's ear. At first, the young cultivator was somewhat unwilling, but after listening for a while, he began to slightly nod his head. In the end, he took the jade bottle, looked at it again and again, smelled it again and again, then patted his storage pouch and took out a gold plate. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, Senior, please accept it. Xiao Hua took it and looked it over. He smiled and said, then this old man thanks you. After saying this, he slightly cupped his hands and walked back to his chair. 2 Peiyuan pills are equivalent to 4 high-grade spirit stones in this auction. For high-grade spirit stones for 1 gold plate, I don't know if I'm losing out or not. Xiao Hua sat on the chair and thought with a smile, but if I only take 1 Peiyuan pill, then as a senior brother, he may not open his mouth to speak. After the time it took to eat a meal, the jade plates on the high platform changed several times, but none of them were what Xiao Hua wanted. The number of cultivators coming forward to watch also decreased. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, fellow Taoist, and quickly take out the last item. I can't wait any longer. The things flying around here are all trash that other people don't want. Who would use spirit stones to exchange? It seems that fellow Taoists are impatient. And Qinghua clapped his hands and the jade plates on the high platform slowly fell down. A dozen or so women came forward to take them. Immediately after, a woman with a revealing figure and wearing very little slowly walked up the high platform. She held a small jade plate in her hand. The woman's round face and red lips made people's hearts itch. But, at this time, all the cultivators' eyes fell on the jade plate in her hand. The woman's good looks were rarely noticed by anyone. Fellow Taoists, I have had the honor of being the manager of the treasure auction pavilion for about 40 years. And Qinghua said with a smile, in these 40 years, I don't know how many things I've bid for. Strange magical treasures, rare talismans, heaven-defying elixirs, I've bid for countless of them. Even if it's a rare basic cultivation technique, alchemy technique, artifact-making technique, and so on, this Taoist has seen them all before. But today's item is a little strange. And Qinghua's words immediately aroused everyone's appetite. The laziness from before disappeared as everyone stretched their necks to look at the jade plate in the woman's hand. Unfortunately, both the silk and the jade plate had restrictions that isolated divine sense, so no one knew what was inside. However, looking at the appearance of the silk on the jade plate, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was a cultivation technique. As for what kind of cultivation technique it was, only Qinghua could reveal it. Sure enough, Qinghua waved his hand and took the silk off the jade plate. They heard him say, to tell you the truth, this is a book of basic cultivation techniques. Ah! Cultivation techniques. Basic cultivation techniques. Everyone was shocked. Previously, our treasure auction pavilion also bid for books of basic cultivation techniques, and more than once. But, those cultivation techniques were either incomplete or only had low levels. None of them could be used to directly cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. What? A basic cultivation technique that can be used to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. And Qinghua's words were like a huge rock that was thrown into the water, disrupting the tranquility of the hall. Almost everyone stood up, and the shock and surprise on their faces were even greater than when they saw the dozens of foundation establishment pills. Yes, it is a complete cultivation technique that can be used to cultivate from the first level of qi refining to the 12th level of qi refining, and then to break through to the foundation establishment stage. And, it's a set of earth attribute cultivation techniques that are suitable for most cultivators. Buzz. The noise was so loud that it almost overturned the auction hall. In a small room, the cultivators of Xuanyan School, Qiqiao sect, and Shanghua sect all had gloomy expressions. They lowered their heads to discuss, presumably to obtain this cultivation technique at all costs. Shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill sect was even more delighted. He knew very well what this complete set of cultivation techniques meant. Obtaining this set of cultivation techniques meant that they could use it to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. It also meant that they could establish their own sect. At the very least, they could establish a family of cultivators. Come to think of it, Kai Zhuoxia's Kai clan in Luoyang only had a cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate up to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Whoever obtained this cultivation technique would be able to create a clan even more powerful than the Kai clan. At this moment, Xiao Hua, who had been very calm until now, could no longer sit still. Chapter 1438. That's because Xiao Hua didn't care about medicinal pills, talismans, magic tools and magic treasures. However, Xiao Hua couldn't not care about cultivation techniques. It had been almost 2 years since he left Yellow Flower Ridge. Hadn't he been looking for cultivation techniques all this time? Now that an opportunity had appeared before him, how could he not be tempted? Fellow cultivatorin. Everyone shouted, is this cultivation technique real? What's its base price? I don't know if this cultivation method is real or not, but I've instructed a fellow Taoist to place a restriction on this book. Only when a fellow Taoist wins the bid will that fellow Taoist be able to remove the restriction on the book. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. As for the base price of this cultivation technique, even I don't know. And Qinghua stretched out his hand and picked up a yellow talisman from the booklet. This was left behind by the owner of this booklet. The base price of this booklet is recorded on it. Fellow cultivator, could you stop the auction for an hour? I don't have enough spirit stones here. A cultivator suddenly shouted. That's right, let's stop for a moment and go get some spirit stones. Everyone came to a realization. Fellow cultivators, I'm very sorry, but the owner of this booklet doesn't want to make it public. If he doesn't win the bid this time, he'll take this booklet and leave Yenyuan City. I don't know when he'll return. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Only shopkeeper Lu from the Imperial Pills sect was overjoyed. The Imperial Alchemy School had the most supreme-grade spirit stones in this auction. Xiao Hua, who was below the stage, felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Of course, he did have some top-grade spirit stones in his space, but they were far less than the dozens of top-grade spirit stones in the Imperial Elixir School. Although he had a lot of foundation-building pills, they were not top-grade spirit stones. Sigh, I'm afraid there's no chance. Xiao Hua thought in annoyance. If I knew this would happen, I would have sold some foundation establishment pills and spirit herbs. Xiao Hua wasn't the only one regretting. Almost all the cultivators in the auction were filled with regret. They were all regretting that they didn't bring enough top-grade spirit stones. Alright, I'm ready to reveal the base price. As Qinhua spoke, he activated his mana and the yellow talisman in his hand began to burn. An old voice rang out, fellow cultivators, this is the heavenly law's embodiment of earth. It is an advanced earth element cultivation technique that I came across by chance. From the beginning of the first level of the Qi refining stage to the peak of the Qi refining stage, there is a corresponding cultivation technique. It is very complete. I don't lack spirit stones, so the base price of this technique is 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. Every increment of 10 years. Ha! When the old Qinhua's voice disappeared, the entire auction hall was silent. Everyone was stunned by this strange method. In fact, it was not that there were no specific spiritual herbs or elixirs in this auction, but, most of the time, it would be some centuries-old spiritual herbs or some extremely rare spiritual herbs. Of course, in most cases, if there were no spiritual herbs, a large number of spiritual stones would be enough. After all, spiritual stones could be used to exchange for what one wanted. But this old Qinhua didn't want spirit stones, he only wanted the mother-child spirit fruit. In this world, the mother-child spirit fruit grew in groups. If one wasn't plucked, the other mother-child spirit fruits wouldn't mature. Even if someone came across a mother-child spirit fruit or planted a mother-child spirit fruit, they would pluck it as soon as it matured. After all, the age of the mother-child spirit fruit didn't have much to do with the effect of the embryonic breathing pill. Who would wait for a ripe mother-child spirit fruit for 100 years? However, among the hundreds of cultivators in the auction hall, someone actually had a mother-child spirit fruit. A Qi refining level 8 cultivator jumped up and stammered, I have a mother-child spirit fruit. And Qinhua saw this and laughed, fellow cultivator, you are really lucky. Is your mother-child spirit fruit 100-year-old? This. The cultivator's face was a little red. He scratched his head and said, this mother-child spirit fruit was found by I 2 years ago. I plucked it as soon as it matured. I'm afraid, it's not even 100 years old. Huh, it's better than nothing. Fellow cultivator, please come up. Let's see if anyone else has a mother-child spirit fruit. This poor Taoist also has one here. As he spoke, the other cultivator also stood up and said, please, fellow cultivator, come up too. Let's see who has the oldest mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow cultivator, I have a 120-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. These fellow cultivators don't need to come up. A voice came from the small room of the Shanghua sect. Io, it really is the Shanghua sect. You are really rich. Fellow cultivator Jiang, your sect even has such a rare thing. This is really beyond I's expectations. Oh, it's just a coincidence. Jiang Daoyu from the Shanghua sect replied proudly. Wait. I have a 300-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. A slightly arrogant voice also came from the small room. Hiss. Not only the people outside, even Jiang Daoyu from the Shanghua sect sucked in a breath of cold air. 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit was already rare. How could there be a 300-year-old one? Fellow cultivator, you have no proof. Take it out and let us see. Jiang Daoyu sneered. Of course. I will bring it up now. Fellow cultivator Jiang, are you going up as well? Of course. Jiang Daoyu retorted. Xiao Hua, who was sitting on a chair in the distance, was so happy that he went silly. When he heard the old man's voice from the yellow talisman saying that he wanted 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit, his brain immediately buzzed. It was louder than the noise in the room. He was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in his mind, damn it, I'm finally lucky. Oh my god, this is a complete qi condensation cultivation method, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. When Xiao Hua was just at the first level of qi condensation, the spirit herbs in his space were as long as a year. After entering the second level of qi condensation, it seemed that one day was as long as 2 years. Now that he was already at the fourth level of qi condensation, one day was as long as a few years. He really didn't pay attention to it. However, he didn't need to think too much. The mother-child spirit fruit in his space was definitely more than 100 years old. After all, after he transplanted it into the space, he didn't care about those mother-child spirit fruits anymore. On the high platform, Jiang Daoyu from the Shanghua sect walked up with a somewhat gloomy expression. He held a jade box in his hand. Not far from him, a tall cultivator in camouflage also held a jade box. Fellow cultivators, you can open the jade box. Presumably, after comparing with each other, you will know which cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit is older. And Qingma said with a smile. Fellow cultivator, please. Jiang Daoyu sneered. Hee, then I will go first. With that, the tall cultivator waved his hand, opened the jade box, and handed it to Jiang Daoyu. Jiang Daoyu glanced at it, and his face turned ashen. He muttered, there really is a 300-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. Sigh, it really opened my eyes. Immediately, he cupped his hands and said, I won't open it. This law embodiment of heaven and earth is yours. With that, he put the jade box into his storage bag and walked down the high platform. Good. And Qingma didn't miss the opportunity to shout, the last cultivation method of this auction has also been successfully bid. The owner of the cultivation method, please come up and remove the restriction on the cultivation method. Wait. At this moment, the dizzy Xiao Hua raised his hand and shouted, this old man also has a mother-child spirit fruit here. This fellow cultivator, also has a mother-child spirit fruit. Then, how old is it? Could it be, even older than 300 years? And Qingma didn't quite believe it. But looking at Xiao Hua, who had bid a few times before, he muttered in his heart, this was sent by the city lord. Hee, how old is it? This old man also doesn't know. If you know, take it out and compare it with this fellow cultivator, then you will know. Xiao Hua smiled, got up from the chair, and quickly walked up the high platform. At this moment, a cultivator in camouflage also walked up the high platform from another place. When Xiao Hua saw this, his heart thumped, and he secretly said, oh no, could it be that this guy also has a mother-child spirit fruit? Fortunately, he heard Qingma laugh, just in time, the owner of the cultivation method is here. Which of these two mother-child spirit fruit is older, or which fellow cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit catches this fellow cultivator's eye, will depend on this fellow cultivator's choice. Xiao Hua and the other two were all wearing camouflage clothing. No one could clearly see each other, and no one knew who the other was. The cultivator holding the jade box in his hand pushed the jade box in front of the owner of the cultivation method and said, "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." That cultivator swept a glance inside the jade box, nodded and said, "Correct, this pay. Mother-child spirit fruit has the effect of 300 years. Then, he looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Where is this fellow Taoist's mother-child spirit fruit?" Xiaohua clapped his hand, and took out the mother-child spirit fruit that had just been moved into the storage bag from the space, and didn't have time to find a jade box to put it in. Even though that cultivator was already prepared, when he saw the golden runes all over the mother-child spirit fruit, he still lost control and cried out. Just as that cultivator cried out, that cultivator waved his hand, and the mother-child spirit fruit disappeared from Xiaohua's hand. Then, a jade box appeared in the cultivator's left hand, and the cultivator very nimbly put Xiaohua's mother-child spirit fruit into the jade box, and then put it into his own storage bag. Fellow cultivator. When Xiaohua saw that the mother-child spirit fruit was suddenly taken away by that cultivator, he was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. His mother-child spirit fruit was gone, and the other party gave him the cultivation method of heavenly law embodiment technique, that you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.